Wait. YouTube, you can hear me. You can hear me, right, YouTube? Okay, listen. We're doing a little PUBG Mobile sponsored stream today. We're hosting a little event. It's going to be me casting with Powerbang and the boys real quick in Tawn. And I'll see you guys in the stream, I suppose, YouTube. Much love. Download the game using the link in the description. And if you're in TikTok right now, you can click the link in the bio, chatting Tawn. All right, YouTubing Tawn.
Talent and creators.
Ooh, there
12
we go.
teams of 4, each with a dynamic mix of renowned FPS creators that I think you are going to recognize. This is a winner-takes-all battle of the finest, and you are here to witness it. I'm going to be your host today. My name is Gojj, and I am so excited to be back with PUBG Mobile, folks. It is going to be a great day in the office as we have another amazing event. First and foremost, though, before I get into the event, I've got to remind you to download PUBG Mobile. Go get your hands on the new 3.7 update. We are playing on it today. It is 100% free to play and available on the iOS App Store and Android Google Play Store. PUBG Mobile is the best in the business at providing AAA gameplay, and they are constantly releasing new content and updates to the game, so it's time to go check it out now. I'm sure you all have if you're paying attention today, but maybe we've got some new faces in the audience with all of the amazing creators, so I want to remind you as well to go follow PUBG Mobile on all major socials. We're live just about on every platform imaginable, so go drop a follow wherever you're watching, but also follow for news and updates and events and so much more that PUBG Mobile has ready for you. So pay attention to those socials, drop a follow. Trust me, it's worth for the 5 seconds that it takes so you can stay up to date on your favorite game. Now, we have an incredible event planned for you today with our All-Star Face-Off. Now, one of my favorite parts about this event is, of course, that I get to host it because I get to hang out with everybody at home and in chat. But one of my other favorite parts is that I've got 2 amazing co-hosts. We've got Powerbang and we've got Ferg here in the booth with me, 2 of the heaviest hitters when it comes to the mobile space, and I'm excited to bring them into the broadcast. Here they are. Powerbang, I got to start with you, my friend. How are you doing? It is great to be back on a broadcast together.
So stoked to be here, especially for PUBG Mobile All-Stars. You kidding me? Great to be back on the broadcast desk with you, and also my good buddy Ferg. So happy he's here as well. Very, very excited to hop into the action tonight. It's got a lot of my favorite creators, players from PUBG Mobile, as well as all over the place. So super excited to get into it.
Yeah, super excited as well. But Ferg, it's great to have you in the booth with us. You get to watch some amazing creators that I'm sure you know super well. And I'm excited to hear your predictions later in the broadcast. But how are you feeling? Okay, Ferg, I'm getting word we don't have your audio ready to go here in Vmix yet, or in our booth. But you can tell from Ferg's emotions, he is amped. So once he's ready and he's got his audio, we're going to get him into the broadcast. Make sure you get that unmuted, my friend. But Powerbang, while Ferg figures out his audio, I got to talk to you just for a second because one of my favorite parts about these broadcasts with you is that you are one of the OGs in the community. But the best part about PUBG Mobile is that year after year, day after day, they're continuing to create new amazing events like this, but also some new innovative content. And today, I think we're going to see a wide array of what PUBG Mobile has to offer, and it'll be fun to experience that with you as per the usual.
100%. Gojj, I've been around since obviously 2018 when the game first came out. Over 7 years now alongside PUBG Mobile.
Good, what's
That's
up?
one of the things that a lot of the guests coming into play today, they have an idea of what PUBG Mobile is and will be, but maybe they don't know the whole story because each and every update that comes out, there's amazing new game features, cool new modes. We're going to see some of these awesome new things today that maybe they're not familiar with. And then obviously we're going to do some of the classic stuff as well. We've got a new map on the way. Very exciting stuff from PUBG Mobile. As always, it's what makes it one of the greatest mobile games to ever have been made.
Yeah, it's a great shot. And I am getting word from production. I was going to talk a lot more about that, but we've got plenty of day today here in the booth. So we got to bring back in Ferg. I'm getting word Ferg's ready to go.
Yeah, I was switching my stream over, and unfortunately I left my mic at 0%, man. And then I realized that it was a 0%. My bad. Either way, I'm super excited to watch some PUBG Mobile and to see just who the best players are in the game, and some new and fresh faces from other titles as well coming over to PUBG Mobile. Extremely excited to see if they have what it takes to perform on the main stage. Faces from other titles as well coming over to PUBG Mobile. Extremely excited to see if they have what it takes to perform on the main stage.
Yeah, it's such a great shout too, because today is going to be, it's going to be fun, but it is going to be sweaty, folks. It is going to be a winner takes all event, and we're going to talk about that here in a moment. Let's break it all down. Format time. Powerbang, take it away. This is a sweaty one.
You got it. We talked about some of the teams that are going to be here today. We'll jump through them in more details later, but there's 12 of them, ladies and gentlemen. They're comprised of a PC creator and a mobile creator that are guests to PUBG Mobile to be coming in, checking out the game, and they'll be teaming up with a PUBG Mobile creator that you guys know and love. Also, we can't forget the VIPs. We've got a PUBG Mobile VIP on every team as well. And we're going to be diving into 5 different matches tonight. We've got the classic stuff that you guys know and love, right? We've got Erangel. We've got Livik. We've even got the new theme map Rondo, but we've also got some fun ones in store tonight. We've got Payload. We also have the captains that are going to be duking it out on Team Deathmatch Santorini. Got all kinds of rank points. And most importantly, elims are worth 2 points tonight. Obviously, team with the most points going to be crowned champ, Gojj.
Yeah, it is going to be super fun. And as you can tell from our format, it is going to be sweaty. It is heavy hitting action. And speaking of heavy hitting, Ferg, I need you to talk to me about the pricing for the day, because
you're used to
this
seeing
might be a little bit different than maybe some folks at home are expecting.
But this one, the winner takes all,
You're used to seeing
and the All-Star trophy. But this one, it's going to be a banger. The winner takes all, and the All-Star trophy. It's gonna be a banger.
It's a banger. This is the highest form of competition, and I'm getting word that Powerbang, you actually, you might have the trophy there in your room. All right, gold-plated trophy. How's that thing feel?
This thing is heavy. It is gold-plated, and it is ready to be delivered to whoever takes home this prize pool. $10,000 all to the winner, and this is the PUBG Mobile All-Star Champ Trophy for 2025. So super stoked to give this bad boy out. I'm going to put it right here. It's going to be shining underneath the spotlights, of course, and very excited to see who takes this bad boy home.
Yeah, man, I love the trophy. I love this prize pool where the winner takes all. But as per the usual, I'm a man of the people, and PUBG Mobile is all about the people. So it might be winner takes all, but you all at home get to win big today, too. Now, I want to explain how this is going to work today, because we have Pick'em sweepstakes for you to enter. It's super simple. All you got to do is go to the website amg.gg/all-star pick'ems and select who you think will compete and win certain challenges in upcoming games. So the key here is that each of these games have different challenges, whether it's, the most healing on map 1, for instance, or the most damage on map 2. You just got to pick which team you think is going to win. Now, all of you at home that picked that winning team in that category will be entered into a drawing to win a brand new 128GB iPad 11 to play PUBG Mobile on. So you definitely got to get those picks in as soon as possible to increase your chances of being a winner yourself. We've got plenty of winners today, 23 to be exact. That means 23 iPads that you have a chance to get involved in and potentially win during the day today. All of those pick'ems are going to be live throughout the day, so make sure you pick your winners right now. amg.gg/all-star pick'ems. It's not the only way, though, that we're going to be giving things away to the community. PUBG Mobile loves to give away UC, so it's time to do that. Now, you might have seen this in other shows, but if you're new to the broadcast, I want to explain how this is going to work. Throughout the day today, we're going to be dropping 4 different pieces of a passphrase that we call hints. Throughout the course of this broadcast, if you're able to piece together all of those hints to create the passphrase, you then can submit it near the end of the broadcast. If you do, you will then be entered in for a chance to win some UC today. And frankly, we got a ton of UC to give away, and so I'm pumped for you to do this, but you gotta pay attention. Take notes, pull out your phone and maybe take a photo of your monitor. Just screenshot your phone if you're watching on mobile, because here's your very first hint. It's just the word "the." That's it. THE. You can't forget it.
Is it the or the?
It's the and the, depending on how it's used in the passphrase that we're going to drop throughout the course of the day. So make sure you note that somewhere, whether it's on a piece of paper, if you're an old head like me, or on your digital device as per the usual. You got to pay attention so you get all 4 of these. This is one of 4, okay? And then you'll enter it all in at the end for your chance to win that UC. So tons of rewards today, but only one big grand prize for the players today. And so I want to talk a little bit about those players. Powerbang, I want to start with you. There are a ton of amazing names here from all across the FPS community, and of course PUBG Mobile as well. Talk to me about some of the names. Talk to me about some of the heavy hitters. Who's jumping out on the page at you first?
Oh, 100%. First of all, love the logos here. They just jump out and hit you in the face. Nice distinct colors we'll get into later on. But near and dear to my heart is the color orange. Y'all know that, though. Watch me. And that is Nadeshot, Wynnsanity, Valic, and NoahSunday. 4 very well-known creators, players, etc. But I'm really keying in on the storyline here between Nadeshot and Wynnsanity. If you guys recall, a couple years back, Mr. Wynnsanity tried to get into Nadeshot's org, tried to get his attention, went through some pretty big antics to do that, and it looks like that attention's finally been, cast upon him. They've teamed up, and I'm going to be watching them to do some damage here in today's tournament, but I'm sure there's plenty more here that are looking to do some work as well.
Yeah, I think that team is definitely one to watch out for. All prolific gamers, prolific FPS players. Ferg, I want to draw the attention to you, though, because you know a lot of these names firsthand. Are there any other teams that you're like, okay, this has got to be a top squad for me?
Absolutely. I was going to go with the same shot as Powerbang being with Nadeshot, but I'm going to stick with Team Tarik. Just because I played with Xifan before in one of these tournaments previously, and also my boy Cisco is in Team Tarik's team as well, so I'm gonna put my vote on them.
Yeah, I think this team is frankly one of the strongest teams here. If you know anything about any of these players on this roster, you know they are highly competitive and maybe have some experience at a professional level. So definitely a team to watch out for. From my side of things, I could talk about probably every single one of these teams. A lot of these folks are near and dear to my heart. I've got to look at Team Iceman Isaac as a favorite for me today. Iceman Isaac is one of my homies, is a guy I've known for a really long time, but he is also so dang competitive. I can only imagine he's been practicing for this event, and he's got Farouk on his team with Lil B. I mean, if you all know the FPS scene, you know all of these players. T-Mags, another great content creator as well. I think this team actually could go very, very far, especially with the strategic minds behind that roster. So I think we can talk about every single one of these teams. Powerbang, give me just a couple quick hits, a couple of these other teams that you're like, don't miss out on this squad.
Oh, 100%. I was going to jump in and do that regardless. Team Sykkuno, looking at them. The big reason why, I'm not joking, is Medalcore. For some reason, he gets overlooked sometimes, but has been consistently thumping people in these community-run events over the past few months. So Medalcore, Sykkuno, SurfnBoy, and Dreamcase, a team to watch out for sure. We also have the likes of Rolex to look out for as well, always showing up in some of these. He's teaming up with Noko, WPGN, and RoastSmith. So again, so many great players here. It's a shame we can't mention them all right now. We'd be here all night, but I promise you they will have some highlights coming soon to be able to shout out.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be able to break down pretty much every single team's mentality going forward. But let's take a look at the maps we're playing today. And of course, Powerbang, this is something that is near and dear to both of our hearts, and Ferg as well. We love the competitive scene. All three of us do. And today we get to see the full gambit of the competitive scene, because we're going to be starting out, like Powerbang mentioned during our format, with the classic Battle Royale Erangel. Now, a little bit of some differences to this than maybe your usual PUBG mobile event. We are going to be playing in the first-person perspective in this first map, which I'm really excited about. And I think some of our creators coming from different FPS titles are maybe going to be a bit more familiar with the first-person perspective, and so they're going to feel really comfortable with that. It'll be really interesting to see how our PUBG mobile players, of course, play in that first-person perspective. So that's where we're going to be starting, and we'll move on our merry way throughout the rest of these maps. Ferg, I got a question for you, my man. We're about to get jumping straight into the competition, and as per the usual, we're really pumped about that. But when you talk about, you know, the highest level of FPS content creation and frankly competition, and you think about an event like this, what are some of your words of wisdom that you'd always give folks? Because you're always up here in the booth. We always talk about you as one of the greatest FPS players, especially on mobile, frankly, of all time. Anybody that disagrees with me, you're wrong. So Ferg, what's your words of wisdom? I think these teams might need it.
First off, bro is making me blush right now. I don't want to be dealing with these kind of compliments when I'm trying to host with you, bro. Either way, I would say don't panic. I know that a lot of people in this might not play competitively as much, but they're teamed up with other competitive players, and they're probably going to tell them the same thing. Don't panic. You don't need to rush in. You don't need to engage in every single fight that you see. Just play it out. The kills will always come, or the frags will always come, as long as you stay alive.
Yeah, I think that's a great shout. We've got 5 maps today. Empowering, one of the things you mentioned that I want to make sure we call attention to, that last map is going to be 2x points. It's going to be 2 times the points as the rest of the map. So there's always chances for a comeback, especially if you just go out with a bang at the final map.
I love a little wrinkle in the scoring, Gojj, where, you know, things are going along, but maybe a team underperforming the first few maps. That map 5, you know, this is an opportunity to put some points on the board, especially if they didn't perform like they were hoping to in the first 4 matches. So we'll definitely have to keep an eye on that. And I'm just so sad that you didn't come to me for my expert opinion, because I would have just said, don't get shot. You know, that's where I would have gone with it. But Ferg, you know, is the GOAT as far as I'm concerned, as far as shooting titles go. Dude's been champ, and here we are in the booth. So really excited to get his experience and wisdom on the battlegrounds here this afternoon.
Well, the best part, Powerbang, I know you love to listen to yourself talk, and I do too, frankly. I think you've got a voice pack in game, so I think people at home like to listen to yourself talk. All 3 of us are going to be hopping into the game together once it gets ready, and you can keep giving all of your expert wisdom while we're watching some amazing gameplay. I'm pumped about this, and I think with Erangel comes a lot of nuance and a lot of nostalgia, obviously. This is one of the most OG maps. I mean, I think it is the original map, obviously, in PUBG Mobile. And so talk to me a little bit about Erangel, Powerbang, about kind of what you expect to see, some of the hot drops, things like that.
Absolutely. I mean, Erangel is great because even the players that have not been a part of PUBG Mobile recently, they've likely dabbled in the PUBG universe in the past, and it's a map that's going to be familiar to almost everyone here. So I'm looking for a little bit more of a nice, easy break-in period on this first map. Get the weapons kind of warmed up a little bit, and we might see some pushes. We might see some hot drops. I've always got my eyes on Pachinki, and of course the military island, Sosnovka military base in the bottom part of the map. That's where I like to look for that, like, nice little hot action. Love those southern zones. We'll see if we get lucky with the South Circle tonight. I don't know if it's going to be in the cards, but we'll hope for it.
Yeah, that's a good shout. I think circles definitely dictate where a lot of folks are going to land. Ferg, you're pretty experienced with battle royales as well. Want to go to you as well about kind of the importance about being able to think on your feet in particular. I mean, the playing line, the circle can completely dictate where you and your team might land and then how you react. So are you traditionally somebody that goes into a battle royale event like this and says, this is my drop spot no matter what? Or are you somebody that likes to think on your feet?
Yeah. I go to the same drop spot every time. When I played professionally, all the teams of each region had their own preferred drop spot, and then in globals, we all had the exact same drop spot, and you would usually go into scrims and practice against each other to fight each other there, instead of fighting each other in the tournament, and whatever teams came out on top while you were scrimming against each other usually got to pick that particular drop spot. As it comes into rotations, we always rotated early, and we always went central zone for zone like 2 or 3, depending on what VR we were playing in, and just because it gave you the best chance to have people come to you and for you to get those frags and take them out off guard while they were rotating instead of you rotating into other teams.
Look, I told you, the guy's a pro for a reason. I mean, he's up here in the booth with us for a reason. He's got the analysis. It's a great shout. I think early rotations are going to be key. I think the big question here, Powerbang, is obviously who's going to be IGL for each of these teams. I would expect our PUBG Mobile creators to be that. However, a lot of our FPS creators have a ton of Battle Royale experience, so you could see some shared kind of co-IGLing from 2 of our 4 players per squad, you know, pending how it's all working. So before we jump into it, Powerbang, I want you to talk to me a little bit about some of those IGLs. We've got a little bit of time here as we're getting our first map started. Let's take one more quick look at our players list and talk about some of the best IGLs in the game. I mean, you already mentioned Rolex, obviously going to be a great one. Xifan was one of the ones that Ferg mentioned, a fantastic one. I'm looking at StoneMountain 64 with JacobGaming, the boat gang on top, always at events like this. Who else has got your eye, Powerbang?
Man, Coach, you just kept going, and I was like, he's not going to leave me anyone to talk about here. But if we had to focus on someone that you did not rattle off there, I'm looking at Team Tiggleton. Tiggleton, a pro in PUBG. So, I mean, he's coming over, and he is going to absolutely have that game knowledge that's going to be able to translate super well. Bella Fox is obviously going to be honest. She's bringing the sniper rifle, as always. We've also got Angry Hoser and Juicy J coming in to fill the gaps here. Those are going to be some characters, too. Juicy J, super funny. Very excited to hear some of the team comms here tonight. But again, Tiggleton's going to be bringing some of those experience points and game smarts. And of course, he's sending love to the audience here at home. So that's going to be my pick for one of the best IGLs that you could see that's not part of the PUBG Mobile community.
Look, I'm just rattling off because I knew you were about to hit the most juicy tidbit on a team, and you're totally right. I think that's going to be a top team today. I don't know if I've ever seen Juicy J lose anything he does. I'm just putting it out there. We'll see. We'll see if he decides to lose today. But I believe our first map's about to get started. Hey, you're talking about funny content creators and people out there who are going to be a blast to watch. I also have my eyes on Team LEGIQN. I mean, LEGIQN is a friend of mine who is going to crush it today. Content is important, but it is winner takes all. And Ferg, we are dropping into the very first map of the day. We are headed to Erangel. Let's jump straight into this. We're all going together, all three of us, but we're gonna have a dang good time watching this as we get a quick sneak peek at what Erangel has to offer. So Ferg, I want to pass it to you here, my man. We're getting started. Once we see that plane line and we see that map zone rotation, I'd love to get your thoughts on what you think some of these teams will do. Because I do think you're right. Early rotating is going to be everything on this first map.
Absolutely, Gojj. I will say that this will be a little bit different to what I'm used to in terms of like pro play, because these teams do not know where they're going to land, and they probably haven't scrimmed each other. But throwing it back again, because we're on the map that is all about throwbacks, I actually remember when PUBG Mobile first released, particularly watching Powerbang's videos with the arm all the way back in, it must have been like March 2018, Powerbang. Do you remember like being the sniper guy back then, bro?
Oh, I loved the sniper rifle. It was either the AWM, my personal favorite, the M24, but I felt like that was just a little bit harder to come across because it wasn't in a crate that you could go pick up. But man, good old days for sure. And I'm so excited to see some of the players that are, taking up that mantle, bringing that sniper rifle to battle. I am sure we're going to get some good bolties on display today. Very excited for it.
Especially from the competitive players that are actually one of 4 of each of these teams, Gojj.
Yeah, no, it's a good shot. I think the competitive players are going to be everything to be able to bring together the whole team chemistry. And I think you said something so crucial is that these teams probably haven't practiced together, and the ones that have are probably going to have a clear advantage. I always say this when I'm commentating over Battle Royales, is the first map is the litmus test. It is the heat check. It is the temperature check to see how hot and spicy are we going to go today, how fast our team's going to fly around the map, how aggressive are they going to be.
We're getting that litmus test right off the bat as Noob in FPP has been run down. So not the start that they were looking for, but StoneMountain's happy. StoneMountain here leading the squad with Icestream, Jacob, and FaizyGG. They have picked up one elim already. Not a lot of loot on that box though, as he just hit the ground himself.
Yeah, and it looks like they're actually opting to go for cars to rotate for loot instead of staying close to the flight path. Maybe that's a plan to stay alive for longer, Gojj?
Yeah, probably. I mean, I think so. I think one of the classic things about Erangel is that it's quite a big map. So the faster you can find vehicles, the faster you can rotate. It's going to be huge, not only to gain information about where your opponents are, but also try to get to positions earlier. I mean, we all know high ground's extremely valuable, especially in some of these cities with some of the buildings. And I got to say, Powerbang, I'm laughing internally. You're laughing externally because first-person POV of somebody in a passenger seat in a car is comedy.
What do we do? What do I do with my hands? Do I look at my lap? Do I get ready for a fight? Like, what's going on here? These guys have no idea. We've got Homeboy in the front, just rocking no shirt. We've got a mummy on there that's full of glitter. This is a fantastic perspective that, I haven't seen in a little bit. We had Ace Lawrence lobbying the community. FPP, let's bring it back. And I'm so happy to see it on display right now. But I want to point out the animations in some of these vehicle skins as they were driving, the convertible's going up. So this thing's absolutely incredible, and it's time to loot up, and they've got those vehicles now, which is going to be really important, but now it's time to get those weapons.
Gojj, I'm curious, what's your favorite vehicle skin?
That's a great question. I think, frankly, any of the supercars is where I always go for. So pretty much any of those, and I'm going to be flying around the map. It just makes me feel like I'm driving faster, regardless of whether I am. So that's what I'm going for.
What about you, Powerbang?
Oh man, it's got to be. I'm gonna go with the Twitara. It's my father-in-law's company, and it's cool that it actually got into the game. So I'm pretty stoked on that one.
Wow, okay. I'm gonna go with the Bugatti, just because I absolutely love how it looks. And it's brand new. It's like they recently added a new Bugatti, right? So, I mean, you might as well pick it up while you can.
100%. Here we go. Bushka is taking down Iceman. We saw them picking up vehicles early on, but it looks like Bushka with a VSS just waiting for him here. And we've got a little fighting starting to break out. We'll see if we can find some of that here and bring it to you. See Iceman Isaac across the street there, knocked. Teammate, though, is close enough to get the revive here. And we could have some early action starting to break out at Milk to Power, but normally you wouldn't see the full squad fight, you know, quite this early if it wasn't like a legit hot drop. Normally teams crashing kind of in the same vicinity. They're going to loot up, kind of respect each other a little bit, and then casually back out. But maybe, hey, in this type of format, maybe that's not the case, Ferg. I mean, in the past, when you've had your, you know, engagements early on, is that something that you're looking to, you know, kind of capitalize on the early knock, or are you still kind of, you know, playing a bit more cautious and, you know, rotating out, trying to prioritize position?
If we get an early knock and none of the players on our team are weak, we will go in and just annihilate the rest of the team, because a 3v4, you can always get a trade if you're 3v4ing. So that last player on your team will stay alive no matter what, as long as you know and understand how to trade properly. So if somebody knocks you, you can get the trade with the player who is behind you or over from the side. But there is a lot of times where I've seen in previous tournaments on many different BRs where they don't understand how to trade. They'll go in for a 3v4, explosions everywhere, and they'll end up getting wiped by the team that only has 3. So it really depends on how good you are at fighting and how well you understand how to trade with your teammates in a fight like that, Powerbang.
Yeah, it's crucial. I definitely hear you when it comes to that. And with no scrims really necessarily under their belt, that's going to be interesting to see where the chemistry lies for some of these teams. We take a peek over at Tiggleton's team here, and they're potentially going to get into it with, looks like Wynnsanity and Nadeshot here. NoahSunday was lurking there on the flank as well, so we might have a couple of the teams that I shouted out in the warm-up here, and it looks like they're in Primorsk, so nowhere near, no, this is the south side, no way. I'm trying to see where we're at specifically. It is Prem, so no, we're good. So I was trying to tell from the mini map up there, man, this is an interesting spot to do battle early on this one, and we'll have to see if they commit to this or back out. But it does look like they're starting to leave the city. I love just get the heck out of there.
Yeah, I love that we're getting a chance to kind of cycle through all the different teams and see the different strategies. It feels like everybody's just waiting to get involved and waiting to figure out who their first encounter is going to be with. Because again, we've got 12 teams. Oh, wait a minute. Wynn's getting taken out from behind from Angry Hosier. And all of a sudden, it's just a drive-by. We're getting involved quickly.
Did you see the crash onto this one, Ferg? They rolled up hot, but their defense is actually quite strong. That kind of flipped around on them there. Absolutely. They had them completely dead to rights. Wynn shot in the back. Noah knocked. They rolled up, and Valic took care of business for Team Nadeshot. They are not going to lose a player despite being down 2 to start that battle. That's crazy.
Absolutely, Powerbang. You think that the Bentley would have came in hot there and she would be able to run everyone over in the team, but we both know Valic is one of the best FPS players in mobile.
Ability for that team to be able to stay alive is frankly just speaks to their, you know, prowess in gaming in general. It's so unique to watch PUBG Mobile first person POV. I love that we're saying this. It almost feels like a totally different experience to see some of these fights firsthand like this. You can see we swapped over to Team LEGIQN now, trying to take over this building. And I think Powerbang, one of the classic things that we talk about when it comes to Battle Royale is it looks like maybe our first team potentially eliminated. Was that Team Tiggleton fully eliminated now coming through? No. So they are out of here. So, you know, gotta be a frustrating start. Talk about a litmus test. That one's coming back extremely acidic. Not a great way to start, but I'm sure they can turn it around later.
Yeah,
you know, before I throw it to Ferg, I want to say that was not the wrong call. They had 2 players knocked, stranded on the beach with one of the other ones in a boat. I mean, if you've got somebody on the ropes, that is the ideal picture that they painted. They rolled up in the car, and Valic just made plays there to thwart off what seemed like, for sure, elimination. They somehow are still in, and the crazy part, Ferg, is they didn't lose a single player.
They didn't, and it was a shame I left you hanging there, Powerbang. I'm not used to a TriCast, so I had my mic muted. But I'm back now, and I was speaking about how cool the freaking Bentley skin was. I thought it was going to come in with hot fire. She was going to be able to run over everyone, and it just wasn't the case. she was left out in the open and drenched by the water.
Nope. Yeah, it's not the case indeed. Drenched and unfortunate for the Bentley, but you know, it's all good. We shift our focus here to Tarik, and they're mobbing around trying to find a good spot in the zone, but you can see over here we got Nadeshot up on the broadcast, and they are taking that boat and making use of it. It does look like we might be getting that southern circle I spoke about in the pre-game here, but they are heading across the water to get that nice zone position early on like you suggested, Ferg.
Absolutely, it's the best thing to do, and with a teammate like Valic probably calling the shots in this game, I think Nadeshot has a very solid chance of taking it home today. Powerbang.
Yeah, we'll see. Definitely got my eyes on them. I'm loving the storyline too between, you know, obviously Nade and Win. You know, the trying to get into the org and didn't happen for them, but now here they are teaming up a couple years later, and they have, you know, used that to get a nice little beachhead here on Military Island. Love that for us, and we got a dog joining the squad as well, so that's always cool too.
Yeah, so close, but so far for Win. Unfortunately, not gonna be able to get into 100 Thieves yet. But you never know what might happen, Powerbang. Maybe in the future, the stars may collide, and he might be able to join in on that.
Absolutely. Turning your attention over to the battle tracker over on the right-hand side of the screen. 2 points for every elimination. So again, being aggressive could pay off for some of these teams, you know, picking up those elims over the course of the battle. That's going to do way more than it normally would. So prioritizing kind of aggression, getting into some fights may actually work better than placement here. So we'll see if that factors into some of the decisions. It sure seemed to for Tiggleton. Once they had those 2 knocked, they sent it to try to pick up those elims. It did backfire, but you know, that's the way it goes sometimes in Battle Royale. You just kind of have to live with it, shake yourself off, and come back, you know, feeling fresh in game 2.
Absolutely. Tiggleton, the new Shroud of PUBG. Unfortunately, he can't be the Shroud of PUBG Mobile, at least not in game 1. It's good to see Nade up on top, though. That's the first time I've seen Nade win anything in, like, the last decade. So I hope that he can stay up there at the tippity top of the mountain.
You can't be throwing shots this early. We just got started. That's
we're a week or we're 5 minutes into game 1, and that was Ferg coming to you live. No, that's good stuff, though.
I wanted to shout out about that team. You were talking about their rotation. It's a great shot because they really have rotated all the way down to actually the south side of Military. They're not the only team there, though. I think that Tarik team is actually very close. They're both kind of playing the south side of the military base itself. So I'll be really curious to see how that one goes because I do believe our circle has pulled all the way to Military. There's actually not any other piece of land in the next circle besides Military base. So I think everybody's going to be going there. And as we talked about at the top of the show, if you're going in late, it might be a bit more difficult.
100% here. We take our attention to Aches. They're looting up right now, trying to make sure they're all kitted for the eventual fight as they potentially head down south. And then down on the military base, working further and further inland, we've got Nadeshot commanding the crew. I'm very curious to see how much IGLing he's doing, but he's certainly getting some good looks out the window at nothing. So we'll see if anybody comes up down there. But yeah, curious to get the listen in. If we can go to that, that would be amazing.
Feel like a gun in real life. They got the quality audio in this game.
Yeah, there's people green. We can fight them later.
Deep in discussion right now, just deep.
Is Gyroscope I like having him on our team, man. He's a UAV.
Crazy.
That was I heard, what I heard was patience is a virtue. Have some trigger discipline. We don't need to have everybody running at us yet. We've got a great late game position. Really good stuff there from Nate. I didn't have to use
my pointer fingers for stuff.
That chemistry's wild, bro.
It's telepathy is what I'm sure that it is. I mean, these guys are so in sync. The chemistry's so thick, they don't even need words to really communicate their ideas. But look at this. The Saurus PG and squad staking out another squad, but Bushka spots them and knocks Cody from the rooftop. So what an amazing defensive position here, guarding this compound. And what looked like a nice little stalk job, Ferg, it's turned into a bit of a problem.
Uh-oh,
shot from the behind, third party.
Oh, dear. Was that Metal taking down Bushka from across the planet?
Across the planet, indeed. Can't count out metal in these events, man. This dude's sneaky, I'm telling you.
Absolutely. No, he basically shot Bushka off the riff from the brand new Rondo map. He was that far away.
And this is all on the eastern side of Milta. So all three of these teams have yet to rotate to new zone, which is going to be brutal for them to deal with. They're in the zone, obviously, right now. Big Blue hasn't come for them yet, but it will soon. And the problem is the rotation is either, obviously, through each other and then over the bridge or through the water. It sounds like a rhyme, but it's just facts. They got to get to military base, and I think that's what they're thinking about right now.
And they're driving now through the woods. So just completing that rhyme perfectly,
exactly.
Gojj. The interesting thing, though, is Bushka for sure was cackling with that evil, maniacal laugh when he knocked Cody. And then all of a sudden, from nowhere, gets shot in the back. They went from gatekeeping a team, keeping them out of the circle to, oh, crap, we are now in the middle of two squads. So they're going to have to try to figure things out. But elsewhere, we've got Yamna getting into it with Sade right here as two of the different teams. This is team Tarik going up against, it looks like Red Eyes Dab plays Sade. And let's see who the PC creator is for that team. I believe it's, let's see, the source? No. I don't have the teams in front of me.
SurfnBoy, I got you. This is SurfnBoy with Sade, yeah. This is actually a pretty interesting engagement because, as a reminder, this is on that south side of military base, and so they're fighting for a power position on the south side of the base, knowing or thinking at the very least that it's going to pull even further past most of the cover. So actually a pretty big engagement for both of these two teams to figure out where they want to go and where they want to hold. And so I'll be curious to see what they're able to do and if they decide to stay engaged. It's looking like they may rotate out. Whoa! Speaking of holding a position, my goodness, Team Legion unleashes fire, picking up several eliminations, and out of nowhere, jumping to the top of the leaderboard. Ferg, I call these guys out as the content guys. It's Ducky, and he's slaying out. He's at the top of the leaderboard right now.
I mean, Gojj, well, that was some content, because they got a 4-man spray off the boat, dude. I have not seen that in so long in PUBG Mobile. Unbelievable scenes there by Ducky the Gamer himself.
Can't count out Ducky either, man. This guy's a legend in his own right. Noah J, welcome to the lobby, my friend. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Just like that, as we run that back, you see them kind of coming in. Here it is, out of the vehicle even. 1, 2, 3, and the fourth one not getting away. Cody, he did get knocked trying to get out of that fight with Bushka. Well, they escaped, but it was not long until they met their maker. So good stuff there from Ducky and his crew.
Absolutely. And I mean, taking the boats, a risky strategy. Me personally, I would just swim. What about you, Gojj?
Yeah, it's like, do you want to be a fish in a barrel, or do you want to have absolutely zero cover and all be stacked to where you can get one clipped? I think I swim, but it also takes way longer. I don't know. I felt like they were closing their eyes and just driving that boat to the shore and just hoping it worked out, which obviously it didn't this time around. So I'm probably leaning swimming, but even still, I think the power position there in Big Blue, by the way, they're playing edge of zone, hunting and playing aggressive. It's a great strategy from Team Legion, and now they got to rotate, obviously, and see if they can, well, frankly, get more kills, or if that was kind of the highlight of their first map.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm with you guys on the boat situation. You just got to realize that boats are great for content, so I like them for that. But if you're driving one, you just got to realize you are the content, right? Like, you got to full send it, and even still, those things are so fragile. Your whole team is in danger, and, I love me a good boat tape. Good boat tapes are cool, but, man, it's definitely, there's a pucker factor there when you're driving.
Yeah, absolutely. I just don't like it because it makes so much noise. Everyone can see you. I would just prefer to swim, stay under the water, come up for a little breath of fresh air, go back down, get your breaststroke on. You're good to go with the whole team. You don't need to worry about anyone spotting you from afar, like Ducky's team just did right there. It looks like StoneMountain's going to opt here for high ground on the hill, though, Powerbang. What do you think about this play?
I like the spot here. It's got good visibility on the bridge, can perhaps get some of those late rotations. But again, they are late to circle, so they're just kind of thinking, maybe some of those better spots that are more covered, the buildings a little bit further into circle, maybe they're already occupied. Let's just chill here, see if we can catch some easy ones on the late rotation. And we'll work our way in from the edge. We'll see if that pans out for him. Sometimes it does. The military island can be very unpredictable with the circles, and it is very wide open. So if it does happen to go south or to the coast, there's a lot of open space for teams to drive, and you don't have to necessarily go through another team. You can kind of go around them.
Absolutely. I think I'd rather prefer to stay in a house, but this spray might actually get Edge 2-4 here, a kit or a frag. Wow, not going to come through for now, but either way, back to the point. I'd rather stay in a house. You just have way more cover being inside of a building with 4 corners and a roof than you will ever have standing outside like this in the open.
I mean, facts. I think high ground is nice, but if you don't have cover, you're toast. One of the things we oftentimes see, though, is people try to bring vehicles to the in circle on the chance that the in circle doesn't have cover, so you can use the vehicles at least for a semblance of cover. I'd love to take a quick listen in to see if Team Tarik is discussing some of those heavy-hitting strategies we were looking for before as they're trying to set up for the end game.
Our cars are gonna disappear. Y'all have smokes in case?
I don't got shit, bro.
I barely saw smoke anywhere.
It's a good spot too. I've seen so many end circles kind of end in this little spot on the southern island. It's got good viz up to that radio tower. You can kind of hide in some of those cliffs, but it's a little bit non-committal. You know, if you ask me, you give a little room to rotate still. Medalcore in trouble right now. He's pinned down by, it looks like, just Red Eyes, and it's up to SurfnBoy to try to clutch this out. We've got a 1v1 at least for now, as we're looking for backup here potentially, but 2 players knocked for both teams potentially, and Aches has gone out with his squad, so not the finish they were hoping for to start things off, but there's plenty of match still to go here.
Yet again,
Red Eyes is putting that pressure on.
Nadeshot finishing above X. What a surprise. Either way, looks like SurfnBoy is gonna get knocked and eliminated there as the frag comes through for Red Eyes casting. Not surprised, as SurfnBoy's a little bit rusty compared to his past. He was one of the best mobile FPS players in the 2010s, but nowadays more so into short form content instead. Good to see him take part in this competition though, Gojj.
Yeah, it is. I think they're going to piece it all together. I know they've been working on it behind the scenes. I got word he's one of the few that have been practicing leading up to this, potentially even with his teammates. So they'll piece it together. It's just a little, you know, the first map gets a little dicey, bad rotations, whatever. Maybe the circle wasn't where they intended it to be. They didn't want it on the south side. They wanted it on the north side. It'll all work out in the next couple maps.
We better see a reaction to his death from SurfnBoy on his channel. That's what I'm hoping for. That's the content that we love from Surf. But Metal on the push here with the shotgun. Just misses, unfortunately. Tried to be that anchor, that point person for his team, but Red Eyes getting the better of him, but not without taking some damage himself. Red Eyes just down to the last sliver of HP, and SurfnBoy not able to capitalize on that low HP. Back into the fight he goes. SurfnBoy wiped, and just like that, Metal is out of here. Not what they were looking for, but hey, it's all good. We got confidence they're going to come back. But, you know, we still got, what, 8 teams left alive at this point, 25 players. So just over half of the lobby right now still active, and the circles are getting smaller. We got about a minute left here in stage 4, Ferg.
Yeah, only 1 more minute to go, and then the zone should come on in. Ducky, the man, the myth, the legend. It looks like his team have spotted another opposing roster, but it is the team with HS24 in it. And if I'm going to be honest, I think he's one of the best PUBG mobile players of all time. So if there was a team not to go against, it would be this one, Gojj.
Yeah, they're playing the south side of the zone as well, and they're really the only 2 teams in the south side of the zone. So this is a fight that could take a while unless Ducky sells. He goes down. Luckily, plenty of cover to be able to get picked back up. Obviously, depleting resources, not ideal. You can see some of the vest health there. Going to have to use some of the meds, but should be fine for the most part. I think one of the key things to watch out for is that just around the corner, if you look at our mini-map, you can see those 2 teams interacting that we're launching right now. Just to the left, just off the mini-map, StoneMountain StoneMountain's team is off into the distance, lurking in wait, trying to figure out how to rotate to the zone, there is a chance StoneMountain's team full sends this fight here shortly if these two teams actually engage with each other. So something to watch out for as our zone gets smaller is if they come out of their buildings to fight each other for any reason, maybe they get a knock and one of the teams decides to ape onto the other, try to pick up some limbs, watch out for StoneMountain's team swinging in with cars, third partying, and potentially playing cleanup here at Powerbang.
Hey, StoneMountain just went down to the play zone. Gojj, hate to rain your parade, my friend. Yeah,
no!
My man is down to the
team's
zone.
Alive.
Yeah, the team's like, see ya, brother. We're going to head to zone, but that's okay. StoneMountain will get him next time. Faizy and Jacob are on the rotate right now. Maybe Jacob's going to go back and pick him up. Nope, he's with Faizy. So hard to tell sometimes in the first-person perspective because you can't see everyone in the vehicle unless you're looking right at him. Pretty funny. But zone's coming in, circle's about to shift. This is where things are going to get interesting because almost every team right now is playing edge. No one really in center zone, but we do have one team actually starting to dive in right now. So we'll see where that circle goes here in about 1 second. There it is. It just centers up. So up towards that north, looks like northeast part of the circle, that's going to favor a number of teams that are going to now have to fight it out. And one of those teams is Rolex's team. And I like their odds here as they're taking on a Weekend's Red Eyes crew.
I like Rolex's odds as well. I think they're in a nice spot here. They got good cars to rotate in with if need be, or they can just use them as cover. Speaking of car skins, though, they do have that Bugatti that I was speaking about earlier. Looks to be an older variant of the Veyron. Very nice car skins. That's one thing I just always think of when I think of PUBG Mobile. Like, the car skins in this game are so clean. I can't believe that we're playing 2025 in a mobile game. And look, there's a Lamborghini Urus just sitting there while he's driving his Bugatti Veyron. It's unbelievable.
You can tell Ferg knows his cars. He got all kinds of stuff just chilling out here on the battlegrounds. Not always known to be off-road vehicles. Got a Bentley up here. You know, it's going off-road. No big deal. And look at that, shooting through the door. But just like that, T-Mags goes down. Bushka having a bit of a game here right now. It's another elim, and they knew he was there. Wow. Rolex clears the shack, and Red Eyes out of here. Another team eliminated. Ferg, we're into the top 5.
Absolutely into the top 5. Like you said before, this is where things start to get dicey. That zone's only going to get smaller, Gojj. I wonder where everyone else is situated, though.
Look at the visibility. I mean, you can see everything in this circle. I mean, from Rolex's vantage point, there is nowhere to hide. They probably have a good beat on where everyone is at, and it all comes down to where the next zone goes. And Nadeshot, this is expert rotation from him. He's
Nadeshot,
looking down Faizy.
This can't be another HBR in champs. Oh no!
They're fighting for their lives, Ferg. They are fighting for their lives. They have the hardest rotation in because they were trying to play western side of the last. It moves to the east, and they have to rotate it like this. Nate was a bit lost there for a moment, trying to figure out how to get out of the car and then get involved in the fight. But teammates are there to clean up. They're still up. They're still able to play, and they're near the top of the leaderboard. They're having a good day, and now that they've set up correctly, I'll be curious to see how they can address this fight with the team. You can see it on the minimap just to the south of them. This will be an interesting engagement.
You know, I gotta say, if you were to pause this game in the opening circle, stage 1, and you ask Nadeshot, hey man, you've got 2 players shot in the back, you know, on their knees, and you're stuck on the coast and in a boat, and you tell them like, hey, you're gonna be top 4, 10 elims, most in the lobby, are you satisfied with that? You know they're already happy with their game. Like, they're already in a good spot compared to where this thing started.
Absolutely, Powerbang. Oh, it seems like shots are going down on Bushka again. Is he going to get knocked once more? Mango coming in from the side of HH24. However, if there was ever a player to clutch up something like this, it would be the man, the myth, the legend himself. And he's going to go for the push straight away here. Take him down as well. Oh, my! No! He got eliminated. I thought he was going to do it all and get all the eliminations, Powerbang, but it doesn't come through for him.
It was so close. There's 2 up right now. FullFrontage is up as well as DrChemist, and the nades are going to come in here.
Oh, no.
This is going to be on target, it looks like. Boom goes the dynamite, and just like that, Ducky, Legion will say goodbye to the lobby along with Bushka. They are out of here. Mango not able to get it done. It was a valiant effort, but we are now down to 3 squads, and Holly just holding on right now. 1 member still left standing. This is going to come down to Nadeshot and Noko.
This is exactly, frankly, what I think we thought could happen. We shouted out these two teams at the top of the broadcast. We know the efficiency of people like Wynn and of people like Rolex, but their teams in general looking really strong right now. Obviously, player advantage right now is Team Noko. They've got everybody mostly fully healthy. They're in a really good position in zone, and they're just waiting for these other two teams to engage with each other and then just grab the victory. So I'm really curious for what this team on our screen will do, because they are pinched from both sides, one rotating in, one holding high ground. It's a battle of three of the finest teams we have today in the All-Stars face-off, and I have no clue who's going to win this thing.
It really is, but I like this play from Valic. Moving up the car. It hasn't exploded yet, but he does have that cover. If it explodes, he can move back, let it explode, and then go around and rotate towards it. And it seems like Valic, in my opinion, probably has a really good position here, considering HH's squad are going to go around and try and get some elims onto Rolex from the flank, PB.
Absolutely. This is great, man. Good content all around here. We got pros or former pros on every team right now, and they are playing like it. It's a 3 versus 4 versus 4, and I gotta compliment, you know, we saw one of these teams was literally down to one member, and they fought their way through it. HollywoodBob and squad somehow, someway staying alive. HH24 has the squad back into it, and Rolex now getting some shots onto Valic and company. You saw Valic establish that beachhead kind of farther up, got him a chance. I mean, if you look at the mini map on the top right, they have a chance to get to circle now, and that was because of that Valic play we saw just a moment ago. So really, really great play all the way around right now. And I think it's going to be 30 seconds before we see any major fireworks here as the zone starts to shift.
I mean, resource management is everything at this point. How many resources did you have to burn leading up to this final fight? Do you have smokes? Do you have frags? I mean, it's going to be everything. Obviously, any sort of meds would be massive, but right now, I think our frags and our smokes are going to be everything for this final fight, especially pending this zone pull. With little to no cover, trees, and then some visual cover from smokes, it's kind of your last prayer. I think we've got maybe a vehicle 2 left that's not completely exploded. But who moves first and who third parties first? This is sweaty.
It is indeed. Not only do they have a lackluster amount of utilities, Gojj, they also barely have any ammo. I think I seen Edge here only have 2 mags combined for himself, but the shots are going to go down, and RoastSmith is going to be the first to fall, Powerbang.
Oh, wow. Well, the fighting has kicked off. Rex down on the right. We got RoastSmith down up ahead. WPGN on the rotate to zone. Rolex takes down NoahSunday on the flank. Rolex holding that flank for his team as Valic looks on from Team Nadeshot. This is getting super tense right now. Teams, multiple of them have players down. It's Noko and Rolex who are still full strength, and this is going to come down to the very end here. Valic is eliminated. Nadeshot out in 3rd place. It's HollywoodBob versus Noko here. Head on, and it's Noko going into this one with a 2-man advantage. But will it be enough?
Oh my gosh. It's for he might clutch up here, bro. He's gonna go. Gojj, who do you think's gonna win this? Rolex or Edge?
I think it's got to be Rolex. He's got a great position right now, playing outside the zone. He's got plenty of room to work with. He's just holding and waiting for HH to make a move, and he's able to do it. Whoa! He does it. He did. Team Noko are your map 1 victors. Unreal job from this squad. We talked about him at the top of broadcast. Rolex, a great IGL, and it pays off in dividends, pays off in strides, and everything in between. Powerbang, about what we expected, but a fantastic first map for this squad.
I couldn't agree more. I'd like to motion to get that Rolex shirt made into an esports jersey as well. That thing was fire, and fire was his weapon as well. Absolutely crushing it down the stretch there. Got some key elims on the flank, holding off kind of 2 squads at once there, really getting it done for his team. But man, I really was impressed with the play there, not just from our obviously PUBG Mobile community members and pros, but like some of the folk coming in, including Nadeshot. They're in the final circles duking it out. So mad props to them. Really impressed though with the quality of action that we saw in game number 1, Gojj.
Yeah, Ferg, I want to bring it back to you because it's something we talked about right before that map. Your words of wisdom, the things that you were looking for. And I asked you, how do you think on your feet? I mean, that zone, especially for the end zone, but to pull that far south in our very first map in Erangel totally turned away any sort of strategy most of these teams likely had near the middle or top end of Erangel. And you had to completely adapt and think on your feet of how to create cover for yourself, how to break lines of sight, and then how to set yourself up for the end game.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said in the beginning, don't panic. Rolex didn't panic at all. They just moved their cars up with them every single time that zone wanted to rotate. None of them ever really got exploded up until the end, so they had that rotational vehicle to go exactly where they wanted, bring it in, use it as cover, and right until the end, they didn't panic once, and he held his ground and was able to take down HH24 there towards the end. It was a very close fight. I must say, I was kind of hoping that HH would win that, but good job to Rolex for clutching up right there.
Yeah, patience certainly a virtue. Here's a quick look back at some of our favorite replays from that one. Things started out pretty hot, and things did not start out too hot, Powerbang, for the Nadeshot team, or at least what it looked like, as they were able to swing this one back in their favor off of, frankly, a disadvantage, and it ended up carrying them all the way to the end game.
You know, watching that replay and kind of seeing what happened, that hurt my soul a little bit. Tiggleton, next time driving into a fight, I recommend looking at the enemy. It usually helps, but that seems to be, you know, obvious, but he had to think that there was somebody standing behind them, kind of guarding the rear, but both of those players were knocked, so maybe a little bit of a lapse in communication there from their side, but that's okay. You know, obviously we got 4 more matches here to run it back and try to get more points. Rolex, though, towards the end, we saw it was all about positioning with them. They got that high ground and could see everything. They knew where to go, where the other teams were, and it paid off for them.
Yeah, but Ferg, I mean, positioning is everything, but when you've got the master of his craft, HH, on your team and leading the charge, I mean, they were able to pull out some crazy plays to make it to the final 2 teams and then get into this fight.
They really were, and the team chemistry was on point there up until the end. So many of their teammates were knocked, and they were all able to get revived every single time. So very impressive case for that entire roster, and I look forward to seeing what they do in this game mode number 2.
Yeah, no, couldn't agree more. Very fun to see Erangel back on main stage, and I've had a blast watching not only the replays back, but just that entire map. Felt really cool. What'd you think of first-person POV here on main broadcast, Mr. Powerbang? A little different from what we're used to.
I wanted to talk about that a little bit, actually. I thought it was really interesting. I noticed the teams being a little bit, not tentative, I don't know if that's the word, but just not quite as confident, maybe, if you will, as they are in TPP. It's like, oh man, is there somebody looking at me? But that's the beauty of FPP, that first-person perspective. It's really all about what is on your screen in that moment. What can you personally lay your eyes on? And we saw some of that today. I even saw some driving errors, like Valic trying to drive into the circle and he caught his fender of the car on a tree. So maybe some, you know, some practice needed for some of these guys to kind of get used to that perspective again. But I personally loved it. And to what Ferg said just a second ago about, you know, it was HH24 getting their team back in the fight and getting everybody revived. I thought all of the teams actually did a pretty good job of that across the board. There were so many moments where, you know, we had 2-3 players knocked and all of a sudden everybody's back to full health, no one lost, and they're back to the fight. Started in the very first fight with Nadeshot and it went all the way to the final circles.
It's a really good shout. And frankly, as we start thinking about the points, and I know they're being calculated behind the scenes, I think I've got to remind everybody, placement points are a thing. So yes, eliminations are huge. I mean, 2 points per elimination, especially when you're a team. I mean, look, I love them. I always believe in them, but Legion squad, they ended up picking up a lot of eliminations, so I think they'll be up there. But placement points are a ton of points, 15 points for first, and here is your first place team, at least in that last map. We'll see where they land on the leaderboard, because we can do a little bit of math here. I'll do it for you. 12 times 2, or sorry, 6 times 2 is 12, plus the 15. That's a 27-point game from this squad, Ferg. I was trying to do math, and I screwed it up anyway, so all good.
I'm just glad you didn't make me do that, Gojj, because all I can do is play video games, you know, high school dropout and all that. I'm not trying to do any kind of mathematical things at all.
Well, our admins have done the math. You can see where all those points landed. I eventually got there, 27 points in total. But look at some of our other squads, Powerbang. Wow. 32 points from HollywoodBob because of their massive amount of eliminations. And then you got Nadeshot there with the most eliminations in the entire map. Tied for first, I believe, overall, if you look at our total points.
Yeah, this is not, I mean, if you tell Nadeshot, or you tell actually Rolex and Noko, hey guys, you're going to win the chicken dinner here and you're not even going to be in first or second place. I mean, they're probably a little bit surprised here, but again, it's a testament to HollywoodBob and Team Nadeshot. They really delivered in this their first match, and ultimately you got to tip your cap to LEGIQN and StoneMountain as well for getting it done here. But we take a peek at the overalls, 1 through 6 on our first page. Man, this is anyone's game. Obviously, you can rack up the points very, very quickly with each elim being worth 2 points. But man, two-way tie for first after this one, and neither one of them even picked up a chicken dinner, Gojj.
Yeah, and this really does set the tone for what we could expect for the rest of this tournament. Obviously, we've got some different maps and different modes coming, but they're still incredibly important to remember that just one single map could net you up to, at least today, the limit is 32 points, and I'm sure somebody could better that. So as we take a look at some of these teams near the bottom of the leaderboard, Ferg, things we always say about these teams is that it can change in the next map. We're just getting started. Like you said before, don't panic. You drop a 32-point game and the winner drops a 6. Boom, Team Iceman Isaac, they're going to be tied for first.
Absolutely, Gojj. Disappointing performance from Team Tickleton. Like I said earlier, he's meant to be the new Shroud of PUBG, and I want to see some of that action in PUBG Mobile, man. I want to see him come in and show everyone how good he is on the glass. Also, disappointed in Tarik's team. Where's Xifan and Cisco at? They're meant to be the carries.
I think they're going to step up in this next one. We got to talk about the next map, Powerbang. Do you think Team Tarik's going to step up in Payload? We are headed back to third-person perspective in Payload. Talk to me about what we can expect.
Man, what we can expect is a toss-up. This is a mode where it comes down to the gear that you pick up, the vehicles that you secure. It is a bit random, but it is fun. Payload, the most explosive mode in PUBG Mobile. We've got miniguns mounted on vehicles. We've got shoulder-mounted rocket launchers. We've got RPGs. We've got all kinds of explosive action. We've even got helicopters that are going to be on display here shortly. I cannot wait to see which teams are going to get all of those fun vehicles and use them to their advantage. But I will say, it makes those vehicle fights early on, when, you know, somebody drops and they go for cars, it becomes much more important who secures that vehicle, because once somebody gets in, they are gunning down their opposition or barbecuing them with the flamethrower. It's going to be super exciting to watch. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, I've had a chance to check out Payload, and I gotta say, the first one that comes to my mind is utter chaos. So when I was talking about, thinking on your feet and adapting to whatever the game throws at you, this game mode is truly gonna test that. So maybe, just maybe, our team at the top, maybe it's the team that wins, Rolex's squad, Team Noko, maybe they had everything perfectly planned out and they went exactly where they wanted. In Payload, Ferg, I can only imagine it's all gonna be about adapting and, frankly, who can drive a vehicle better and operate our miniguns better than our opponents, which is gonna be fun to watch.
It's going to be very fun to watch, and chaotic is the only adjective I could use to describe what is going to come down here in game mode number 2, being that Payload mode. Powerbang, who do you think is going to take this one?
Ooh, I'm taking a peek at my teams. I like Team LEGIQN for this one. I think Bushka has got a lot of strats that he can employ for that team. And I liked his hot hand early on. We saw him delivering the business to a couple of different teams. They weren't able to get over on them and get the full squad wipes, but he's got that hot hand early. And when that hot hand picks up a rocket launcher or an RPG or some sort of homing missile that's going to lock onto an aircraft, I like where things are going. So I'm looking for the clips in this particular game. Game 2 is going to be ripe full of video highlights. I can already feel it coming, so hopefully the creators deliver on that one. But I'm going Team LEGIQN as far as my prediction.
Well, it's a great shout, frankly, because, if you think about Erangel and you think about this kind of classic mode, we think about the sweats. We think about former pro players, which we saw a couple in that last one near the end game. And so when you think about second map here with Payload in particular in the mode, I'm leaning on the content creators to lead the charge here. I think this is going to be more content heavy. I think our content creators that have maybe done this a little bit more often than maybe some of our competitive players are going to drive this. I'm looking at Team Sykkuno. I think Medalcore, Dreamcase, and SurfnBoy could actually do really well in this mode, having that nice balance of being pretty competitive, but also really good content creators. And like you said, Powerbang, we do tend to find Medalcore near the top of just about every single leaderboard we do when it comes to PUBG Mobile.
I feel like the Medalcore is always there, but I feel like you're absolutely right. Such a good shout. Like that advantage that esports pros bring into PUBG Mobile playing Classic, there's clearly a huge advantage there for them. But when you go to something like Payload, which they never play, right? Because they are focused on Classics, now all of a sudden, you know, that advantage might even go to the content creators because they know what the weapons are. They know which ones to grab. And so that's something that I'm definitely going to be paying attention to. Ferg, I got to get your prediction here for our second game of the day. Any teams that you've got your eye on for this one?
There's absolutely no rhyme or reason for this team. I just want to see Team Tarik do good because Xifan, I played with him in previous competitions here, and also Syskuno's on there. So please, guys, do something. Like, please,
get it done for Ferg.
Please.
Ferg's gonna be calling you out all day today if you don't. Every single map. Step up, boys. That's what we're gonna be hearing from Ferg. I love it. I love it. We got some incredible teams today, but I've got to remind you that we've got, of course, rewards for you all at home just for watching, and I think we already have our first winners. So let's take a quick look at that. I believe it was Team Legion as the team with the most healing done in match 1. This is frankly unsurprising because they were able to pick up so many eliminations throughout the course of this map, and because of that, they probably were healing a ton to make sure they stayed alive. So let's take a look at who those winners were that chose Team Legion, and it looks like if you say your name down at the bottom of the screen, you know who you are. Congratulations, a huge.
Well, you don't want to say that one.
And what? You want to pronounce all of these for me? You want to pronounce the last
We
one?
can try.
The last one in particular, I'm looking at like, oh, Gojj, nice swerve on that one. We dodged a bullet there.
That looks like a Google Play Store code or something.
Well,
Wait, is that the prize?
Whoever you are, guess what? You just won a brand new 128 gigabyte iPad 11 so that you could go play PUBG Mobile at home or maybe on a train or wherever you are. Super exciting stuff. So big congratulations to you because you chose correctly. Now, I gotta remind everybody, and this is the most exciting thing I think about this. If you're like, wait a minute, I just joined. These people just won an iPad? Yeah, you could as well. We're gonna keep these pickups open throughout the course of today's broadcast where you could pick who you think is going to win a very specific challenge in each of our maps. Now, I do believe because Payload is next, the next one is the most damage is what you're trying to pick. So head over to amg.gg/all-star pick'ems to go get your picks in right now. Most damage in map 2. So we're paying attention to the leaderboard. You know, we're looking for eliminations. We're looking for placement points. But you at home might be looking for who's dropping the most damage. That might correlate, Powerbang, to elims, or it might not.
It's just going to be good old rock'em sock'em, shoot 'em up action. We'll see where that goes. But again, tip your cap to Team Legion. I just called them out as a potential prediction here for our second map. But again, they were the team. Remember, they were mixing it up early. They had a team pinned down. Bushka knocked Cody on the hillside there and then got shot in the back. They got into it. And then they got shot up as they went up the hill. So a lot of getting shot and a lot of healing. So they are the ones to thank for your iPads in round number 1 of our pick'ems. But man, that is a lot of iPads to be given away in one afternoon. So you guys better keep it locked here. Obviously, smash a like on the screen wherever you're watching from. That is probably the coolest prizing that I've heard of in an online gaming event. So pretty sweet. Gojj, good luck giving away all those iPads and saying all those names.
Yeah, don't worry. I've entered 45 times, maybe 150 times, and it doesn't matter. They're not going to give it to me, okay? They're not going to let me win this thing. So you better enter so that I at least can celebrate you. I need to go pick up a new iPad so that I can grind PUBG Mobile. Look, Ferg, we're about to jump into map number 2. I think our players are almost ready. I have this tradition that I've just started where I ask you for words of wisdom. And I think for this one, you know, you maybe haven't experienced Payload as much as others. So given what you know about Payload, I would love to hear your advice. Now, I think I know exactly who you're talking to because you're talking to Team Tarik. So you can even address them by name here of what your advice is for that team.
Honestly, y'all are probably going to have a bad game anyway. So my advice is get all your family members to go to that freaking link and get one of those damn iPads. While Powerbang was on the screen, I was messaging my girlfriend. I was like, yo, they're giving away hella iPads on this. Like, I need you to enter this. I don't have a new iPad. I want one for free, bro. Come on, enter for me, Sarah. Please, please win something. Oh, gosh.
Unbelievable. Words of wisdom are enter into our amazing sweepstakes here on broadcast. Man, this guy's doing my job for me. Tarik, he doesn't care about you at all.
You can try your best. Try as hard as you want, but let's be honest, you probably got more chance winning these iPads than winning this tournament, so let's do it.
That is brutal. Savage. Don't worry. We got our catch-up points at the end. The last map are double points. You drop a 32-point game in the last map, all of a sudden, you could be leaping up that leaderboard dramatically. Unfortunately, Powerbang, it is winner takes all. So sometimes we tout that potentially... wow, first of all, look at these vehicles. My goodness. Talk about a loaded... I got no heads up, no nothing. All of a sudden, I see a mech on screen. All I was saying is, you got catch-up points, but consistency going to be the name of the game, Powerbang. I'm excited to see who's going to be consistent today.
Stealth jets, airdrops.
Is this...
I mean,
like, it looks like a WoW map here with all of these damn vehicles they've got on the screen. A helicopter, too?
This is one of my favorite hot drops there is. It's on top of the school. There's a helipad, and there is a helicopter there that teams will like to battle for. And that gives a nice little transportation advantage early on. You can obviously gun from the side of it. So we'll see if there is any action at the school, but we got the plane going right for it. I mean, a nice little optimal jump here, but this is going to be a lot of fun. I always love when events incorporate payload because it is pure shenanigans the entire time.
Looks like Team Iceman Isaac maybe learned a lesson here and are maybe thinking that, hey, maybe it's going to go down military again, and if it does, we'll be ready. If it doesn't, at least we got a massive amount of land that we could get to, whereas going the opposite and getting into military base was a bit more difficult for them. They had a frustrating first map on rotation getting picked off, so I think they're going to err this way and say, hey, we're going to be first out. Nobody else is. Let's take military base to ourselves. Obviously, great loot here, but right now we're talking payload, which means we're looking for vehicles.
Absolutely. And Powerbang, do you think that it's more opportune to just go for a vehicle or to try and use a rocket launcher? Like, what way do you want to work this mode?
I like the vehicle option because you can always jump out and parachute, and you know, I like the vehicles, especially early on when you can catch people on foot that maybe don't have that vehicle, because you can literally run them down. I'm looking for the hot drop though up near Yasnaya Polyana. There's 3 or 4 teams up there right now, so we'll definitely keep our eye on that. We've got 2 at Stalber as well in a bit of a split drop there. See, Jacob and the rest of his squad have gone north to Stalber, but other than that, everyone's kind of staked out their own locations. Looks like we've got Dab and his squad there at Rozhok. We've got Real Dream there at school. Zeke, Pachinki, Xifan down at Farm, and then Milta going to Rolex WPGN. So keep our eye out for the action early, but Tiggleton taking advantage of the tanks early on.
That tank is very fast. I thought it was going to be really slow, but it's zooming around the map, Gojj.
Yeah, that is scary. When you got firepower and speed, that's a problem. StoneMountain trying to act like a tank. A little bit of speed, a little bit of firepower, maybe not quite as much as he would like. He's got a couple players in his vicinity in a bit of a tough spot, but oh, DrChemist, you can't do it to the man like that. Oh, no.
These guys don't have heals, though. On the edge of the hill, FaizyGG just popped up, and they're now protecting StoneMountain. Rex trying to get the finish. He doesn't have the equipment to do it. This man has no heals. He's down to a sliver of health, and their team is not in a spot to support him, so he's going to have to back off, and StoneMountain catching a break in this early fight. There's the health pack here for Rex. He's going to patch himself up, but not before StoneMountain back in it. They are going to dodge a bullet here early, but again, no loot in their pockets either. We'll see if they're able to get some.
Absolutely, Powerbang. And is iStream using his phone's camera for a face cam right now?
For sure. You can tell.
I didn't even know that technology existed.
This guy is locked in. Either that or he's got a cam mounted. Oh my gosh. Forget the cams. We've got the mechs out. Welcome to Payload. Powerbang, this is one way to knock a team. StoneMountain, you might not have any loot. You also don't have a mech.
Look how fast
and this mech can sprint. Yeah, just watch out. Oh, hey, there's a guy. Fires the missiles and not able to connect, but at least he knows where they are. They've got him locked down to this building. iStream taken down, and it is down to FaizyGG locked in this building, and he's got people with angles. He's got a mech on the outside. Does he just go for the revive here? I mean, clearly he is in a world of hurt right now. Does he run? That might be the move.
I might just open up the settings tab and just leave the game at this point. If I was to see something like that outside the house, I would be giving up on the spot.
Rage quit. Just go out, kneel at their feet, do a little emote, back to the lobby.
Oh man, I don't even know if I rage. It would just be like a give up quit. Like, you know what, GG's. Maybe just run out, you know, just let them take me down. Like, oh, never mind. Ooh. Oh, wait. What a shot from FaizyGG.
Look at that. That mech, he's dismounted and made the push, and that made all the difference. Oh, look at that. Faizy does take down FullFrontage, but not before they trade, and just like that. That's an expensive push here for HollywoodBob's squad. They win the engagement, but, you know, they lost a couple of members at the same time.
They did, losing 2 of their teammates there. Edge 2-4, man. One of the GOATs is eliminated, Gojj.
Yeah, you got to remember, too, this is one of our top teams on the day, right? They were 2nd place overall at the end placement-wise from that last map. They had fantastic eliminations as well. So to even trade here, obviously, great for your points. I mean, you can see them at the top of our leaderboard on the right-hand side, but now you're down in numbers for the late game. I think they could have played that way more patient and potentially kept a couple more folks alive and maybe had a better showing on this map. So remember that moment as we get into the late game here, Ferg.
Absolutely, Gojj. Shame to see HH24 go down, but no, we gotta see what Team Tarik's up to. Doing absolutely nothing as expected. Should have went for those iPad guys. Come on. Make sure to enter in.
That's gonna get me every time, I'm not gonna lie.
They've got the Dacia here with the nice little gun on top. Let's see if we get any action on that one. Not sure. We got the minigun rolling up on the back of that buggy there, but yeah, you just never know what kind of fight you're going to get into. All I know is if you are going to get into a fight, bring a lot of ammunition, bring explosives. It's always good to have those grenade launchers. Bella Fox still getting it done with the UMP as she's leading her team to an early victory here out in the middle of Yaz. So nice work to her. She's got Juicy J on the back, and they're going to go kick it and zone somewhere else.
So do you think for weapon choices, Powerbang, the best thing to do is to get one explosive one and one good, solid, normal weapon?
That's what a sane person would do, but I'm that guy that's running around with like double rocket launcher or something ridiculous, you know? You can get like even a little small grenade launcher for like a handheld weapon. So yeah, you can really go crazy on the loadouts here, but here's the flamethrower on the UAS. And this is an effective flamethrower, but they are burning that. Oh wow, what are they doing? They're having fun, is what's happening.
Did I not say this is our content team? All right, let's spin up some content. They're making a video right now. They're gonna post it later, and then they're gonna win this map. Mark my words. Watch out for Team Sykkuno. That's all I'm saying. For
yeah, watch out for Team Sykkuno. Exactly. They're gonna end up eliminating themselves.
Exactly. He's got the finger on the trigger just locked down.
The thing is, Sykkuno's such a nice guy. He's probably like, wow, this is a really cool flamethrower. Like talking so kindly about this vehicle to his chat as he explains what's happening. While his chat is like, this is chaos.
Pretty much. They are rocking at Rosshawk right now. Flamethrowers in tow. Got a pickup truck there. I think we've seen almost every vehicle. We have not seen the helicopters just yet, but we'll see. It's inevitable. So they just picked up one of those rocket launchers. It's like a javelin almost. So we'll see if that gets any use.
Would I be right in saying that there's a Harrier jet in this as well?
They have like an airdrop. You can like laze a target, and I'm not sure the actual name of the jet that comes in, but it'll light up the battlefield. I'm really hoping we get to see some of that.
All right, me too. Oh, here comes the mech, bro. That is unbelievable.
Dude, this is crazy. I watch some Payload content. I don't know how I missed the mechs, but this is getting me all types of out of words right now. HollywoodBob, he's not careful on rotations. He doesn't care. He's just gonna run the streets in a mech. He's like, you have a tank? I don't care. Let me run you down. Team Tickleton's scared right now.
Chat, is it mech or is it tank? Who wins this engagement? I don't know. Tiggleton's like, you know what? I want to find out. He's zoomed in down the turret trying to connect here. HollywoodBob does not care. That's what I've learned right now. He's got the mech and he is rocking and rolling. Rex here piloting this thing, gaining some valuable intel for the squad. He knows there's a whole squad there. But yeah, the mech, the reason it may not look as familiar, Gojj, is that it came out in a later update for Payload as part of one of the content drops, but they kind of kept it in. And now we've got the mech inside a Payload, which is like a super cool remnant from one of those themed updates. So very exciting. It's super fun to use, and obviously you can just drop all kinds of missiles on people from range, and it's got really good range to boot. And we're on board here with an RPG from Team Noah.
Absolutely. Also, speaking of other teams, though, it looks like Edge did get back in, and they have their full roster back now. So it should be interesting to see what they do at the end of this game, considering they are the top team drawn right now at first place.
Absolutely. They got to one of the revive stations. They're marked with a heart on the map, and you can get your team back in. So it looks like they did make it to one of those. And Xifan has pulled into the scene as Tiggleton and them look on. This is going to be interesting if they are able to catch anybody. Tiggleton rolling up now to HollywoodBob's squad. Will they catch them in time? They are rolling out. The minigun starts to fire. Angry Hoser, you're shooting the wrong. Oh, here we go.
Oh, now we're talking.
No
she's
surprise.
Scouting. She's scouting for Tiggleton on the ground. They're not getting away. Look at this.
Wait, I was about to say, no surprise that Juicy J, riding as a passenger seat here, is about to try to farm the greatest clip of all time from the heli passenger seat RPG. We got to start flying. We got to catch up to him. This could be one of the best clips of the day, Juicy. We're all counting on you.
He needs to just shoot. Surely he has yeah, he's got 6 shots. Just take a chance. Just fire it at them, please. I need to see this.
Looks like they're calling it out so they can get the support from their team, but here is a jet coming.
This is what I was talking about, Powerbang.
This is insane.
It's outrageous. Look at it. Oh, the graphics on it are insane. It really does look like a Harrier jet.
This is so cool.
Who came up with this? This is unbelievable. T-Mags trying to put... okay, I correct myself. This could be the greatest clip of all time of a Harrier jet taking down a mech. Where are they? Find them, T-Mags. I need this in my life.
It's hilarious. They've flown so high that the names are fading off the battlegrounds, but now they're scouting them. Are they dropping bombs yet? Okay, they have been spotted. You can hear the bullets ricocheting off of the plane right now. This may not be an easy one here for T-Mags, but he's going to try to get this clip. I have faith.
I have faith too. Fingers crossed it would be a banger if it were to come through, Gojj.
Yeah, what's super interesting about this too is it's kind of iconic because Iceman Isaac was an actual pilot in the Air Force, and then after retiring, kind of came into full-time content creation. And so the fact that they're the ones that have the jet right now is truly a cool nod to his history, let alone the great content that we're waiting to see. I mean, he gets a lay of the land.
Can I ask why he's not piloting then? He's letting T-Mags do the work here. You know he would pick this up in a hot second if he's got that kind of work experience, if you will.
I think he probably thought about it and was like, you know what? I am afraid that T-Mags will probably be a better pilot than I am in game. Let's actually get some value out of this and see what he's able to do while I stay to the ground.
Oh, wow. That was actually pretty close on that RPG there. The Saurus firing it over distance. Doesn't quite connect, but here's the tank zooming in, and that zoom is beautiful.
It is. How many tank shells does it take to eliminate a jet, though, Powerbang? Do you know?
I legit have never seen a tank connect with one, so I'm waiting for that answer myself. This is not ideal piloting, though. Isaac, I just asked about this. Gojj, you may be right.
Well, so here's the thing. I think he was doing a little bit of, he was doing some scouting himself. When I said he was on the ground, I wasn't expecting him to be in a jet on the ground, but hey, he's alive, and that's all that counts.
He's used to the red planes, I think.
Right. That makes a huge difference. He is alive for now. He does have some meds. The problem is here comes Aches and a mech. What in the world?
Oh no!
Stay alive, please. Oh, it's like a horror movie, Powerbang.
Oh, he stopped. Yes, he hid. You know, Iceman Isaac was looking at that like, oh crap, he sees me. He thought he hid, and then Aches is coming back. Did he see him? I'm so confused right now if he knows he's there.
No, there's no way.
It looked like
I think he's paying attention to the jet.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Isaac could have a... Oh, this could be interesting.
He's living up to his name right now. He's definitely the Iceman in this situation. Oh! It's over for him.
Nope, they saw him.
What's crazy? He almost made a fantastic play. Little RPG to the ground. Was able to hop, almost like skip into the vehicle to avoid fire. Just didn't have a secondary to follow up or couldn't get to it fast enough. Hey, great effort, though. I think Aches was just playing it slow to make sure his team could get the trade without losing one.
Ferg, I don't know about you, but I think Aches saw him, and I think he played it off. That stop where, like, the horror movie scene that we saw where he, like, turned around slow and then just kind of cruised by. I think he radioed into the team as, like, guys, I got one here at the boulder. I'm not quite sure on this whole mech controls. Can you give me some support? Yeah. And they rolled in with the thunder and dealt with it, man. Yeah. But good job by Aches there, slow rolling that.
Yeah. So you're trying to say he didn't know how to use the mech at all? I feel like. Yo,
what?
Awesome map explosion.
Yo, that was a sick shot.
Wait, that was a dot.
Heat-seeking missile. Yeah, it was. He's coming back for more. There's a mech on the radar right now. T-Mags is going to hone in and try to take it down out in the open. Aches.
Oh, wait, what?
Wynn took him down.
Oh, that's not a soft landing. Somebody needed to throw a mattress out from there. That was tough.
Who hit that shot? That was unbelievable.
That was Wynnsanity.
Oh my gosh. Well, hey,
I don't even know where he is.
For the problem
he's at
with
the compound.
Yeah, if you fly high in the sky, everybody can see you. My gosh, Wynn with a crazy clip himself.
That was insane. You saw the explosion, and then all of a sudden, poor T-Mags flying and falling to his peril, you know. That's it for him. But here's Wynn over at this building. I mean, just easy pickings. Nobody knew he was there, and he got the first shot off. So now all of that air artillery, you see it kind of landing right now. Juicy J, you know, taking a little fall damage there himself. But Rex, you got to get this off the ground, my man. That's not the place to park a plane. What the heck? Look at it.
What is going on?
Evasive maneuvers, gentlemen. Trust the process. He's doing everything like he wants it to. This is exactly how he wants it to go. And StoneMountain says, thank you very much. I'll take care of this one, gentlemen.
That was a really nice thermal scope.
Yep, he's not getting out of there.
You never know. They might have some inaccuracies.
Firepower. Yeah, that's true. He might get out of there on foot, but he ain't making it in the plane, man. That thing is cooked.
Absolutely not. One shot.
He's done. Ice Street picks him off, and that'll do it. But just like that, they still have a couple members alive, so not all bad there. We got HollywoodBob's squad as well with 3 members still alive. HollywoodBob's just kicking it, man. Driving that US, little flamethrower action. Looking for a good spot to call home.
You know, I kind of forgot, Ferg, that this is still a battle royale. Like, you still got to think about rotations. Yeah. You still got to think about how you're taking engagements. It just is so chaotic. And, you know, I was looking back, and obviously Wynn's team and Team Nadeshot was in a really good position, kind of holding edge of zone. And he was able to snipe there to pick up, obviously, the crazy clip on the jet. But still in a really good spot here as they're going to try to rotate in. Yes, coming in late. So let's take a look at this map. Ferg, break it down for me. Obviously, we got some teams that are already in zone as it's airing all the way down to Pachinki. Some of the other teams having to rotate in. But, of course, everybody's got some sort of a vehicle.
Absolutely, Gojj. And I think right where Tarik's team is right now is probably the best spot in zone. You've got central positioning. You've got a house and an entire compound. But I was going to ask Powerbang, do you think it's beneficial to hold a compound considering there are so many explosives? I've never played a BR with this much going on in terms of how many rocket launchers there are, tanks, jets. Like, I don't even know if I want to be in one of those. I'm not sure how it's going to be played here. It's going to be interesting to see the end of this match, Powerbang. What do you think?
It's tough. I can give you my gut call. There's never really been Payload competitive mode played, although I would pay to see it. But I feel like the compounds are great kind of early on. But as things get, you know, a little bit closer in, you start seeing machinery like this that can lock on. You know, you can start scoping through those windows. You see him jump out, bail on it. The parachutes are activated. that aircraft is done. You can shoot out of windows like that and lock on and get that same type of effect, but you know, it's anyone's guess as to what the best mode is, or what the best method of play is, or what the best strategy is here. One thing I did want to point out too that I forgot about, I don't know if water's in play at all, but the pickup truck that we just had on screen a moment ago, it has barrels strapped to the side of it. Those will float, and this thing can actually go on water. So that's kind of a little adaptation to the vehicle. It makes it a bit more versatile for this particular game mode.
And slowly but surely, these teams are creeping into the zone. There's a look at it. Shout out to production. And this team actually could rotate down the water. There is a bit of water in the zone just to the south of what is going to catch it. The zone's currently catching kind of the southeastern side of Pachinki, and it's going all the way down to the water that separates the mainland to the actual military base. So we're not going to be in military this time around at all, as teams are trying to figure out where to go, how to rotate in, trying to think like a battle royale while their minds are spinning in 1,000 different directions, because there's tanks, cars with barrels, flamethrowers, jets, and everything in between. I think most of our aircraft probably has been taken out at this point, Ferg, but I don't know. I'll be excited to see how this end game works out, because the last one was chaotic. This one is going to only be 10x more chaotic as we take a look at some of our hidey hole rats.
Absolutely, and speaking of air support vehicles in the sky, you can see Ahmed has a helicopter right above HH24. One thing I will mention though, Gojj, is that although these vehicles seem really overpowered, nobody seems to be good at using them. They are crashing them, exploding them, putting them into the water, which we might see from Ahmed here, or he might just get taken down by FullFrontage. I mean, whatever floats your boat.
Farouk's getting involved
right now. Yeah, he's landing that helicopter in the most rugged spot imaginable. HH24, maybe he's taking a bathroom break. I don't know what's going on there strategically, but he is big chilling right now, staying out of sight. But yeah, he's definitely there. I mean, he's looking around. I don't know if he, I mean, there's thermals, there's UAVs, there's all kinds of stuff in this particular game mode. And look at this view. Little B with the tank from range. He's already taken down a couple of HollywoodBob's members, and now he's going to town on StoneMountain, but the return fire absolutely on point for StoneMountain. Now those grenades just don't have the range.
They really don't. I'm surprised HH has been able to stay alive this long, but this is where that competitive play really comes into its own, as he knows he's the last player alive in that roster, and he doesn't know how many teammates Little B has, so he's just trying to stay alive for as long as possible and maybe go for a nice little swim here sometime soon.
Well, the interesting thing is that actually I think I just saw in the elimination feed there that Farouk got taken down. And so Little B's having to get out of Dodge. I think also a solo for his team. That's that Iceman Isaac squad we were talking about before that had been flying some jets around. I think Little B might be the only player left alive for that team. So he's actually having to leave HH and have to rotate in. This is about to be nutty.
You know, there's not a lot of PUBG mobile matches that I've seen with like a jet parked on the cliffside with a mech rolling up next to it and a tank off on the flank. I mean, this is some interesting stuff for sure. Got RPGs being returned out of the window. Rolex firing up at NoahSunday. Doesn't connect, but the push is on. They breach their way into the house. Noko down. Real Nadeshot getting the RPG elim. Win goes down. They've traded, and now it's up to Rolex to get the back of NoahSunday here. They're able to, and it is just a big trade fest right now. Both these teams battling to the death.
It is indeed Powerbang, but they still have their best player left alive, being Valic, standing on top of the roof above. So hopefully he can stay alive and make something work here, Gojj. He's taking down one.
It's going to be a tough fight, but you're right. I mean, he's able to somewhat even the playing field. If he's got plenty of resources to play around with, it's definitely possible. Rolex is maybe hearing some footsteps playing around the outside. He's got an angle. Rolex, no! He hasn't played with an RPG in a while. He hits the windowsill. It hurts, and it hurts bad, and all of a sudden, this fight is pretty even as RoastSmith is going to be 1v1ing Valic, and it's not looking pretty. He might be able to get a revive here if Valic doesn't find an angle. But the problem
he's finding the angle.
with the launcher.
Valic is so good, bro.
Valic. Here's the thing, Ferg. He's not only good with traditional weapons, he must be an expert at geometry. The angles he found to take the shots through the building, find the angle to pick up the double knock. It helped, I think, that Rolex hurt himself on the RPG shot, but regardless, very well played. They are still in this.
Absolutely, a little 3v1 to seal the deal from Valic there. Great play by him. And now we're looking over at Team X. Where's this part in the map, Parbang?
This is Potato Hill. They're right in the center of the map right now. Being forced out by the zone, they're going to have to go south. Brazen Rover holding the line right now. He has a multi-shot, like a 6-canister RPG, essentially here. Little grenade launcher. And I guess it's not rocket propelled, but it is a launcher. And this thing will do some work. This is one of my favorite. You can hear that distinct sound. It's just one after the other. And he has got a bead on Metal right now. Metal able to hide. Well, Metal, I don't know if they know he's there. I think they're trying to clear that spot, but I don't know if they've seen him.
Ooh, it's looking like they know that he is there now, but the zone did just rotate, and it looks like no teams are in it. He's going to take a lot of damage. His teammates are down below. They could help him out here. Unfortunately, it seems like Sykkuno has been knocked, however, as well as Metal.
Oh, they're just going straight for the revive here. Dream's like, don't worry about me. I'm just, there's zero cover at all.
I don't know about this, Parbang.
Is she going to get it? Are they going to push her? No way.
I think they're... I think she's going to get it, yeah. It's a great play. I mean, she's able to hold the angle. Well, just in case you're about to peek. Here's an RPG. The problem with this fight... The problem with this fight is that whoever rotates first is going to get shot in the back. So now it's just a grenade fest. Now we've got a knock. Now we push the equation. No more revives for you, Dream. Good luck in a 1v2. Little to no cover. I can only expect... Oh, no!
Wow.
Are you kidding me? An RPG to the tree knocks one. Ace luckily can get the revive here. It's going to stay at 1v2. This fight should not have taken this long, but the RPGs are the great equalizer.
This is crazy. Why she's alive right now, I have no idea what's going on. Literally on the rock, finally getting shot in the back here, it looks like. Third-party action is strong, and that will have her clear out of this fight, but it's going to be too much here if she does get pushed. The timing has just worked out in her favor, though. She's able to stay alive. She's got Team Sykkuno firmly in her backpack right now, carrying them to the final circles, but the hard shift is on. She's going to have to get a move on along with Ace Lawrence up there. They have a long way to go to get to this safe zone.
They do indeed, and the vehicles are really going to hold them back. But what is that? Is that a helicopter launcher, Carbine?
Indeed, it is. We got ourselves a nice little, what's the UAV?
Come on.
This thing looks OP. What?
Drone action? Yeah.
Oh, that's what you were talking about earlier.
It's unfair.
You can shoot out of. Wow.
Yeah, you wanna get one of those on your squad, not the other team. That's for sure.
100%. The shots went so fast too.
Look at this. This is a little stare down here.
Yeah. It looked like they're battling the trenches of World War I or II.
Yeah, they're playing the northwestern side of this zone. They actually get a pretty solid zone pull. Both teams, though, are going to have to move at least a hair to get into new. Luckily, we've got plenty of vehicles to be able to do that. Here's Team LEGIQN. Bushka, you said this is the team to watch out for, and as they've got a knock on Mango, there's a chance that their opposition might swing on this fight because they know they have to go through their opponents to get to zone. Here comes the fight. Dab maybe trying to play the aggressive stance with the grenade landing on his head. Dab in trouble, just trying to get an RPG down range and loses half his health bar, Ferg.
Absolutely. I don't know if that's a fight that I would take any longer, considering that a lot of his teammates were weak there for a second, but he's going to continue to fire those nades over, which is great to see because one of them may land like that one. Barely misses Parbang.
This is crazy. Nice shots here. The pressure is real. Dab is keeping it coming. They are on the ropes right now. They know it. Bushka was able to hold them back just for a few moments there with some well-placed grenades, but didn't get the knock he was hoping for. And now Dab is just chipping away. Rockets, grenades, all kinds of stuff. And there it is. The squad wipe for Dab plays. Just everyone except for one person. I don't know who's up, but no one is anymore. They are out of here. And just like that, we've got them sent back to the lobby. So beautiful pressure from Dabs. It looked like he was basically the only one supplying it. But Red Eyes and Chief, they're going to go get that loot.
He was indeed the only one supplying it. Speaking of that barrel truck, there it is. We can see it again. but I feel like Tarik doesn't know where this player is right in front of him.
You can hear that reload grenades. He's fully locked off now.
I think your trash talk might have worked. Tarik's team fully healthy, at least for a moment. Okay, I spoke a hair too soon. They were fully healthy. I think they'll get the survive. Okay, everything's fine. But they're fully healthy, and they're a Final Four. I mean, these are huge placement points we're getting into right now. Again, it's 15 points if you win this game, let alone the eliminations you pick up along the way. So a little trash talk might go a long way for this squad, as all of a sudden now they're getting picked off from distance. Oh, no.
Mods
All right.
And Gojj.
My bad. Okay.
That was an unreal caster curse.
Yeah. Wow.
And
literally wiped.
You got
Sykkuno
one guy.
No health.
Got 4 health left.
Yeah.
Let's see if Gojj can get the deal here. Sykkuno is about to clutch this. I am sure of it. He's got the bandages, and that's it. Unfortunately, look at his ammo for the rockets. He's got 10 left. We'll see if he's got. Did he see Cody on the way in on the far side? I know Yamna did, but I don't know if that communication made it over to her teammates in all of the chaos. So we'll see if Syskuno's able to spot them out. Red Eyes loading up into the tank. They're going to move to zone right now. Nice armored cover here, as they're going to have a huge advantage with 4 players up and only 1 for each of their opponents right now.
Absolutely. This is basically a humiliation ritual at this point. There's no way that any other team is going to win this except for Sid and Dab.
Ooh, maybe not. Cody got a knock there on Sade. Did a little bit of damage to Red Eyes here, and it is a 3v1 from range. Shots are on point. Chief down. It's a 2v1.
No shot. Oh,
well.
That didn't last long.
Hey, well, that'll
That's what
do
happens
it.
in Payload.
Team Chief GG, the winner by, I would say, 1,000 cuts, but instead it was 1,000 rocket-propelled grenades and normal grenades. Very well done from Chief GG and his entire team. Dab plays the main progenitor of all of the insane amount of explosives that he was able to throw down range in just about every single fight. I was going to bring up something about resource management in the final circle. I don't think we need to talk about that. I think they had infinite amount of grenades. I don't know what was happening, but a fantastic win from that squad, Powerbang.
They rolled into the final circle with a tank. What can I say? W Dabs. I mean, this is a dude that came with an RPG and just absolutely mowed through team after team going into that final circle. So again, big tip of the cap to him. Shout outs to Sheaf, man. Way to lead the squad there. They finished with all 4 up in that final circle, going 4v1v1. That is an ideal spot, especially when you're also bringing a tank to the fight. Am I right? But gentlemen, I gotta get your reactions. Ferg, that's probably the first time you've seen Payload in a minute. What'd you think of the craziness?
Yeah, I thought that the craziness was crazy. I mean, well, I think looking back on some of our replays here, one of the things that I've got to call out is that it was a bit more battle royale than I expected. There was still some of the gunplay and some really good, moments of holding rotations on edge of zone. But then there was the utter chaos of trying to fly jets and failing, trying to fly jets and succeeding, and then RPGs for days. So it truly did live up to the name, and we get to see the dichotomy of that here on main stage. But this shot from Wynn was fantastic. He was able to hit that with a sniper. He was able to take out one out of the jet and set his team up for success, certainly. However, it didn't end up paying off at the end. We didn't see Team Nadeshot at the final circle.
Nope, didn't quite pan out, but I love the shot in the mid game there. Wynn taking down the plane and, that slow, painful fall. There was enough time there on that fall for Team Ash to really think about where he went wrong, with that jet play there. So I loved it though. Jets, all over the place. I will say the lobby needs to brush up on their pilot skills. That's first and foremost. But I think we've got a couple people in the lobby that might be able to teach them. This fight though, with Real Dream, I don't know how she made it out of here. I really don't. But Jacob bringing in the missiles from the drone ends the dreams of Dream very quickly and then turns it quickly over to the other squad as well. Ace Lawrence getting picked apart. But good fights all the way around, Gojj. Pretty exciting stuff. And then this fight here, I blame you for the jinx, man.
Okay.
I agree. I blame Gojj.
Here's the thing, right? They still got top 3. That's still 10 placement points. That betters their last game score by like 10x. So, I mean, hey,
I don't want to hear it.
10x exponential. We keep doing that all of a sudden. We're at the top of the leaderboard. Here's the stats from this squad in the last one. So, I got to say, over 1,000 damage is looking pretty good for those pick'ems. Keep an eye out. We'll see. We'll do some calculations. But a total of 7 eliminations, which I know to be 14 points, and a win, which is a 29-point game. Ferg, talk to me about this leaderboard after here in our second map. This is our second map leaderboard. It does look like they had the best game of map 2, and it was actually Noah J there in second.
It was indeed Noah J's team. Not looking too bad. Everyone else kind of fell off quite significantly in terms of points. Even Tarik's team only able to get 14 there. X 21 point total for game number 2. So I'm looking to see them rise through the leaderboards. Unfortunately, Gojj, we had to ban you in the chat for speaking of Team Tarik there.
What? I got banned in the chat? Oh my gosh, that's ridiculous. I don't. These people, they can't handle a good cast or curse. It happens every single broadcast. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. We've got Team Nadeshot on top after 2. Are you kidding me? 46 total points. Team SurfnBoy just off that last win and a pretty decent map 1 Powerbang in second by only 2 points behind the leader, with HollywoodBob not too far behind.
Hey, all I gotta say is there's 5 teams within 9 points of each other right now. So this is a very tight match with really anyone can put their name on that trophy, win that $10,000. Overall ranking is extremely tight. Shout out to Nadeshot for having his team in pole position here as we leave game number 2. And I've got my eye on the damage as well done over that game. This was incredibly close. I'm not going to spoil it. We'll wait for the announcement here shortly on that one, Gojj. But the top 2 damage dealers are within 20 damage points of each other. So incredibly close for who dealt the most explosive damage and damage overall in map 2.
Well, here's a quick look at the bottom half of the leaderboard as of current. Things are getting a little bit tighter across the board for just about everybody besides one team. We've got Team Noah J up there at 26 total points after a great map 2 that set them up well to be able to strike at the top half of this leaderboard. Ferg, any call outs here for your teams maybe in 10th place?
I don't want to talk about them, Gojj, but I tell you who I will talk about. Diggleton, last place. Who would have thought, man? The me and man. Terrible performance.
Look, you can always turn it around. It's like a good cop, bad cop situation here in the booth. Ferg is just dissing on anybody that's struggling, and I will continue to shout your praises from the rooftops and probably cast or curse you. Powerbang, we are done with 2 maps thus far. What'd you think about our all-star face-off here? I've had a blast thus far. We're just getting started, though, as we're about to get into what's next.
Honestly, I've been really impressed with the games so far. I didn't know what to expect going in. You never know when people come in from other communities, how competitive it's going to be. It's been tight. It's just been great. So that, you know, the teams are all super close. We've had certain teams pop off. No one looks out of place. So I've been very stoked about that. And we've got my pick on top of the leaderboard after 2 matches. So I can't complain here, Gojj.
I love it. Well, we've got some winners in the chat as well. Let's take a look at who had the most damage in map 2. Which team was it? Apparently it was within 20, and Team Ace was the team with the most damage. It had to have been the mech, right? It had to have been the mech that they were running around with, picking up a ton of damage. So if you, wherever you were, if you're joining us on the pick'ems and you chose Team Ace, you were entered into that sweepstakes to potentially win an iPad 11. And big congrats to this team. I'm impressed and frankly a bit surprised. No shade. Let's take a look at who the winners were. Those of you at home, you can see your name at the bottom of the screen. I can pronounce most of these. It's not Ferg or anyone he knows or is related to, or in his community maybe, but Panda, Elbear Black, PPG, Zen, congratulations. Because of your predictions here in Payload, you are our Pick'em Sweepstakes winners, which means you have won an iPad 11. Quick tip, make sure you fill out all your info and make sure you pay attention to your emails if you actually want to receive your rewards. Yeah, actually, really, really important. What a great day thus far, though. That's 2 maps done and dusted. Again, we're not even halfway done yet. We still got plenty of events to get through in different game modes, different maps. You're going to want to stick around for this. Now, Ferg, I do want to swing back to something we asked before. I didn't give you a chance to truly give us your thoughts on Payload because, of course, it was chaotic. Was it what you were expecting as we close out map 2?
I didn't know what to expect, but it was pretty epic. Especially the drone. Loved seeing Jacob use that. And of course, the jet. My two favorite things from the game mode Payload.
I love it. Well, Ferg, Powerbang, Gojj. We've had a blast thus far. We're going to take a very short break in the booth. When we come back, a lot more rewards for you. We might have some UC hints coming up around the corner. Hint, hint, wink, wink. Literally, make sure you're paying attention so you get your second hint for our phrase. That will give you a chance to win some UC today. And of course, we'll get to see what Map 3 has to offer. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just a moment.
To play. It's just like one of those like side quest ones that it doesn't get like consistent play. Yeah. But when people are on it, it's a blast. Some of my favorite clips I've ever made, like content wise, have been on Payload. Those long range like RPG shots, like barely or something. They're fun.
I'm sure Dab's gonna get that clip of him 1v4 and those guys in the RPG.
Looking for a fun way to challenge your friends and show off your strategic skills? Welcome to Find 4, a brand new minigame in PUBG Mobile's home system. To start playing, head to your home system in PUBG Mobile. Open the home mall and use home coins to purchase the Find 4 model. Place it anywhere inside your home. Find 4 is easy to learn but hard to master. Take turns dropping pieces onto the board. The first to connect 4 pieces in a row, horizontal, vertical, or diagonal, wins the match. Want to challenge your friends? Invite them directly from the private chat, world chat, clan chat, or home chat. They'll instantly teleport to your home and join the game. Enjoy playing on your own? Jump into matches anytime. Tackle daily challenges to earn exclusive Find 4 themed avatars, space gifts, and sprays. Want to show off in style? Upgrade to the deluxe Find 4 model for an exclusive luxury design that adds extra flair to your gameplay. Are you ready to take on the challenge? Play Find 4 now in PUBG Mobile's home system. And don't forget to invite your friends. See you in-game.
Well, welcome back to the PUBG Mobile All-Star Face-Off. I'm Gojj, and I'm so excited to be back at the booth because we still have 3 more games to play, but we've got a lot to get through before we get to our Game 3. First and foremost, folks, I've been telling you all day today about the rewards that you can win at home, and here on the main broadcast, especially if you're hanging out on YouTube, we've had some chances to talk about, of course, some iPads, but also a lot of UC we're giving away. So as per the usual, you've got that passphrase you've got to build by the end of the broadcast. Here is hint number 2, right down below me on screen right now. The first word, I'm not gonna tell you what it is. I hope you were taking notes, or maybe somebody in the chat's got you, but the second word is true. True is your second hint, your second key to the passphrase that will unlock your chance to earn some UC today. So make sure you write it down, pay attention for the rest of the broadcast. If you put it all together correctly, you might have a chance to win quite a bit of UC. But before we get into more gameplay, we've got a lot to get to here in the booth. So I got to bring back my good friends Powerbang and Ferg, but I've also got some new friends in the booth who are in varying degrees on our leaderboard right now. We've got Nadeshot, we've got Aches. Welcome into the booth, gentlemen. Nade, I gotta go to you first, my friend. Obviously, congratulations being at the top of the leaderboard. How you liking PUBG Mobile so far? How you liking your teammates? Things obviously going well.
Players' communication is hot. The momentum, we feel very poised to win this tournament. We're loving PUBG Mobile. I got a little worried because everybody got into the lobby with these crazy skins. I got people doing voodoo magic, a black hole. The credit card might need to be broken out. And it's great to be in an interview with Aches as he's in 8th place and doesn't have a singular elimination himself. So feeling good.
Before any questions, Aches, I would do you a disservice not to give you a chance to rebut here. How are you feeling about your place on the leaderboard?
You know, I'm feeling good. I mean, Nade's got a stacked team. You know, that's kind of what he did in his career. He made sure he had godlike teams, and I always played spoilers. So it ain't about how you start. I mean, we're in 8th place now, but that can easily flip. And yeah, I don't have an elimination yet, but at least I'm not out there killing myself with an RPG. So I'm feeling pretty good.
I don't even think he shot his gun yet. Hey, listen,
I
you gotta know how to
mech.
pick your teammates, man. Sorry,
time.
it's a skill that some people just don't have.
Yeah, and you pick mine most of the time. So I mean, it is what it is.
Damn.
Well, hey, let me jump in. Right. I do want to ask a question. First and foremost, Nade, I picked you guys to win. Don't let me down, first and foremost. I'm going to shift my attention to Aches, though, because a lot of talk coming from your end here in 8th place. I think there is a lot of time to turn things around. I want to ask you about the mech that you were driving around last map. What'd you think of that on Payload, and what's your strategy of different at all, knowing what you know now?
I mean, the mech was sick. I think if I knew I needed gas, I would have looted nothing but gas for the first 10 minutes.
Couldn't have been me.
Because I ran out of gas. But yeah, I didn't know you could lock on. So once I learned that, I was way more confident. But yeah, if I had that in the end game, it would have been over.
That's amazing. Ferg, you got anything you want to throw to these guys?
Honestly, no. I'm just happy to be here.
Jesus,
Ferg. See Nadeshot and Aches, bro.
This guy Aches is head glitching his camera. You got to say something.
Yeah. Seeing him go back and forth, like, I'm just enjoying being here. Came in last minute. I'm excited to see what's going down next. Personally, I think Nadeshot's got this one. But Aches, if he wants to keep on trash talking, like I was doing in the broadcast before they joined, he's more than welcome to do so.
Well, who's running things over there, Nade? Who's running things over there? Who's calling the shots on your team?
I'm basically delegating. You know, Valic, obviously unbelievable talent. He's 21 years old. He's cracked out on PUBG Mobile, but his comms aren't there yet. He didn't tell me to get out of a car when we were supposed to get out of a car. He put me in the middle of a death trap. Now, Wynnsanity, he's been sharing all types of rockets with me. Sunday, he's got a little gnome following him around, so we're having fun together. But really, even if you ask the team, they're going to tell you that I have led us to the promised land time and time again, and I will do that in Game 3. But no, in all seriousness, Valic is running the shots, and he's doing great.
And what Nadeshot means by delegating is that he's in the backpack, the same he was his entire COD career. He's doing it here as well. So yeah, he can use fancy words, but we all know what it means.
Y'all, do you guys remember when Aches pushed me? He used all his might. He didn't even send me 2 feet on the stage. I can't believe it, bro.
Remember when I 3-0'd you at Champs, sent you home?
I don't remember nothing, dude. I'm 32 years old. It's not about the competition anymore. It's about the friends that you made along the way, dude. And I won't be friends with you ever again.
Here's the thing, gentlemen. The trash talk in the booth that we've had pales in comparison to what we're experiencing here on main stage. Nate, I gotta go back to you and ask you a pretty classic question. How many maps do you think you're winning today?
I mean, with this group of gentlemen, I feel like we already won. But if you're objectively speaking about the physical game that we're about to win, honestly, we might shut the whole thing out. I wouldn't be surprised if we won every single game after this. And to be honest with you, if Aches can read and we see this leaderboard, we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 places away from first. So you got a long way to go. Brother, please get a damn kill. I'm begging you. You got 3 more chances, dude. Anything could happen.
You're talking
Today
about
could be
reading,
your day.
but math is not your specialty because we're 7 places behind first, not 8. But anyway,
well, I counted 8 on my fingers,
format,
and that's what makes it true to me.
I mean, Nate might not know the format because he thinks he's winning every game, but the next game is a team captain TDM, so his team can't win that, but I'll be sure to take that down.
Yeah.
Wait, that's the next game?
Yeah. Hey, it's
coming up in 2.
It's in 2. But here's the thing, Ace. I gotta ask the same question to you. Nate basically was just saying that he doesn't really know. He thinks he's gonna win the next one at least. He might say he's gonna take the ball. Ace, how many maps are you winning going into the second half of this tournament?
I think we're gonna clean sweep it the rest of the way. I'm gonna win the next 2 or the next 2 PRs, and then obviously I'm gonna take the TDM. We got Ace on our team who had a rough game 1. We didn't land together, but he absolutely backpacked game 2. So we got a new strategy now, and we're coming for first.
See, the last thing I would say, I would never throw my teammates under the bus like that because I saw Ace's name in the second game.
I just said he carried.
But, you look at that. He called him out at his worst, and now he wants to hype him up when he's at his best. Did you guys also know that PUBG Mobile is completely free for download right now? That was crazy.
Bang! Hey, you want to swap places? I might be able to pick up a couple more kills than you if you swap into the booth. You take my job, and then I'll take yours. That sounds like a good plan.
Yo, Ferg, I will tag you in immediately, bro. I have an eye disease.
We would definitely win.
It's a problem.
Ferg is not in the tournament because he actually would dominate. I will say, as much as he's got a nice smile on his face, Ferg has been talking a lot of trash. Ferg, any final questions for the 2 gentlemen here in the booth?
Or tips?
Who's gonna win a 1v1 if you go up against each other in this next game?
Brother.
Oh, me.
Come on.
It's the
this
same
guy's
thing of
driving
our
around
whole
a robot Mac.
our
Didn't even
entire
know he
career.
needed gas. He doesn't have a kill yet. If we're going off of the stats, I have 1.
If we're going off 15 years of career competitive championships, Nadeshot's very familiar to dying to me.
God,
so we know what'll happen.
Give it up, Gramps. It was 10 years ago. You're washed up, and so am I. But I got 1 in the present day, brother. Think about it.
Is the perfect outro for the end of this interview, gentlemen. Nate.
Sorry about him, guys. He's been a problem for a long time. Sorry.
Nate, thank you so much for joining us here in the booth. This has been a great time, I think, for everybody. But job's not done. You got a lot of trash talk to back up, and I wish you both the best. We've got 3 more maps to go, and you've got 3 maps that you can win. You both assured us that you can do it. So good luck out there, and we'll see you in just a little while.
No problem, man. I definitely wasn't lying about winning the next game. I definitely wasn't lying about that. See you later. Thank you, guys. PUBG Mobile is completely free. Download it now.
Well, the GOATs, FPS GOATs, we've got Nadeshot, we've got Aches, and they crushed it, and they've been crushing it today, regardless of what the stats say. They're both doing a great job as teammates. Powerbang, what'd you make of that one?
There's clearly still some beef there, my friend, and I love to see it. And I'm definitely going to be watching both of those squads here intently in game number 3. We're going to be heading to Livik. And, man, that's going to be an exciting one. Smaller map. We'll see if they can get it up close and cozy here shortly. But right now, if you look at the leaderboard, I think Nadeshot's got the better claim at this point. But like Ake said, long way to go. Still three matches to go.
Ferg, did that live up to the expectations of what you wanted from that interview? Because I think you basically single-handedly manifested that, and it came true.
Absolutely. That's why I didn't even want to ask them any questions. I was just good to listen. Like, seeing those guys all those years back on stage, it's bringing back memories. So I was just a happy little kid watching it all go down.
Well, I had a blast with them as well. Obviously, both great guys, both great competitors, and excited to see where they line up on the leaderboard going forward. Now, I am looking forward, and I'm getting word, by the way, from production that we're actually making a small pivot here. We're going to be headed to Sandhawk. So, Powerbang, no more Livik here in the booth. We're headed to Sandhawk. Talk to me a little bit about Sandhawk. And yeah, it is still a smaller map. What can we expect from Sandhawk for these teams?
We're going to the jungle, baby. I'm so excited for that. That's going to be so awesome. So all of these squads going to be jumping into the jungle. We got Sandhawk. It's got a lot of foliage to deal with. You're not going to see vehicles as important in this matchup, but we're still going to see these teams rotating, trying to get that position, and I'm very curious to see what the strategy is going to look like, Gojj.
I like it. It is going to be classic battle royale, folks. We're going to head back to our roots a little bit. It's going to be a little slower. We're going to be able to breathe. Here's a quick look at our overall rankings. That's a quick reminder. Nadeshot was talking a lot of smack, but Ferg, he was able to back it up according to our first two maps. What do you make of this leaderboard as we take a second look at it?
Yeah, it's looking like Nadeshot up on top. X nowhere to be seen. Nadeshot stays on top as usual, but I guess X was spitting some facts there. Usually does get carried in the backpack. Other than that, HollywoodBob, that's the team with HH24 in it. I'm thinking that they're probably in the running most likely to win alongside Nadeshot. I don't know about Chef GG. They could have got lucky, Gojj. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's luck, maybe it's skill, maybe it's a little bit of both. I think, you know, when it comes to battle royales, it's kind of a mix is where you want to kind of hang out. And if you're able to think on your feet, use some of that luck and capitalize on it, I think that's skill, at least in my book. I see StoneMountain's team obviously has made a pretty dramatic leap up the leaderboard after maybe a more frustrating map one. And then Powerbang, as we take a look at, I believe, our second page here, Team Legion right on the fringe, and then Team Noah J just there right behind them technically on our leaderboard. They've jumped up 4 places as well from the first map to the second map, and they're at 26 points. So I truthfully think any of these teams still have a pretty good shot.
You know, I do want to put one asterisk there. Team Sykkuno, I think, is the only one on this page where this is a must-have game for them. They need to put up a big performance here in game number 3, so I'm going to be looking at them as the team to watch on Sandhawk. And if they don't get it done here, I think we might be able to cross them off the list. But literally everyone else, as you mentioned, we are looking like it's a pretty close matchup top to bottom here. Even 11th place has still got some points on the board. So, again, very interesting contest so far. Nothing's out of reach at this point.
Yeah, no, it's a great shout, and that's my favorite part about these events. You're never truly out of it. Not truly out of it. You might have a long way to go, but you're never truly out, especially, as a reminder, that last map, Powerbang, it's gonna be double points. There's always a chance with a win and a ton of eliminations. You could see yourself all the way to the top, or at least close to the top. So I'll be curious to see how it all pans out.
Absolutely. I was just thinking about that right before you mentioned. I was like, you know what? We still got game 5. So maybe Team Sykkuno, even if they don't perform here, maybe they do have a chance if they go crazy in game 5. But they don't want to do that. They want to put up right now before it gets into dire straits territory. But literally anyone else can flip-flop very, very easily. If they're just in range, that 5th map is going to be absolutely critical. But again, we're going to be looking at, I believe, Rondo for that one. The brand new map on PUBG Mobile just a little bit earlier in the last month. So excited for that. But Ferg, what are you looking forward to most in our 3rd game? We're going to the jungle. We're going to Sandhawk. What are you looking forward to most?
Honestly, I'm just looking forward to seeing Sandhawk again. I remember uploading EXE videos back in the day. It must have been, I'm going to say, Q4 2019. I was uploading PUBG Mobile videos playing on Sandhawk, and it was a ton of fun doing solo squads over there. So I'm excited to see it again for the first time in a couple of years, to be honest, Powerbang.
2019 is, it seems like just yesterday, but man, when you start adding it up, I mean, I went to school a little bit, and I got a few years. It's at least 2, so that's a long time ago. But Gojj, maybe you can help me out on the math there, but we are in year 7 of PUBG Mobile. Great game, so much fun, so many awesome game modes over the years, just like Payload that we just saw, and we're not going to be done seeing some cool stuff. We got Team Deathmatch and Santorini coming up here in just a bit as well, but obviously doing some of the tried and true maps like Erangel and as well as Sandhawk here coming up here shortly.
Yeah, it's what I talked about at the top of the broadcast. It's like PUBG Mobile has just a modicum of different ways to play the game. We got to remember there's also World of Wonder is out there. I mean, there's a ton of stuff you can do in PUBG Mobile. If you haven't had a chance to check out everything that PUBG Mobile has to offer, you definitely need to. Nadeshot's already called it out. It is free to play. You can go download it now. But you can play PUBG Mobile basically your way. Just play your way, however you want, whether that's in World of Wonder, in our WoW maps, which are very, very unique, or in these really cool game modes that we've already showcased today. Here's a quick look at all of our competitors today as they are preparing for what's next. I love this look. We can see all of our cameras and all of our competitors. Who's looking the most comfortable, Ferg? Yell at somebody, or maybe uncomfortable. I don't know. Which one's the best?
I'd say Ducky's looking pretty comfortable there, but if you missed it, rewind the stream and look at iStream's camera. I swear he is using his phone screen camera. Or it's connected.
That's who I was looking at too, Ferg.
Yeah, it's I've never seen it before, and now I'm thinking, should I do that? Like for a face cam, should I try that out? Super cool for sure.
It's genius. Folks, you saw it there on your screen just a moment ago. We are headed to game, but that does mean you still have one more chance to get your pick'ems in. Go get it in. You've got a chance to win an iPad. First, been talking and telling all his people about it, so you better get in as well to see if you have a chance to win that iPad if you pick correctly on who is going to be the winner of the challenge for map 3. But here is Sandhawk Powerbang. Quick look at the map view. You can see our plane line bisecting the map a little bit on the southern side. We'll see if anybody decides to stretch all the way up to Paradise or beyond.
Absolutely. I'm looking for orange. I'm looking for purple, I think. Orange being Nadeshot and crew. They're going to boot camp, and I'm looking for Aches. And if I remember right, they were purple. Or no, they were yellow, weren't they? No, they weren't. I'll figure out what color they are. We're going to key in on that. But it looks like we are going to see some hot drop action potentially, and we've got Tarik on screen right now as well on the left, also a hot drop at Painan. So lots of action early on potentially here inside of Sandhawk, and we'll see who gets the early upper hand.
Absolutely. Speaking of things that were brought to the game, we were talking a little bit about WoW mode there. I want to let everyone know right now, being not a heavy every single day PUBG Mobile player, but maybe once a week, once a month kind of PUBG Mobile player, you guys need to try out the parkour that you can get on WoW mode. I absolutely love playing that with people like Cisco, who's actually in this tournament, or even the racing games that you can play with all of the vehicles. Gojj, what's your favorite thing to do in WoW mode?
Oh, I have actually casted over some of our racing modes, whether they're branded or themed or otherwise, on broadcast before, and they're some of my favorite. It's super unique to see what people are able to build and create, and we actually have had a chance to show some of those on broadcast, so definitely love racing in World of Wonder, and all those web mods are really, really cool. So definitely check it out and play PUBG Mobile your way. It truthfully gives you so many options. But as we tap back into the competition, it looks like, as you had mentioned, Powerbang, it is a bit more of a hot drop than maybe it first looked like. Everybody looking for some good loot and already trading hands and trading blows.
Interestingly enough, though, check the mini map. You've got the two teams inside. We've got Tarik and Rolex's squad, Noko. They're going head to head, but look at the third party down in the bottom left there, just kind of like peeping what's going on there. Should this be something we crash on? It's StoneMountain and crew eyeballing that from the side. Tarik getting the elim early on here, and Tarik out of the lobby. Not quite what they were hoping for, but that's all right. Xifan still delivering blows. Rolex watches from the side. Do they have loot, though? That's the question. You know Rolex has got to be kidding. He's got the AUG. He's got the DBS. He is looking ready to fight right now and hoping to catch somebody out.
Looking to catch somebody out is right. Nobody's picking him just yet, Powerbang, but like I said before, don't panic. Play slow. Do a little bit more of a passive style. That's exactly what Rolex is looking to do. Trying to find some information to make a play work in his favor, Gojj.
Yeah, ideally. I mean, patience is a virtue. We've been saying that through the course of the last two games. So I was going to say, ideally, you catch one out and then are able to swing on it. But if you can stay patient here, look for that opportunity. No reason to push an equation. You can't really afford some of these early trades. If you lose a couple teammates, you're not able to make it any sort of revive stations, you're going to be toast. So player advantage, obviously key. We've seen that now, even in the last two maps. Even in Payload, player advantage was everything.
Really was. Rolex not trying to play a hero just yet. He's not shy about taking on these 1v insert number here fights, but he doesn't want to do it off the drop, right? He's trying to get some rank points here and wants to stay a little bit, you know, more alive further into this game before he starts getting into these really lopsided fights. But if it comes to him, he will deliver, get the swift knock, and try to get it done. But there's the shots ringing out from the hillside. Jacob and company looking down. Finally, Xifan are aware that, you know, hey, maybe we're not the only ones nearby. Might want to put that guard up just a bit more.
Oh, no, Ned. Him and down at the floor. What are we looking at here? Can we get a POV on X instead? And now they're in the bedroom together? Oh, guys, please change the POV. I'm begging you.
Dude, I was going during that interview. I was gonna out you as a hater, and then I had to rate it back a little bit, but that was comedy. The fact that we tried to set you up for the question, you're like, nope, I don't want to ask. I'm listening, man. And production listened to you as we swing over to AX, also centered on the ground. But hey, we're slowly and surely getting better and better.
I'm not gonna lie, X looks a little bit more of a formidable opponent than Nadeshot does, especially when Nade is scoping in on the floor. I mean, at least X is running around.
I got some insider info.
That's true.
I got some insider info, Powerbang, that apparently Aix had put in. He's put in a couple hours actually. He's been working on the craft. We'll see if it pays off in map 3.
I love to see it. You know, I love it when people come prepared to play, and you know, Aix has got his team, you know, in punching position here to hit that leaderboard. Nadeshot might have been gifted a couple of really good teammates, but we'll see. We'll see how things end up. But Tiggleton here, shifting over to their perspective. He's got himself in a tough spot again. Angry Hoser knocked by Sade right now, and it's all up to Tiggleton, and he is in between his opponents, and this is really, really not ideal for their squad, as they needed to have a clutch performance here on this map.
Absolutely. Player like Sid, he's one of the better extraction shooters on mobile, and seeing him in a BR is something to experience. I actually haven't seen him play one before. His movement seems really good along with his accuracy, Gojj.
Yeah, and you can tell, obviously, some of these players are a little bit... Oh, I was going to say, some of these players a little bit more comfortable. Pulled out the impossible. Was able to at least knock 2. Unfortunately, I don't know that he's going to clean up too many eliminations there. Potentially got 1, if I'm seeing that correctly in our overlay.
Yeah.
So they're going to be able to at least pick up Sheaf here and keep him alive, make it 3. But that was impressive, obviously, and I was gonna say it looked very comfortable in our third-person POV here. TPP is something to get used to if you haven't played on it a ton, and be able to play around corners efficiently, especially with a shotgun. Like, obviously a valuable skill.
Hey, to wrap on that fight, we can't put that one on Tiggleton. I'm sorry, but that man just nearly went 1v4 successfully. Got the knock and flush on one, knocked another, and almost flicked to hit a third, and would have had the 4th one stuck inside that compound. Really impressive play there from Tiggleton. It did not pan out for him, and they go out first once again. Not what they were hoping for, but at least they were able to secure 1 elimination there on that performance there towards the end of that fight. So not what they're hoping for. It might be too soon to write them off, but I'm gonna. So Tiggleton, better luck next.
Yep, I'm also going to write him off. I wrote him off after the first game, but I'm going to stand with Powerbang again and just say he has no hope, bruh.
I'm a Tiggleton believer. We still have 2 more maps. They can do the impossible.
All right, then he's definitely not going to do anything now because Gojj is now saying he's going to do something. So,
come on,
if you're a fan of Tiggleton, it's raps. Vote for somebody else. You know what? How about y'all all become fans of Tarik's team?
Oh.
How about that?
Oh, Nade's got a shot here. He sees Ace. Is he going to fight? Oh, here we go. Snake in the grass here. What low life behavior is this? Snake in the... Oh, this is...
Please, dude.
Shh. Be very, very quiet.
Yeah. A little bit of damage.
Oh, my God. Oh, no.
Hey,
he's like, it's okay.
They should let X kill the knock or eliminate the knock. No.
So that was Team X rolling up the hill.
He's gonna
catching Nadeshot out. Nadeshot got the jump on him, but couldn't deliver. I don't know if he's gonna live this one down, boys. We'll see.
This is providential, gentlemen. If Ace's team gets a full wipe here on Nadeshot's team, it is GG, well played. All trash talk being held up on the side of Ace.
I mean, even if Nadeshot's team win, Ace is just gonna say that you got carried. This fight, like, there's no way that Nade wins any argument about this fight right now, Gojj.
I totally agree. Let's do a, I'm interested in doing a quick listen in here. Let's see what the players are talking about. They got some good comms, it seems like, flowing.
Y'all want to teabag Nadeshot first? Come here.
Yeah.
Right here.
Where is he?
Right here.
It's great comms going on. Gojj,
4-man native.
3, 2,
Oh
1.
gosh.
Yeah.
Caster curse.
Now we're talking. Yeah.
Caster curse in a ton
terrible.
of different ways.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
Here, I'm gonna use an Evo.
That's what I like to
no.
see.
Look at that.
Oh, like the way.
They're
Oh,
emoting on his body, too.
I like how there's just people in this house.
Oh dear.
They're actually
Is
emoting
it
on
the
his
big
body.
house?
I've never seen anything like this in a competitive
Yo.
tournament like this. Wow. Emoting on his
First
body.
thing anything's ever been like that done before. I've never seen it.
Oh,
Well,
man.
Ake's in a bit of trouble because Team Nadeshot has a heavy hitter on their team. Job's not done, gentlemen. You might have taken out one, but here comes the real firepower, trying to figure out where to go, how to get there, as Force Valic is a little bit in trouble here, but has enough cover to try to heal back up and play with Noah. They can win this. We've seen them win crazier fights. It's just a matter about trying to take the right angles at the right time, as it looks like Space is taking a flank.
Absolutely. Space has some expertise, but it's not going to help him here against Valic. One of the best PUBG Mobile players in the entire world, Powerbang.
Yeah, this is a guy you don't want to tick off. And after that behavior we just saw on his fallen teammate, we'll see if Valic has the last word. Nades are out. Will he catch someone? It looks like he eats a grenade here from Ace. Really well placed nade, and that is very detrimental to the hopes of Team Nadeshot here. They're down to their last player. It's NoahSunday trying to work out a way to clutch this.
Absolutely. Noah is also a formidable opponent when it comes to Battle Royale, so I think he's going to opt for the rotate out. Probably not going to get away from that, and the knock comes through onto NoahSunday.
Oof, that is a full wipe. Yeah, that's a full wipe on Team Nadeshot. They are out of here. I believe one of only 2 teams. They're doing the likes of Tiggleton. And this truly is a swap up. I mean, that's our first place team getting eliminated here in our 3rd map. I mean, this could truly open up the leaderboard.
Really could. I was just going to say that, you know, this guarantees that Nade has been knocked off the top of the podium at this point, and Aches was the one to deliver the blow. So backing up that trash talk for sure. Aches having the last laugh here on map 3, but as he so eloquently pointed out, there is a long way to go. We are only halfway through at this point. 10 teams remain, 34 players left standing here on our 3rd map of the evening. We are playing 5, and Iceman Isaac here rotating right next to Tarik. We'll see if they stop. They have been alerted. Nope, they're gonna keep moving.
Looks like they're getting out of that situation, Powerbang, but what a throwback that was. A little 4v4 action between Nadeshot and X's team. And of course, X comes out on top as expected.
Oh, man. So much nostalgia in those columns. And I got to give a shout to Iceman Isaac's team there. They were able to rotate into cover, try to reassess this fight from a different angle. I think it would have been a bad call to try to ambush this building from the car. They had so many different ways to hold the building, and driving down to cover, reassessing is the right idea. Iceman Isaac, fun facts on him is he's a master of many different controls. So I think the longer we play this event, the better he's going to be at playing touch controls on mobile, even if he's not as comfortable about it. I think he's probably one of our PC creators that would probably pick it up the fastest.
Couldn't agree more. And you know, honestly, playing on mobile, there's the dexterity that you can have is surprising. Like, you have a lot more points of contact, it seems, and it's very sensitive, honestly. And then when you throw the whole gyroscope into the mix, that's when it gets pretty crazy, the stuff that you can do with regards to, you know, having accurate firepower. So we'll see if he continues to pick it up and hone those skills. I think he will. FullFrontage, nice little view of him just barely peeking out of sight right now as iStream looks down to that window. We'll see if he peeks and ends up getting domed. But for now, out of sight.
Wait, is he? That operator looked so similar to FullFrontage. Did you guys see that? He's prone down. He's got his glasses
I thought the exact
on.
same thing.
That's crazy. What a wild perspective.
That is
shift. Production
so
did that on purpose.
That is so funny you said that, because I literally, while I was talking, saw FullFrontage prone, and I'm like, oh, look, it's FullFrontage, and just kept talking, and then I was like, dude, you are crazy. What do you think? Like, look at that. What in the world? This is hilarious. No,
wait, swap back, production. Now swap back. Look at this. They look the same. Does he have a skin game that I missed? What is going on right now?
Oh, that is hilarious. Even the glasses are on point. Oh, good stuff, man. But no, I thought the same exact thing, and I wasn't even looking at the player cam. Oh, man.
W production.
Oh, man. He just needs to grow that 5 o'clock shadow out. We got a dead ringer.
For real.
Yeah, man. Shout out to FullFrontage, great content creator, folks. If you didn't know, all of our streamers, of course, are streaming their own perspectives as well. They're live all over the place. Definitely drop them a follow. I've had a chance to cast, actually, with FullFrontage. Great dude. Great caster. Great player as well. So I'll be curious to see how their team does. But we're going to swing back over to apparently the Booth's favorite team. I don't know if I signed on to this this whole shtick we're doing, but apparently Team Tarik's our team to watch as we see what they're going to be able to do without Tarik, it looks like.
I have signed no shtick paperwork today, Gojj. No shtick paperwork has been signed.
Just for
nothing filed away from me. Nope. But I will say, they're still in it to win it. They are only one man down. Tarik, you know, he's taking a little breather, directing his team from the sidelines right now. It's fine. But Cisco, Yamna, and Xifan all getting it done. And Xifan, again, former pro, active pro. He seems to go back and forth between manager role and active, but very, very formidable opponent for everyone else to have to face off against here on Sandhawk. What in the world's Rolex doing off in the distance? He was zooming.
Ooh, what gun's Mango gonna get from that drop, Powerbang? I don't think he took it, did he?
He just looked at it real hard, you know? Like, hey, oh, his teammates knocked. That's what's up.
Oh, okay.
He's using it for cover.
That makes more sense.
Yeah. It's like, wait, what's... Oh, I gotta go.
Oh, look at him. You can see them all the way on top of the hill.
Yeah.
That vantage point's nasty. So if he goes out there and takes that loot, well, that vest and helmet may not last him too awful long. Ooh, M24 in action. Bushka connects with the headshot onto Little B. Sit right down, he says, and love the sound of that weapon. That's my favorite gun in the game.
Absolutely. You said it earlier in the broadcast. I more so like the drop sniper, the arm instead, but I can give some respect to the M24.
If you don't believe in the supremacy, I don't know who you are.
I mean, it might be supreme, but it's a style thing. It's the feel. I mean, you look at that, and you tell me it's not potent. Come on now, Bushka's just laying down the lead from range right now, making them respect him.
Well, this is a super interesting fight, frankly, because Team Legion is actually outside the new zone. So they've got room to work, but the problem is they're getting held. So if he can create an opening here, allow them to rotate out, potentially miss them rotating, they might have a chance to get the zone, and he's depleting their resources for later in the game. This is actually a great strat thus far. We'll see if they can potentially look like they're just going to try to pepper down this car from distance, Ferg.
Absolutely. I would have made the argument the best time to rotate right there would have been when they got that knock, but they didn't make the call, and they actually played it a little bit too passive. But it looks like they're going to go around the zone instead, over around the backside of the map. And I think that might be the good play here, Gojj.
Yeah, I mean, we've got, obviously, the map view on our side. I don't know if production can run it, but if they can, you can notice that the rotation that they're making looks good. You can see Mango all the way bottom left, and unfortunately, their wrap here, it's either going to have to come all the way back up behind the team that was just looking at them, or also up to another team. So they either need to get lucky on third-partying these two teams interacting with each other, or they might not know that Yamna's squad here with Team Tarik is right here, and they're just going to run right past. I don't know if they lose anybody because of it. It doesn't look like Team Tarik can react in time, Powerbang.
they're going to go by 4 different squads here. And look crazy. At this, the zone hard shifted. They might have to hit center zone here first. No one's really shooting at them, and they're going right by the squad they were just engaged with right now. So we'll see if this fight ends up happening, and it's going to.
It's going to, yeah. Down. Ducky's instantly knocked, along with StoneMountain. Mango gets the frag over onto him. Icestream with his camera on the phone also getting knocked here.
Bushka. This is crazy. Now it's just Jacob on the outside right now. And what a change in momentum that was. Jacob, Icestream, they had that upper position on lockdown. Bushka got a couple snipes off, popped some helmets, and they're like, you know, maybe we can weaken these guys for a fight later on. And that fight later on was like 15 seconds later. But they get the upper end here and force Jacob out of the compound now. And he's dealing with a third party. So this is a really interesting fight. We'll see how quiet he can stay over there.
Absolutely. Probably just wants to stay alive for as long as possible and go for those placement points instead of making himself known, Gojj.
Yeah, can I tip my hat to Bushka? This guy is frying. I mean, Bushka's a great content creator, great competitor as well. But he is piecing from distance, piecing up close. Winning huge team fights, like these are massive moves for this squad.
This guy hit the pre-workout today. He came ready to get it done on the battlegrounds. He's hitting snipes. He's got my favorite loadout right now too in the game. He's rocking the M24 and he's got the AUG. And those for me, that's the ideal setup for my play style. And so I'm like rooting for him here because I see myself in him right now. I'm just like, let's go Bushka. He's delivering.
Looks like they've left Jacob there. Oh, one of them spotted him, though. He's one shot.
PG goes down. Oh, look at the angle here from HH24. Good shots, and it's going to push these guys back again. You know, FullFrontage, HollywoodBob squad, they're finding it hard to get a spot, right? Like, they keep moving in and keep getting shot back by other squads, and they're going to just try to ramrod their way in here and make a little spot for themselves.
That might be the worst play I've ever seen from HH. That's going to go down in the history books.
Oh, no. I've seen better Molotov cocktails as well in my day.
Yeah, I'm sure you have, PB. I'm
just throw it at our feet here. They've got the position at the tree, and they just spiked it right at their feet. Hit the car. They're going to have to back off the high ground now and get naded to oblivion.
Absolutely. Maybe that little panda can give them some help.
Zone goes north again, though. This is going to be tough rotating for all those bottom squads. You got to look at, looks like Sheaf up on that upper side in pink. They have a really good spot right now to just kind of chill and let everybody else hit each other. And that's what you want to see. They're sitting in 7 elims right now on top of the leaderboard, all by themselves in first place, and they have the zone. So they gotta like what they see right now.
No, this is perfect plays from Sheaf, especially if they figure out that Nadeshot's not in this final circle. They know they've already taken the lead on this leaderboard, and all they need to do is capitalize on these big placement points. Again, it's 15 points if they get a win. It scales up. Obviously, third is up to 10 points. So even just a 5-point jump, if you can get the win, is massive. They've got power position. Just hold on. If you can get a couple picks in rotation too, this could be a monster game for them, a team that's now already in first place. So a big opportunity to gap their opponents, but a nice wrap here from HollywoodBob squad with FullFrontage on screen now, trying to potentially take the basically other side of this power position and look back and make sure nobody's coming up from behind them.
That's a great spot. They got good real estate right here to work with. Take a look at Sheaf and listen in to what their team's talking about.
He's got out.
Back up if you can. Got knocked from behind. Team.
Yeah, they're throwing nades. You know. I'll throw one back. I'll throw nades at me, mister. I'm gonna throw a nade right back.
Oh, there we go. Finally.
Stand my ground.
You know what I'm hearing, though, in this whole conversation?
Panic.
Fear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
I'm not hearing confident call-outs. I'm hearing shaking and quivering in boots. That's what I'm hearing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, gentlemen, there's a big opportunity. I mean, it's going to be difficult, but an actually really good zone pull for Axe's team. If we can take a look at them, there's an opportunity to not only back up the trash talk in a 4v4, but back up the trash talk about winning the next map. I mean, you can see them down in the low ground position here, but they get the zone pull. They're not going to be pressured to move anytime soon unless two teams come swarming in on them.
Absolutely.
You know, with just 1 point for Nate, or one elim rather, Aches has a chance with a win here and some elims to catch them in one map. So this could be really interesting.
That is true, PB, but now that Gojj has brought it up, I think they're going to lose.
Okay. Look, I'm just trying to be a good guy here. Shout out some storylines. Ferg is personally attacking my caster curse that is apparent in all of my broadcasts. Here we go. A massive swing with the vehicle. Out the window we go, and it nearly pays off. Dabs is going to get a little bit better of his opponents this time around with, instead of RPGs and nades, it's just the other end of a barrel. A couple more eliminations going his way as he's trying to pick up more. Ferg, Dabs is locked in. I've seen Dabs locked in many a time in events, but he is looking really strong today.
He absolutely is. I didn't realize Dab was this good at PUBG Mobile at all, Powerbang. He never told me about this guy.
He's a stud. He's definitely locked in with the RPGs, as we saw earlier. Now we get to see him with the weapons. Brazen Rover goes down. That's another from Aches' team that's been knocked. You can see them in a bit of trouble here, but Xifan goes down.
What?
Third party from the left side there. Dabs getting him and Cisco. That helps out Aches' team tremendously. 2 players knocked now for Tarik. It's a 1v2v1 as Aches gets 1 player back into the fight. It's all up to Yamna right now to try to get her team. She's going for the revives right now. She's not playing this out. It looks like we might have a reset here with all parties trying to get their teammates back up.
Absolutely. And unfortunately, X's team have lost the zone, Gojj.
I know.
So I really feel like the curse is coming back once more, bro.
Dude, I'm trying my best. Dab is going massive, by the way. I mean, if we were not even looking at his perspective, I saw 4 or 5 eliminations come through for Dab. He's got an 8 right now?
He's got 8.
Oh my, that's 16 points from Dabs by himself. And they've made it to the top 3 situation. They're already at 18 points on his back alone, let alone his teammates picking up several as well. Gonna do everything he can and a bag of chips on main. Let's see if they can get the win with this rotate from the car, Ferg.
No way.
The possibilities are endless with that car for sure, Powerbang.
He's taking the car, going mid-zone right now. The rotate, the confidence on this man right now to take that vehicle does get naded out. Red Eyes down, Dabs down. One player still alive, perhaps, for that team. Nope, it's a self-revive. So that's going to do it for them, and it comes down to Aches versus Tarik. We'll see if this happens for him. Now, Sheaf may have... Nope, Dab did get himself up with a self-revive, so we might have a reset over there, and we do. This would be an absolutely heroic effort from Dab. They may think he's down.
Oh, no, he didn't get it.
He almost got the
Ace is aware. Ace is aware. Here comes the nade.
Grenade. Yeah, this could do it, but the third party here. Here comes Tarik's team. They're not wasting any time. Ace says, I hope you waste a little bit more time. No! Get styled on, and it's a full elimination.
Was it Tarik's?
No!
Yeah.
Team Tarik
Let's
wins.
My boys! Screw Gojj to this prediction.
Won that?
Let's go!
That's insane. What a clutch play. Okay, so first and foremost, huge props to Dab for that whole last sequence. Insane.
100%.
But Xifan outplays at the end where it matters. Team Tarik getting the dub. Man, we counted them out. You know, I gotta say, Ferg, you kind of said, hey, listen, these guys are done. And that was not a fight that I thought Xifan was winning, but he did. So congrats to Team Tarik on that one. They take home the chicken dinner in game number 3, Gojj. Crazy action in this one and some good storylines to boot.
Look, I don't think it's a caster curse when X team still gets second. I think they ended up picking up second. It's 12 points plus their eliminations. We'll confirm that. I'm not sure what order they went down in, but it looked like they were able to pick up second place with a ton of eliminations as well. So I think X team, they really stood up to the trash talk that we heard in the interview. But it's Team Tarik on top. And to be honest, they did a really good job of playing zone positioning. I mean, 15 points is really, really important. I don't think they had as many eliminations as some of the other teams, but win it at the end and pick up the elims in the end, Powerbang. That's still a ton of points for their leaderboard prowess. They're going to jump up leaderboard dramatically. I think they were around halfway up. They're slowly but surely building on momentum that they've been working towards since a really frustrating first map. All of a sudden, they're in the conversation to play for the win overall.
this is the time to do it, right? Both of those squads, Team Tarik as well as Team Eggs, they needed that victory there. They needed that solid performance. They got it. They delivered, right? And I'm so excited to see the replays for this last game because ultimately, I have no idea what happened in the last 3 seconds of that game. It was just bang, 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 bang. So I'm going to be watching intently here as we run our action from game 3 here. But early on, it started with Rolex's squad getting a bit outplayed here, got spread apart, and, you know, they got picked off a little bit. We also had Tiggleton getting into it there with Sheaf, and they go out despite a near clutch from Tiggleton. We had a cool moment there, and then obviously we had this moment, Ferg.
My favorite moment of the entire event. Nothing will be able to beat this moment right here, ladies and gentlemen.
Emote on their bodies every day of the week. You've got to show who is superior, I suppose. Well done, Team Nadeshot. They did a great job of trying to play this fight without the player advantage. Unfortunately, it doesn't pay off. And then, of course, an iconic moment as well, as not only do we get to see a lookalike on main, but also Bushka's team having a great couple sequences of plays from close quarters to long range. Bushka really putting on a show for his Powerbang.
Absolutely. He's played really well tonight as well. Big shout outs to him. HH24 with an uncharacteristic get out there. You know, I thought we could have seen better from him, but ultimately this high ground ended up being so crucial. Teams were battling for it. We saw Rex here taking on Red Eyes getting the better of him, and shots. I mean, just dab with the laser. I mean, and the cool thing, he's doing it on multiple sides against multiple squads. Having all these teams, you know, the pressure was just too much. Then we see that revive come in, and this is what I was wanting to see, Ferg, is what the heck happened.
It looks like Xifan team just had the upper hand at the end there. I didn't think that they were able to
Play
do
zone.
it, but...
Play zone got dab. He went around the back of the vehicle because I was like, that nade didn't hit him. What happened? But he ran around the back of the vehicle trying to just get out of the blue zone to the other side and, you know, basically get a new angle. And it didn't work out for him. He goes down to the play zone, and Tarik wins the fight there with Xifan, leading that team to a dub, 9 elims, almost 2,000 damage. But props to them. They will take home your Sandhawk winner chicken dinner.
Absolutely.
It's a great rep from them, and because of that, you can see them with a massive point total there, 33 points from this map. Now, again, can I just draw your eyes to third in that map? Yes, died to play zone, but with 13 eliminations, Team GG, frankly, mostly on the back of dabs. My goodness, 36 points from that squad. We might have a shift of this leaderboard that is dramatic but Chief's team is going to be at the top by a sizable margin, which is pretty wild. So, Ferg, take me through this overall leaderboard.
I'm more than surprised by this. Damn! 26
leapfrog
difference? Hey, yo, at least Tarik's team's up there, you know what I'm saying? My boys and my girl is up on the tippity top, second place, going up 8 places over where they were before. Yo, shout out to production for that, by the way. I've never seen that before in an event like this. I love that, where you can see who's went up and who's went down. As you can see, Nadeshot's team dropping 4 places. Terrible.
But 4 places gained by Aches, and they leapfrog over Nadeshot 52-50, man. Just one match is all it took to turn that trash talk around. I'm very interested to see how that little rivalry finishes up as we go forward. But Gojj, the story here, despite Tarik winning the victory, has got to be Sheaf, man. Look at the margin at the end of the day. Only one team takes home this trophy, and only one team takes home that $10,000 in prizes.
Yeah, no, it's a great shot. Let's take a look at the second half of this leaderboard and see where everybody else is at, because we have had some shifts here as well. Team StoneMountain has dropped a few places because of the Herculean efforts of some of the teams that have leapfrogged all the way up to the top of this leaderboard, aka Team Tarik and, of course, Team Aches. But so they've dropped down a little bit, but it's still a tight race down here for the most part. I'm not going to say it. Do you, Ferg, do you want to take this one? I'm a guy that is trying to stay immensely positive on broadcast. Unfortunately, Team Tiggleton, I think, having a bit of trouble so far as the only team not into double-digit points yet.
Yeah, Brody's to hit up retirement. That's all I'm going to say about that. What about you, PB?
You know, it's probably a bit too late for this one, but again, I'm liking his opportunity to maybe, you know, bring it in the next one. We'll see what happens here. You know, not the showing that I know he was hoping for, but again, he'll have an opportunity to play a little spoiler perhaps for some of these other teams that are eyeballing that trophy still.
job is not done, gentlemen. We still have 2 more maps to go, and that last map is going to be double points. Anything is possible in PUBG Mobile. You get to not only play it your own way, but also we're going to be featuring all of the game modes that you could possibly think of. So in that last one, Team Tickleton might, they might drop like a 30-some-odd point banger. It gets doubled. All of a sudden, they might not be in first when our first place is already at 80 points, but they could be top 5. They could be top 6. It is possible, Powerbang, and that's the reason I love this format.
They're going to drop 50, double it up, get 100 points in that last game. No big deal. Tickleton, you got it. We're behind you. Maybe not Ferg, but me and Gojj, we're behind you.
Well, I have to bring our attention back to, of course, what the viewers, the people at home are thinking about, which is, well, what about those pick'ems you've been talking about? Yes, we have those pick'em sweepstakes, and I want to remind everybody while we figure out exactly who won from your side of things, this one was about the most eliminations. So I think we can do a little bit of mental gymnastics of which team we thought had the most eliminations on that leaderboard. Dab Blaze, aka Team SurfnBoy. So I'll be curious to know the people at home who ended up picking that squad. Probably a lot of folks, Powerbang, now that I'm thinking about it, because they were at the top. I mean, they had to be one of the top choices.
Did you pick Chief? I mean, if you pick Chief, tell us now in chat, because your name might be getting picked here shortly. And there are a lot of iPads to be going out tonight. So again, Gojj, Team Chief getting it done here in our 3rd game on the back of Dab's ridiculous performance. Again, this dude put up 9 elims alone. So that's that would have been basically a tie for the top spot in the lobby for any team. So Dab did that on his own, and then chip in the other 4 elims, and that's gonna be it for Team Chief. So incredible performance from them, and obviously we'll announce those winners here in just a bit, so stay tuned for that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, while we've got a moment here, Ferg, we have officially broken through the halfway point. We've not only had some incredible content, but we've really truly hit the gambit of everything we were trying to hit already in 3. So everything else is just a cherry on top. We got the content, we got the interview, we got the back and forth. And so I want to draw your attention back to that leaderboard with those 2 teams. Team X, 2 points ahead of Team Nadeshot. So I've got a prediction. It's not who you think's going to win this tournament. Who do you think's going to win between those 2 teams, Ferg? Because this is a crucial moment for you to pick a side rather than just trash talk everybody.
I'm going to go for Nadeshot's team, not because of Nadeshot by any means, because we all know he's in the backpack, but just because of Valic. I've seen Valic play so many different titles, and he's always been so good no matter what. Obviously one of the best players in PUBG Mobile, and I think he has what it takes, along with Wynnsanity, to really close this out and just stay above X. Forget about winning. Just above X is all that we care about.
Powerbang, are you playing the other side of the coin, or did you have a different reasoning for the same team?
Here's my reasoning. It is the same team. I'm going to pick them because I picked them at the start, right? I'm sticking with the horse that I chose for the race. And secondly, they've got a roster. Like Nade, like you said, Nade, maybe in the backpack a little bit, but you've got an amazing FPS creator in NoahSunday. This dude's played multiple titles and done it very high level. And then you've got Wynnsanity, who is very, very good at every game he plays. And then who else you got? You got Nade and you got Valic. And the end of Valic's name is FPS. And he's a god at every FPS game he plays.
Sure.
So quite literally, they got the squad. So I'm going with Nadeshot and them. No disrespect or diss to Aches and his squad. But again, I'm just going to stick with who I picked at the very beginning.
Okay, well, as per the usual, I am going with Aches because I am a man of the people and I want to see a fair fight. So somebody's got to cheer for him. I'm there with you. They're up by 2 points. I'm with the Aches squad. Folks, we have our winners officially selected, though, for our Pick'em sweepstakes. So our teams might be winning. They're trying at the very least, but you have won. If you see your name on the screen right now, IDK, congratulations. An incredibly generic name, but a nice win. You've won an iPad 11, as well as our other 3 names on the screen, Endless Trek and Satine. Very well done. You picked the right squad, and I think it was a great choice because SurfnBoy not only dominated that map, had the most eliminations, but are also at the top of the leaderboard now by a massive margin going into map number 4. So big congrats to all of our winners. And speaking of map number 4, Powerbang, I think you know where we're headed next. This one's going to look quite a bit different than maybe the last several maps that we've seen. So talk to me a little bit about Santorini.
We're going to Greece, baby! No, we're headed to Santorini. It's an 8v8 mode, and we're going to be going team deathmatch style. So this is going to be super fun because we're taking team captains, and they are going to be going head-to-head in a 6v6. So they're not filling up the full squads here, but each team captain is going to get matched up on a squad, and they're going head-to-head. So again, they need to focus on putting up elims because the way the scoring works, winning team captains are going to get plus 15 points for their team, and losing team captains only plus 5 for their team. So this is going to be a bit rough. This is going to be seeded. We can talk about that here in just a sec, but 10 minutes is all we got here for this one. It's a little bit shorter of a game mode, a little more fast paced. I'm excited to see what's going on. You pick your weapon while you're in the lobby. It's the first side to get to 80 eliminations. So again, so excited to see the game mode. Team Deathmatch Santorini coming up next, Coach.
Yeah, and Ferg, I gotta toss to you, my friend, because you're a aficionado in many things, one of those things being modes like this. So talk to me about, maybe not words of wisdom, but just things you expect to see from our captains as they hop into 6v6.
I'm playing Team Deathmatch, and I need to win. I'm camping all damn day. So I hope that the players who are, you know, known in PUBG Mobile, the pros, will let their captains know to just stack up behind a head glitch, shoot straight. That's all you need to worry about. Unless they have nades, then move from position to position. But you don't need to move too much, because all that matters is your kill-death ratio, or your elimination-death ratio.
All right.
There's a couple of funnels on this map, Gojj, where there's a tunnel on one side, and there's like a gate in the middle. Those can be a prime spot for a lot of elims. You just kind of watch those spots like Ferg was saying, and the elims can come to you in a nice little funnel here. So that's going to be really interesting to watch.
Yeah, it's funny because interestingly enough, I think when you think of Team Deathmatch, you think of flying and frying, right? Get as many eliminations as possible. But you're right. I mean, especially in modes like this, patience, we've been saying it all day, in Battle Royales is definitely a virtue. It's definitely valuable. Patience here, you know, using the word, it's almost a curse word on broadcasts of campers because people always complain about them. But it's such a valuable strategy. And right now, again, it's winner takes all tournament. This is the all-star face-off. Anything goes. You got to do what it takes to win, all right? So you might need to camp, but that is definitely worth your while. So I'm excited to see who's on which team. Again, those teams are being seeded across the board, and we'll see which team is maybe stacked a little bit stronger in our opinions, but on paper, it's going to be very, very even. So I think it comes down to Powerbang, what I was talking about with somebody like an Iceman Isaacs. If you have played maybe on mobile before, you're going to have a huge advantage here because this is only the captains competing. And so there's definitely a few figures in this list that I know have played mobile before. Maybe you're looking a bit stronger and might have a slight advantage because they're gonna fly and fry against people that maybe aren't as comfortable.
It'll be a massive advantage for sure. And if we look at the seeding, it's seeds 1, 4, 5, 8, 9, and 12 on Team A. On the other side, you've got 2, 3, 6, 7, 10, and 11. What that means for you at home is that basically Eggs and Nadeshot are on the same team. Sitting at seed 4 and 5. So that's kind of an interesting little duo. It's been so adversarial. It's been so tense between them this whole time. I mean, they're emoting on each other's crates. Now they've got to work together to try to get up the leaderboard. They're both in punching distance of that top spot, but I'm really curious to see what that communication looks like here as we head to the game.
Well, you weren't kidding about Greece. It is a beautiful map, and it's certainly Greece-themed. I think a quick reminder here is that, well, frankly, this feels like what we're experiencing right now. It's such a beautiful map. It's so aesthetic. We're moving into like spring, summer, end of spring. You know, summer's not too far around the corner, and it feels very beautiful and spring-like. I'm liking this already, Ferg. And we haven't even gotten started yet, but it definitely reminds me of a more traditional kind of multi-lane map, 6v6 style with some very obvious kind of choke points and places that you can hold on the map to pick up those kills like you were talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. There's many different spots they could situate themselves in. Good to see that Nade and X are finally on the same team after so many decades of playing against each other. But I'll be surprised if we see any of them do good on a map like this.
It's gonna be tough. We'll see what happens. We're gonna get into the action already. Here we go, taking a peek at Noko, and right off the bat, blue team has a 2-point lead. That's going to be Noah, Sheev, Aches, Nadeshot. It's like Tiggleton and StoneMountain. So jumping out to a 5-1 margin already.
quick lead. And you can see, obviously, score upper middle of your screen, 10 minutes on the clock, playing to 80. So this one's going to go for a little while, and definitely is going to come down to who figures out the strategy the fastest. And here's the other side of the equation, and look,
shots.
I'm telling you, this dude,
Isaac's looking good.
He plays at a very high competitive level on PC, on both controller and on keyboard and mouse. I think he's figured out the mobile controls a bit faster than Sykkuno has.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think Sykkuno knows what kind of world he's in right now in Powerbang.
He was strafing trying to get onto a ladder and got shot in the back of the head, whereas, you know, our boy Ice is lean peeking around corners, wiggling and shooting headshots down the alleyways. So impressive stuff from him. Nade not looking too bad here. Doesn't connect. That's not an easy shot with a red dot, but, you know, ultimately he does have somebody get the better of him there.
The two trash talkers.
Still within range. 19 to 11 right now in favor of blue.
Yeah, but we're getting smoked.
But if we're talking aesthetics, HollywoodBob, come on. The guy's in a hot tub having a dang good time hip firing for a kill.
He's in Santorini right now. I mean, he's overlooking the ocean there.
Always on me.
I don't see too many of these people camping. I was hoping to see some more of that.
Again, I think they heard TDM and they said, I got to get as many eliminations as possible. Let me run around the map and figure it out. But I am noticing, like, comparing their controls in this mode versus Battle Royale, I do think these players are getting more and more comfortable and able to find those eliminations along the way. As Iceman Isaac is playing a little bit slower. Hip firing, not quite as clean, but hey, we take those. That's Aches on the other side. He's got him lined up.
Yeah, Aches not able to get it done, peeking around the corner there. It looked like he had, you know, Iceman dead to rights, and Isaac able to wiggle just enough to avoid those shots. This is this tunnel I was talking about. This seems to be a very popular choke point. You can kind of camp, wait for people to come around the corner, or peek and just run like a crazy person down the hallway, which is usually what I opt for. But a sniper, Sykkuno laying prone.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
I mean, this is something I don't usually see on this map, but hey, he's rocking it right now.
Who's this guy? He's just chilling with me here. No.
Oh, on the Nadeshot.
Guys, it's a 1-point game. It's tied up 32-32. It was looking like it was getting away from the red team, but they have evened it up. Sykkuno might be onto something, laying prone. Nades wanting this 1v1 battle. Will he get it, though? There he is. Hit markers. Looks like he got that dude's foot that ran by instead of Mr. Sykkuno's head. He's got it, and there it is. He delivers Sykkuno down. Blue team back in control.
Oh, no. With the throne block right there, it looks like Tarik's going to be able to pick off 2 eliminations.
Because 3 people are outside, so lesser death.
I see you.
No! No!
What?
Guys, it's to 80, not 40.
Yeah, I was about to say. I think he
it is 80, but 80 for your team.
Oh, no.
Oh, man. A little premature celebration there. Production, I hope you got that, because we're going to run that back if it's a close game and blue wins, because that was like an epic comeback, and Tarik fell just, well, slightly halfway short. That was great.
Yep, just play passive.
See who takes it home.
Yeah, Ferg, I will say, they've slowed down.
Got his bitch ass. Nice shot.
You heard him just saying play passive amongst some other things, but play passive was the key words that I heard. And Sykkuno is loving this angle, laying prone with the Kar 98.
What are we even doing right now?
This is crazy.
It looks like him and Nid are having a little 1v1 instead of Nid and Eggs.
Oh, nice.
The entire game so far, they've been laying prone.
Well, the 2 enemies can't team up and do anything against Sykkuno right here.
Sykkuno's got 7, I think, is what it said when he picked up that last one. Okay, Tingleton, wait a minute. Tingleton's got 14. What's going on? How's this team at the bottom of the leaderboard? He's cooking.
He really is. He's carrying the team right now. 14, 15 elims right now, and he is walking up the stairs to spawn. So he doesn't want to go any further than this. Otherwise, he's going to find himself in a world of hurt with spawn protection. But he does proceed. He's down, but really good job of him working that whole right side.
Did I get that?
Sykkuno is just lining him up, knocking him down like he's at the carnival or something. This is crazy.
Well, Ferg, the problem with
Red
this
team
position...
Dang it.
Oh, no, go ahead. I mean, they're taking a nice lead, but I was gonna say the problem.
I was just gonna say red team's taking the lead. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. I think the problem with that position for the opponents is that they have to consider him there. They have to either address him or leave him. And either way, it's covering a full sight lane. It's covering a full lane for their opponents.
Yeah, when you've got players like Nadeshot and X just giving out free eliminations, I mean, it's not going to look too good.
You say that in the elimination feed. X picks up Sykkuno, by the way.
Finally.
It's perfect. About time. Red up by 3 right now. We're 3/4 of the way through. 3 minutes, 45 seconds left on the clock. It does look like they're going to pick up 80 before the time runs out. 65-60, though. Red having a late surge right now, continuing to build momentum. Up by 7. This is going absolutely nuts. Look at this vantage point. Oh my gosh, Tarik is going to town right now as they have a 10-point cushion going into the final 10 elims.
He is popping off up to 14 as
MVP.
well. Oh, he's went into spawn protection.
Yeah.
That's going to be wraps.
All right.
Well
yeah,
done.
he had the perfect spot there, but ultimately, you know, without the map familiarity, you push up just a bit too far. Sheaf's got the right side of this on lockdown. That archway is the one that leads up to spawn, so he's very close to the enemy side right now. 6 points, 5 points now to go. Red team nearing completion of their goal, and look at that nade shot comes up with a clutch elim on Sykkuno. 76-70 though.
Need
they have what it takes.
4, now need 3 for the side of red. Blue needs 9. A big moment, and Nade's gonna give one away. They reach out, same angle, same peak. You can't peek the same angle twice, Nade. We all know it. We all love it, and Team Red wins off of it. Sykkuno and company leading the charge as Iceman Isaac was the MVP. 25 eliminations. We called it here on broadcast. Fantastic job.
Early on that one, he was looking really comfortable, really good. But ultimately, my MVP for that one, Tarik. That man got the position that swung that map. I think, you know, between him and Iceman Isaac had that right side on lockdown in that tunnel. And obviously with 25 elims, it's hard to argue with an MVP performance there. But on the left side, Tarik pushed all the way up to spawn, had it on lockdown, and that's when you saw that map flip for red. And it seemed like in the middle, it was just a big trade between Nadeshot and Sykkuno the whole time. Sykkuno holding it down with the sniper rifle. But ultimately there, slow start for red, but they got it going towards the end when it mattered.
Yeah, it's a great shot. I mean, Ferg, what'd you make of it? I mean, look, there's some TDM on main broadcast here with PUBG Mobile. It was a dang good time, and it was pretty close, frankly.
Yeah, it was a ton of fun. I loved watching Tarik freak out there. Everyone was having a blast. It was good to see just the captains in the game instead of their teammates carrying them. Nature. But yeah, loads of fun. I'm excited for the next mode too.
Yeah, it
good
really
news
was
for
a
the
good
lobby,
time.
Gojj.
Oh, yeah?
You know what that is? Chief, the number 1 seed, was on the losing team. So everyone on that other side is going to be able to make up a little bit of a gap. So that's going to be an interesting one to keep our eye on.
Good heads up pick here from the GOAT Powerbang himself. And you're right, the way those points worked in Santorini, as we take a quick look back on the replays, Iceman Isaac holding these boxes and doing a fantastic job of it. 15 points for every captain on the winning side and only 5 for the losing side. So a 10-point spread going to the winning side captains is a nice boon on that leaderboard. And so we'll see that 26, I think it was, point gap from Sheaf and his opponents, I think likely going to be slowly lessened. But some great replays here from Sykkuno and nade shots, war of attrition, the sniper battle of a century, and then, of course, Tarik playing the flank and picking up a ton of eliminations as well.
Oh, that's classic. Ferg, what'd you think of those 5-second strafe outs from Nadeshot, just kind of getting into position?
Oh man, it's disappointing. Being a longtime fan of Nade, seeing him play mobile games, I mean, gosh, just stick the controller, buddy, bro, come on.
Win with a ridicule stop. This is unbelievable. Absolute slander on broadcast. We're having a great time, and I know these players are as well. Great celebrations here, like you guys had mentioned, from Tarik, with great flanks. And then back to the old tried and true from the very beginning. Nadeshot dying because he's re-peeking the same angle. He finally had answered back here, but hey, guess what? The re-peek right around the corner. It was Iceman Isaac as the MVP, just like we called it out. Again, the GOAT across all inputs, and apparently amongst the captain, the best, I think technically on paper, the best mobile player amongst the captains. The problem is his team lacking in the elimination and the points category on the major leaderboard. We only have one more map to go, Powerbang. Any final thoughts about Santorini? And then we're going to be moving on to the next thing.
No final thoughts. I was happy to see these guys get it all done. I will say that, Tarik, I was happy to see you get your moment to celebrate for real, even though you had a little bit of a premature one halfway through. Happy to see you get that dub.
All right. Well, the big question out there, Powerbang, is, of course, we know who our winners are here, at least for now. But who are the winners at home? We did have a pick'em for that Captain Bonanza there on Santorini, and it was all about the captain with the most eliminations, which we know to be the MVP, Iceman Isaac. Did you pick Team Iceman Isaac? And frankly, this question is really, were you listening to broadcast? And if you were, do you trust me? I think Ferg would tell you not to, but I was right for once, which is huge. So big congratulations.
Hey, a clock is right twice a day, man.
All right. A clock is right all the time. A broken clock, though.
Nope.
I am not a broken clock. So congratulations to our 4 winners. If you chose Iceman
Definitely
Isaac.
a broken clock in my book.
Okay. Frag Honda, Angry Bird, Royal Genio, I believe, and Zeus. Still not Ferg or his other half, but even still, big congratulations. If your name is on the screen right now, big congrats. You've won an iPad 11. I mean, talk about a great day. You're watching some fantastic PUBG Mobile vids and broadcasts and some sweaty matches, and then you just won an iPad for doing so. So here's congrats to these 4 winners. Don't worry, we've got more right around the corner. Not only another map, not only another chance to enter your final pick'em if you haven't. Yes, one more map means you could win another iPad potentially, and some more UC right around the corner. Our third hint, not too far away. We're gonna head to a very short break. When we come back, it'll be the end of the tournament with one more big map to go. You're not gonna want to miss it.
Version 3.7 brings new content and updates to make your gameplay experience better than ever. Laser grips are now available in supply shops. This is great news for players who prefer firing from the hip. Get the attachment you need without having to worry about finding it. There's also a new ace eliminator mechanic. In every match, the first player to eliminate 6 enemies becomes the first ace eliminator. From then on, anyone who eliminates more enemies than the current title holder becomes the new ace eliminator. Players can continue fighting over the title throughout the match, and it will keep being passed on to the appropriate player. The ace eliminator gets exclusive prompts, an elimination broadcast, and a special label in the status bar. They also get a special highlights animation, results page icon, and sharing background. Make the Ace Eliminator title yours to show off your abilities and share your highlights with everyone. There's also a new advancing emote that can be purchased from the shop in the lobby. You can move around freely when using it, and other players can dance along with you, livening up the atmosphere. Version 3.7 is now available. Head in game and try the new content now.
In PUBG Mobile, looting is important for gaining a combat advantage. In this video, we'll be explaining how to effectively obtain supplies. First, choosing the right way to pick up supplies is crucial. If you manually pick up supplies, you can choose which supplies you need the most. But this takes longer and increases the chance of getting ambushed. However, with auto pickup enabled, you can loot quickly in matches, according to the preferences you set. That's why, before you enable auto pickup, you have to set up your pickup preferences first. When it comes to ammo count, it is ideal to set the limit at 180 for assault rifles. As for sniper rifles and shotguns, the limit can be 30. Pistols are usually for emergencies, so keeping the default amount is recommended. For consumables, don't carry more than 1 medkit, 3 first aid kits, and 5 bandages. Set things up for other items based on your needs. For throwables, having up to 3 frag grenades and 3 smoke grenades is enough to deal with standard combat situations. Pick up other throwables as the need arises, and leave them at the default settings. Once you've set your preferences, it's crucial to choose the right time to pick up your items. If you're pressed for time, or if it's too dangerous, you'll want combat essentials, like weapons and vests. For non-essentials, like attachments, you can pick them up later once you know you're safe. If needed, use a smoke grenade as cover so you can safely loot in tricky situations. That's all for this guide on looting. See you next time.
I'm an airdrop. Whenever I land, always a catcher group of players who don't play by the rules.
Who dares to take my airdrops?
Some teams confront directly, while some hide alone. I've witnessed countless battles of all types. Nothing is absolute, but please, don't get me hurt. What did I ever do to you? Of course, I've also seen players win in all sorts of ways. For example, some people fight until the end. Some people hide until the end. But this is what makes PUBG Mobile fun. There are many ways to get airdrops, many ways to fight, and more than one way to win the game. Play big in PUBG Mobile. Anyone can be the one.
To the PUBG Mobile All-Star Face-Off. We have had so much fun all day today. We've played 4 different maps of varying degrees of difficulty, I think, for our captains and all of our teams. We have one more map to go. I'm Gojj, I'm your host all day today. I've got Powerbang and Ferg waiting in the wings, and I know we've had a blast all day today, but I'm excited to get into a lot of things that we've got to discuss. Before we get to it, though, if you're not enjoying yourself with the broadcast, I don't know what you're doing. Make sure you go download PUBG Mobile right now. It's free. iOS, Android, Google Play Store, wherever you want to get it, go pick it up. PUBG Mobile is one of the best in the business, frankly, at providing AAA gameplay and constantly releasing new content and updates to the game, where we get to have a tournament like this that has a different game mode, every single map, totally different gameplay loop. It's been a ton of fun to watch, so go get your chance to play the game right now for free on all of our app stores out there, and drop a follow on all major socials for PUBG Mobile. They are live literally all over the place right now. Drop a follow wherever you're watching, of course, but also on any of those news social platforms like X. They're always dropping updates, events, patch notes, and so much more. Trust me, it's worth the 5 seconds so that you can stay up to date on your favorite game. Just drop a follow wherever you are witnessing this amazing broadcast thus far. Now let's bring in Powerbang and Ferg, because we have lots to discuss going into the final map of the day. Dun, dun, dun. I've got to remind everybody, Powerbang, and toss it to you. This last map is worth 2x points. 2 times the points, not only in placement, but also the eliminations. And with that means the leader of our leaderboard, the winner currently, might win that trophy you're holding up. They might win the $10,000, or we could see somebody totally different at the top of this leaderboard.
This is at stake. We've got a beautiful gold-plated trophy that's about to go out to one of these lucky teams, and $10,000 in cash. And it's honestly up for grabs for nearly everyone. I can't say everybody. There's a couple teams that might have worked themselves out of contention, but it's going to be close, and I can't wait to check on those stats here shortly to see how much distance all of these teams are going to have to travel in our last game of the day, which obviously is Rondo. It's our new themed battle royale on the brand new map. So excited for it. It's one of my favorite maps in the game, so we'll be excited and prepped for that action. But boy, oh boy, I am pumped to see how close it actually is, Coach.
Yeah, no, I think the scores are going to be very, very close, especially when you think about, obviously, this is a 10-point spread difference between our two teams. It was 15 points if you won that captain-led Santorini map, and it was 5 points if you ended up losing that one. So we at least gave some points for some of our losing captains, but even so, that's a 10-point spread on our leaderboard, and we know the team at the top that had a 26-point lead over second, that gap is going to be at least a little bit. It's going to be close to some of the teams further down the leaderboard. So truly, Ferg, I think this leaderboard is open for anyone. So I want to harken back to the first question I asked you on this broadcast, which was, of course, words of wisdom. And of course, what you said was very crucial. So I'd like you to repeat yourself about maybe not freaking out.
Yeah, well, talking about teams that aren't really doing much, though, just before we get into it. Piggleton. What is going on with that team right now? They just haven't been doing anything. As for words of wisdom when it comes to the Rondo map, man, definitely land on that island. you can respawn for free. Everyone better be landing on it, and I hope that it is as much chaos as we've seen in Payload, Gojj.
You can't help yourself, can you? Anytime I toss you, you are trash talking people, and I respect that about you. At least you're consistent, unlike some of these other teams, and Tickleton at least is consistent as well. Now, as we get into what is going to be our final map of the day, I will say that I think we've got some really cool stats on the head-to-head matchup between two of the biggest names in FPSs out there. And frankly, one of the biggest storylines of the day. Here's our head-to-head eliminations, head-to-head damage, assists, and survival time. And frankly, the spread across the board, this is just from games 1 to 3, might I add, not game 4 where they were actually on the same team. This is truly head-to-head. And look, we could look at this stat line from both of these players in a modicum of different ways. So Powerbang, how you spinning the story here? Which one's better?
Oh, dude, if I'm Nadeshot, I'm looking at that first row and then just stopping reading anything else. Elims, 1-0, Aches, you blow, I'm the GOAT, stop talking to me. That's what I'm doing if I'm Nadeshot. Whereas Aches, I mean, you might get, send your attention down to basically every other row on that leaderboard there. That head-to-head story tells something a little bit differently as far as contribution to the team.
For Nadeshot, he's stat padding, man. As usual, a kill with an elimination with 70 damage. Come on, Nid.
That was an RPG. That was an RPG. I saw it with my own eye.
Oh, dear.
As per the usual, I'm going to be the Aches stan here in the booth. The stats may not look good, but of the two players, who has actually earned points for their team? I'm just saying. Technically, on paper, Nadeshot's the only player between those two that actually earned points for his team. So I know we're ragging on Nade, and I was cheering on Aches that entire time. Yeah, the damage doesn't look great, but the elimination that Nade was able to pull through means he's scored 2 points for his team, whereas Aches has technically scored 0. And if you take into account map 4, they're on the same team, so it's still even, except Nade has a slight advantage of 2 points. I might be the devil's advocate here in the booth, but I'm just saying. I might be on Nade's side for once during this broadcast here, Powerbang.
Facts don't lie, 1-0, favor Nadeshot. And like I said, if I was Nadeshot reading that chart, I'm reading that first row, and that's it. Because that's what equates to points on the scoreboard, and ultimately, Aches will have something to say about that here in game number 5. Because remember, as we saw, they were on the same team, so they should gain the same amount of points. So their margin should be around 2 points between those two squads going into this last game. So it kind of comes down to this to see which one of those two finishes ahead of the other. And, barring a Herculean effort, it doesn't look like they're going to be in a spot to potentially win. But you never know. They're close enough to where it could happen if they go absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely can. And again, I think this is such a great call out, and I love this stat line because of exactly what you just said. It's still going to be a 2-point margin. And that 2-point margin is going to be the difference maker between potentially winning and losing this event, depending how this last one goes, if their teams truly step up. Do you both still stand by? I'll start with you, Fer. Do you both still stand by with the fact that Nadeshot's team will come out on top, even after seeing that graphic, because the team's going to carry? Ferg?
Absolutely. Nadeshot on top. I'm sorry, X just was not my favorite when I was a youngster, so I'm sticking it out with Nadeshot for now. Powerbang, how about you?
I'm sticking with my my pick from the beginning. I haven't changed anything, and despite Aches taking the lead here after 4 games of play, it looks like we'll see. Nade's gonna have to come up with something, maybe delegate, to the team, something a little different this time. We'll see what happens, but they're gonna be looking to turn it around here in our last map of the day.
I get to just argue the counterpoint every single time because I'm cheering on Nade on his stat line because he's the only one that earned points, but I am still standing with Aches at the end of the day against both of you gentlemen. So we'll see who comes out on top here in the booth and also on the map. Folks at home, we've got a lot of rewards obviously in game for our players, a trophy, $10,000, but we've got more rewards down the line for you all as well. So it is time for your third hint. The third word in your passphrase to potentially earn some UC and get you entered into that giveaway. The third word is FPS. What were the first two? I hope you were paying attention. You could also just rewind this broadcast if you're watching on YouTube. Another incentive to hop into our YouTube chat and chat with us. But our third word in our passphrase, our hint, is FPS. That is going to be your next one. So we've had 2 before this, add them all together, and we've got 1 more down the line and some instructions on how to submit them. So excited to see who wins that UC. I think there's $1,000 worth of UC being given away, by the way. So make sure you enter this. You could be one of the lucky few that does end up winning quite a bit of UC. So excited about that. And speaking of all of those rewards you've been working toward, yeah, we've been giving away a lot of iPads. I want to re-explain how this works because this Pick'em sweepstake is so dang cool. There's actually a QR code on your screen right now. So if you don't feel like typing in amg.gg/all-star Pick'ems, and that's been the limiting factor for you getting involved in these Pick'ems and potentially winning an iPad, if you just screenshot this and click the actual QR code, you actually just go there if you're on mobile. And if not, you can scan this on your monitor if you're watching on PC. So head over to that website, go get your Pick'ems in, because you can still enter your Pick'ems now for our drawing in this last map. And by the way, if you're very good at math in our broadcast, in our audience, you know that if we drew another only 4 winners, again, we would not reach our 23 total winners, which means we are pulling 7 winners to win a 128 gigabyte iPad 11. Big chance this time around, so make sure you get your Pick'ems in so you can see if you're maybe one of the lucky 7, literally a lucky 7 to win that iPad 11. Now, Powerbang Ferg, I don't think either of you or anyone that you know well is going to win those iPad 11s, but I've really enjoyed giving these away to all of our audience members, and it's been fun to do these Pick'ems. This is a very unique way, Powerbang, to do giveaways here in the broadcast. So I'm having a blast, and I hope all of our friends at home are having a blast too.
100%. I'm actually working, so I haven't been able to enter any of these sweepstakes, right? But I'm jealous, I gotta say. I could use a new iPad right now, actually. So again, those of you in the chat, this is not a sweepstakes to sleep on. Make sure you go get yourself entered, and best of luck to you. Obviously, make sure that you pick the right racehorse here going into our final game. Not sure what the pick'em is, but oh boy, that's going to be an interesting one as you get yourself a shot to take home a brand new iPad 11. So best of luck. I'm jealous. Enjoy them. And back to you, Gojj.
Yeah, well, let's go back to all of our creators. Ferg, before they swap off of this too quickly, we're about to drop into Rondo. Who's looking the best right now? Who's looking most excited?
LEGIQN.
Yeah, that's right. That's my eyes are drawn to LEGIQN for sure. He knows it, and they're all. I think they've all figured out they're on broadcast right now. Look at the flex from Nade. Win, zoom in. Come on, Ferg. What else are you seeing on this board?
Bottom right, I can't remember his name, but what was that? Oh dear. Oh, there's Ducky too on the top of the middle.
And Wynn seems personal.
Yeah, seems like Wynn's having a good club experience right there as well.
Yeah, he's got a rave going on. Look at Wynn go. Yeah, no, I'm definitely eyes drawn to a few of these people. Farouk's got some sick dance moves going on. Xifan's doing something. It's good times all the way around. But what was that RoastSmith doing a little boogie? We've got some characters on broadcast for sure.
Why is he showing his bald head, bro? I do not want to see that. LEGIQN, bro, stop it. Oh, hell no, bro.
We got multiple dancing on broadcast right now. I see you win. I respect it. I think RoastSmith doing a little bit of dancing as well.
Xifan flexing.
I mean, hey,
I'm dying
on him. This is great reactions. I got to give a shout. I don't know if they're watching the broadcast right now, watching us gas them up, but Iceman Isaac was frozen solid in the bottom left on his own devices. He was just posing for us. Hey, MVP, you're my GOAT. Keep working hard, bro. Job's not done. I love all of our creators. And as a reminder, folks at home, all of our creators are streaming their own perspectives, obviously, or they wouldn't be dancing that hard right now. So go drop a follow on all of their streams. And also, drop a follow to these two gentlemen here. Ferg, Powerbang, they've done a great job at the booth thus far. Pure entertainment, as much as I'm giving Ferg a hard time, and he's giving everybody else a hard time. It's been a blast to have them both here in the booth. So drop them a follow, as well as all of our socials here at PUBG Mobile. Okay, Powerbang, it's time for Rondo. Give me the secret tips. We were talking about it briefly, but we're about to drop into this map. And there is an island. This is the themed game mode, which means there is an island where I believe it's infinite respawns, which means it's about to get real mixy at the start of this map, where you can earn a ton of eliminations, which again are worth 4 points instead of 2.
Absolutely. I mean, this is typical of a lot of the themed game modes where you have your POI. This one happens to be floating. You want to make sure that you don't miss it, because there is a load of loot there and a ton of opportunity to actually get those elims up front, where people are a little less careful, if you will. So they're offering them up for you to take, and those elims are all worth 2, and game 5 is double in this one, so it's going to be super, super important. And then obviously once we hit the ground running, this is the biggest map inside of PUBG Mobile. It's got the most land area to play. It's got everything from beautiful meadows and, you know, flower gardens all the way to skyscrapers and actual cityscapes. So it's going to be really cool to kind of see this play out on PUBG Mobile's brand new map, Rondo. And then also the new themed game mode that is going to be this particular game that we're playing. So excited to see it. I'm not sure who's going to have the upper hand here, though, Gojj. I mean, it could go to anybody. You got to wonder if Sheaf can keep it up going into our 5th match.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance that they're able to, but again, leaderboard wide open. Ferg, I've been told that our pick'em for the last map is actually a pick'em for the entire event. Who is going to be the champion of the event? So a little bit maybe easier to guess. Now, you might not win an iPad for this wager, but your pick'em, sir. I need predictions. I need true predictions. The winner of PUBG Mobile's All-Star Face-Off, who is it going to be? No rewards besides maybe a bit more clout. Not that you need any more. You've got plenty, but who's your pick?
Oh, I'm just going to go for Sheaf because he's on top by such a big margin.
Too easy.
I'm gonna play it safe, you know. I'm not gonna go anywhere else. I'm not gonna pick Nadeshot or Eggs. I'm definitely gonna stay with Sheaf.
Taking the easy way out, Ferg. It is what it is. I respect it. Sheaf is up by like 16 points or something like that. It's a great choice. Powerbang, same question. Pick'ems. Where you headed? What are you thinking? Are you thinking the easy way out? Are you thinking some hard? You're thinking above the board. You're thinking who's going to be the expert at Rondo? I don't know. Powerbang, as we stare at Ferg's face.
I want to watch it. I want to watch Ferg as he reacts to my answer here. So here's the deal. Ferg, are you ready for this? I agree with you. So if I'm giving I guess advice or instructions to people that are trying to do the pick'em here, go with Sheaf, right? You're playing for iPads, right? They're going in with a big lead. They got to do something to kind of choke that away here, so go with Sheaf. But if it's me, and being the bold, you know, prediction guesser that I am, I'm sticking with my original pick, which was Team Nadeshot going into the final here. Wow. They're going to find a way to pull it out in this last map, come for the heroic victory, and then Nade can laugh at aches till the cows come home. So that's my bold pick. Probably won't come true if you're at home. Maybe Team Sheaf's the safe way to go.
You both are storyline players, and I respect it. Obviously, we're playing into the stories we've been building all day today, and the Nadeshot pick's a good one. It's a strong team, and the Sheaf team is obviously a really strong team. I think if I have to join the race here, which I think I do as we head into Rondo, I think I'm going to lean back on a booth favorite here. As much as I was saying I'm not a part of the shtick, I think Team Tarik can win this whole dang thing. They've got Xifan, they've got Yamna, they've got Cisco. They've been dominating all day today, except for the first map. And I think they've got a really good opportunity to carry that momentum forward, use the wind in their sails, and sail on to the promised land as they are the ultimate victor, the all-stars, if you will, of this incredible all-star face-off, as we get one more quick look at our creators before we jump into Rondo.
Bonus points if you could tell me which creator turned off their lights and is playing purely in the dark. It was Dream. No big deal.
I was just saying, I'm looking around.
I did not know the answer to that before she popped that light back on, but Dreamcase back with us here as we go into our final map of the day. It is Rondo, and I like the pick from you, Gojj. I'm not going to lie. That's a bold prediction. It would be coming from, I'm not going to say worst to first, but it would be covering a lot of ground, put it that way. But I like the energy that Tarik comes into this game on, celebrating not once but twice his victory in Santorini. We got match 5 of 5 live now. It's Rondo, and we've got 2 different plane paths at the start of this game, mixing things up a little bit. It's a new look here as we are diving in, and obviously our themed event, taking a peek for it. I don't know if we're, playing that mode. We'll see. We'll see if it's live here. Ooh. This guy is just falling out of the plane. Where is the? All right.
Oh, there we are.
There we go.
Into my favorite place on Rondo. This is gonna be chaos, Gojj.
Yeah, this is going to be nuts. The Gilded Palace. It is going to be absolute chaos. And frankly, it's absolute chaos with a lot on the line. Reminder, each of these eliminations is going to be worth 4 points in total at the end of this one. So you're going to see a ton of eliminations exchanging hands. And right now, it's Team Sheaf. Right now, I'm looking like the fool in the booth because they're making the other opponents look silly. Red Eyes blocks in and picks up another, but overextends his shoulder just a hair too far and will drop as well. Holy cow.
Insane action to start this one off. Red Eyes having to do it all again. The good news is, though, the beautiful part about this, what I love so much, is you can risk it all at the start of these maps because you just get a respawn, fly back in, do it all again. Not a lot of risk here, but as far as the tournament setting goes, giving away some points, but like you thought, you know, we've got Tarik already up to 5 elims, so they're starting off hot.
Well, let me be very clear about something, folks. This, I believe, is our official leaderboard on the right-hand side, which means, yes, Sheaf is in first, but now with these eliminations calculated in, not by a whole lot. That gap has dramatically closed to single digits, as I believe things are getting shuffled around and people finding a number of eliminations. I'll be curious to see where everybody lands, but still, Sheaf's team on top at 87 overall. And Team Shuffling, but Team Legion potentially making a late tournament shift here if Bushka and Co can find some eliminations.
Yeah, that I'm not gonna trust the leaderboard entirely just yet. They're working on it behind the scenes, but we'll make sure before we announce our winners that that's right. I know there's a bunch of folks calculating that manually. Sounds like fun for them, but we will stay tuned on that. We've got 4 elims now for HollywoodBob, so there's some good action happening early, and that's what some of these teams desperately needed and are hoping for. They're actually getting that here.
Yeah, and if my mental math is proving me correct, I think I also went with a crowd favorite because I do think Tarik is likely in second overall, especially with those 10 points that they've already netted, calculated in. And it was really on the back of Xifan there. You saw the angles of Xifan's team being able to just stay patient on kind of the high ground of the Gilded Palace and able to pick up a ton of eliminations and then get back into the mix. So here's a quick look at them. Looking very strong. It's actually Cisco that was able to pick up a lot of those eliminations at the end of the day, at least getting those points. Xifan able to put down a sizable amount of damage. But Ferg, here's a quick look at where our players are at, and we do see Aches, all 4 alive.
Yeah, they're starting off this game pretty strong here. However, it looks like, wow. Unfortunately, never mind. Yeah, Rolex is going to go ahead and use a shotgun to get an elim here, but X might come through with the third party just behind there. They seem to be playing this more passive than what I was expecting, Gojj.
Yeah, I think the utter chaos that was the Gilded Palace to start things off on this map has slowly but surely died down as folks are getting eliminated and then flying into the rest of the map. But now that we have a power position, we'll hold this and let the bodies come to us. And that's exactly what happens. Ace trying to find a flank, able to find an angle, but not the right one. Cisco able to rip him down and pick up another elimination. This is massive points for the side of Team Tarik. I am looking no longer like the fool, but apparently the broadcast hero, and immediately as I say that, Xifan's dead. Yep. Okay, I'll stop talking. Okay. Ferg, it's all you.
Mods, take him down. Ban him.
I'm banned.
Rest of the
8
players.
elims, though, for the side of Tarik, though, to start off this fight. That's pretty good. They almost had a 9th there. Xifan tried to get that nade off. Unfortunately, just not enough time to get that thing off. He gets taken down. Look at Nadeshot, though. Nadeshot and Wynn both, never mind, just Wynn, hanging out still nearby, and Wynn's going to try to maybe make something of his time left in the Gilded Palace before he gets eliminated.
Absolutely, Powerbang, and it seems like everyone else has already been eliminated, and now they are landing on the rest of the map. Little B being one of the players, but he has been knocked from quite afar. And it seems like there's another team that's going to rotate in from the side of him, Gojj, crossing the other compound.
Yeah, this
now
is...
like, do I do the fall damage?
Yeah,
might as well.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of our teams still up in the Gilded Palace are trying to make the most of it at the very least. But you're right, I think that team is a bit in trouble. It looks like Ace trying to fight Wynn, and obviously wins that one. Not too much risk there of losing it. Teammate's still alive, so a big win and a couple more eliminations. It looks like Team Ace is going to be walking out of Gilded Palace with, what is that, 5 eliminations in total. So a total of 10 points here to start things off. This is a great start for this squad.
Nadeshot still bleeding out up here. Wynn, unfortunately, is going to leave him hanging. It was a nice try from Wynn there on the drop shot. He took down about 2/3 of Ace's life, but Ace with the shotgun able to persevere in close quarters. But we still have 3 squads or so chilling up top. T-Mags among them. Team Iceman, they've got 4 elims to their name so far. Mango sees him and is just waiting for the right time to peek, I think. So he's got some company across the hall. You see these guys crouched this whole time. It's a good thing they are. They're trying to obstruct any getting shot in the ear for people that they don't know are lurking just around the corner.
Yes, sir, indeed. Powerbang, I just want to give a quick shout out to T-Mag's setup. Like, his actual setup where he's chilling right now, it looks insane. Big fan. Space.
When we go back to it, we'll look at it, because I'm pretty sure it's a quote-unquote digital studio.
Oh, is it a green screen?
Oh,
man.
You just got, hey, that's a good green screen if you just got duped.
It's all, because I do the same thing every time I see it. I'm like, dude, what a sick setup. Then I look at it some more and I'm like, wait a minute.
Man.
Yeah.
I was actually pretty hyped over that. It looked like a really good upgraded version
It's
of
a good
mine.
angle. Yeah, it's a good angle on that. So props on the setup, dude.
There it is. Look, that looks legit.
Yeah, he just got
Damn. I can see it now with the screen.
Yeah,
the screen on the right side.
It's solid though. I gotta give him props on that. Because every time I think the same thing.
Yeah, that's clean.
Yeah, he's picked up 4 eliminations here as well, which is obviously a great number. I mean, again, that's 8 points. The whole team on the side of Team Ace and Team Aix here, they're just trying to find T-Mags.
Aix is on the board. He's picked up an elim. So hey, that's pretty cool.
Finally.
And the
only took 5 games.
Yeah, and his longest elim was, it looks like 8 meters. So quite close range is the name of the game for Aix. Barrel stuff and move on. We've seen it in a number of FPS titles. You'll see it here as well. And I think they're trying to do a lot of that. They've got player advantage, and they are going to get this elimination on T-Mag. So it looks like Team Aix are going to be your winners of the Gilded Palace, which is really impressive stuff. I mean, I don't know that we were, at least the 2 gentlemen to my right in the booth didn't expect it. Of course, I've been cheering them on since the beginning, so it looks like the turns have tabled, as it were, here, Mr. Ferg.
Now that you've mentioned it, they're gonna die. It's over for them. Eliminations imminent on the side of Aix. Watch it here and now, ladies and gentlemen. Once they get back down from this Gilded Palace, it's over.
I do think they need to start moving here pretty quickly, though, because I mean, while there is some loot up here, they've got a long way to go. I mean, there's some ground to cover before they hit the top of that leaderboard. And as you can see, there's no other enemies up there to actually fight. So they need to get moving.
And this is going to be over at Nyak's factory. Be curious to see what, of course, Team Noko on your screen right now can do under the likely IGL leadership of Mr. Rolex himself.
We've seen him win 1. Can he win again?
Iceman Isaac is on the run for his life right now. WPGN knocked him. He's trying to get the little B for the revive. But the interesting thing is the third party at the test track over in the distance. You can see another squad chilling over there. And it does look like there's 2 squads, actually. So everybody's fighting right now. And we'll see if Farouk's able to defend here. Oh, a nade might work. He gets it up there.
Ooh.
Wow. It was beautiful. It just didn't cook it quite long enough.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
Man,
one thing
I wishes he had that one back.
Yeah, one thing I'll say about Farouk is he's always kitted up with some great style in game. This dude loves a good cosmetic. He's got his pet ready to go. He's got some sort of flair on him, and he is ready to rock and roll. So I think if he can pick up a couple more nades, he'll land one of those. I believe in him.
100%. If you like cosmetics, definitely check out Farouk's channel. Big part of it is based around that. He's got loads of openings and cool stuff that he's got on the account, so definitely check him out. Rolex here, though, under pressure, but he is going to bank that nade, maybe.
Ooh. Okay, that's the Rolex I know. I had to get out of my chair for that one. That was gross.
Good flick there. I thought for sure he was done. That nade, it stayed out for a lot longer than I thought it might, and he finally put it away when he realized, oh, Lil B's for real. He's really coming in here. This is working out great for Rolex. They're picking up elim after elim right now as they're getting pushed. Iceman Isaac, the only one up right now, it looks like, for the team, and he's just trying to stay a little quiet at this point. Happy to just chill.
About 5 elims on the board. I don't think that's going to be enough just yet to shit them up the leaderboards to the #1 spot, though, Gojj.
Yeah, likely not. You know, pending where they ended up landing after, you know, our Santorini match. But even still, it's great points thus far and still plenty of map to be played. Luckily, it does look like there's a respawn beacon here. Unfortunately, it didn't even look like they were even camping it. It just was bad timing, wrong place at the wrong time. That is brutal for Iceman Isaac and co. That's now 2 teams fully eliminated after such a beautiful performance in Santorini from Iceman Isaac. They just could not quite get stabilized in this map here, Powerbang.
Yeah, it's tough. You know, we were at the Neox factory riding along with him just a moment ago. There's 5 squads around that exact spot on the map. This map is huge, and literally half the lobby's chilling in the same general area. So even if you think you're safe and kind of running away, odds are you're probably going to get third party from a weird angle. And outside of these buildings, there's so much open ground to cover to get to the next point of interest, the next hard cover, essentially. You can see the forests and the open fields here. Those are difficult to cross if you don't have a vehicle. So again, Iceman, you know, Isaac just not able to kind of get it done, and unfortunately for them, taken out. Now there's 10 teams left, and 10 teams still have their eyes on that championship trophy.
What is that car?
I don't know, it's like some goo.
I was gonna say, it's a supercar, baby. It's in my category of favorite vehicles, that's for sure.
Yeah, see him, but I've never seen that
Bugatti?
Before. Nah, there's no way is that Bugatti. I've never seen that.
I don't know.
Somebody in chat can help us out, I believe. I know a lot about PUBG Mobile. I don't think I know which vehicle that is. Anybody know which one's Wynn's driving? Pay attention to chat. I'll call it out if I see it.
I mean, it looks sick nonetheless.
There is a roll up onto Jacob. Let's see if he can clutch this.
Looking unlikely.
Close.
Or
he took Koti down very, very low, but the angles were just too much. That was too aggressive. They did not play that tentatively. Got to give them credit. They saw a player that was, you know, caught with his, you know, pants down, so to speak, and they just, you know, took to him very quickly, knocked him out, and Jacob's out of the lobby.
Hey,
see you later, Jacob.
Chat's got us. It's called The Ghost. Somebody said that's
Never
a focus.
heard of it.
That's not true, but it is a ghost, apparently. Chat is locked in. Chat, if you're here, can I get some W's in the chat for this incredible event thus far? We've had an amazing day here with PUBG Mobile, and you're helping us out on broadcast. We appreciate you. I see you, YouTube chat. I see you all. But as we swing back to our broadcast here and the action, this looks vaguely familiar. Team LEGIQN getting the better of their opponents to some degree as a car comes rolling up. FullFrontage fully eliminated here on the hands of Ducky, who's got 1 HP and a dream, trying to fight for his life. And unfortunately, down below, one of the best players that graced the game. Good luck, Ducky. Bushka's got your backup. Let's see what Team LEGIQN can do.
Bushka looking down with a beautiful vantage point right now. He's got HH24 covered. He knows where he is. And HH24 just trying to get a teammate back in the fight right now, trying to get some help, but he knows that's too much of a gap to try to cover. So he's going to need to go up this mountain and go win himself a fight, and I think he knows it.
Absolutely, but unfortunately, I think Ducky's teammate's going to call out exactly where HH is, as he's currently knocked, but not eliminated, so he can third-person peek him right now.
Now Rex up with the valuable intel, sees Ducky's head peeking above the range. Right now, they're just trying to isolate them, it seems like. They're trying to get one player at a time picked out. HH24 above them, gets the knock, gets the flush, and out of here goes Ducky. Now it's just Bushka, who's wrapped all the way around the mountain, and he's back to Mango, going to get that revive. So I don't know if they actually saw Bushka go over there. HH24 may be aware, but there might be time for a reset here, and then numbers on their side, because on the other side, DrChemist has cleared out. He's gone, you know, somewhere else, and now it's a 2v1 situation. We'll see if HH24's got what it takes to win it.
If I know HH, I'd say he has exactly what it takes to win this.
his support's coming back. Now that those nades have kicked off, they're well aware, okay, we've got company still, so they're going to regroup and maybe take this fight, or choose to fight a little later on in the contest. Again, 32 players still alive, down to 31 with FaizyGG going out of the lobby. Nadeshot knocked by Rolex and finished as well, so he won't be able to help his team much further. You know, Rolex is starting to heat up. He might be building some momentum going into the final circles here. Uh-oh, trouble for Team Nadeshot.
Unfortunate scenes to be viewing there. Nadeshot getting eliminated. Hopefully they'll be able to get him back for a revive. But I don't know if it's going to be likely, as Bushka is chasing down Chemist around this silo. A little bit of ring around the rosies here, ladies and gentlemen. We've seen it before in previous PUBG Mobile tournaments, and we're seeing it again in this one.
Always.
Overwatch from up top. HH24 setting up. It's about to be over for Bushka.
Oh, Bushka, no.
His team offers some support. Mango getting the fire to push HollywoodBob's HH24 back a bit, but not enough to get the knock. So now 2v1. They know where he's at. I'm really surprised DrChemist isn't pushing that angle forward a little bit. It's giving Mango the opportunity to 1v1 and potentially get a knock. We'll see if they're able to finish the fight. Now Blue Zone at their back. That's going to hurt a little bit. Mango tries to make the escape, but HH24 says it's not happening. That's a fight that goes the way of Team HollywoodBob.
Oh no, Team Nadeshot. Are they out of here? I think they're fully eliminated. That was NoahSunday. He was trying to get to the respawn beacon, but couldn't make it there. And gets taken down at the last moment with, frankly, by another team who's trying to do a lot of the same. And this is something that happens all the time in PUBG Mobile, other FPS titles. All these players are used to it. Anytime you're near a place where you can get your teammates back into the game, there's going to be other teams there. You've got to expect it. You've got to be prepared. And unfortunately, NoahSunday was just outnumbered there, Ferg.
He was indeed. One of the better players in the mobile FPS scene just couldn't hold his ground there, and unfortunately, they are gone. I'll be interested to see where X positions his team inside of this game, being game number 5, the final of today's tournament. Make sure to download PUBG Mobile if you haven't already, using the link at the top of the description. And if you rewind the stream, maybe you might have a chance to enter the pick'ems. Are they still on, Gojj?
Well, they were on going into this lobby. I'm not sure if you can complete them now, but you might as well try. There's only 7 teams you can choose from. Maybe you have a slight advantage if available. I'm not sure they are. Might as well try, though, because we've got iPads, but we still have a chance for you to get entered into the UC if you're paying attention for those hints. So keep your eyes out, as we've got 7 teams left, and they are closing in on each other.
Did you see that that player from, I think it was Rolex's team. Yeah, it was Noko's team, just chilling, laying on the road? That was funny. Yamno's driving by. Tarik and the team not able to spot them out, but that's okay. I'm sure Rolex will be happy to steer clear of a fight when they weren't looking for it. I will say, I stuck with my pick, Team Nadeshot. I thought they did well today. Maybe even outperformed my expectations, but hey, not too shabby. Now down to 7 teams. And the dark horse here, Tarik, still in it.
Yeah.
Still 3 players left alive, so Gojj, I haven't jinxed them just yet.
I was talking. Hoping for a big game here, Gojj, so don't say nothing. You stay silent.
I'm just here, okay? I'm just here.
Yeah.
Nothing to say yet. I will say I'm looking at the map on our side, and I wonder if we could pull it up quickly, because there is one team still alive and a dead center of this new zone that's coming up, and it's this squad right here. Production's already got me on lock. They've got a great power position. They've got cover in center zone, and they're currently alone with everybody else having to come to them if the zone pulls to the northern side of new on the next rotation. So I think they're playing a really good game right now with a ton of eliminations. Look at that. They're getting not 20 points. Let's be very clear about what that is. That is 40 points in this map, because all points are doubled just from eliminations alone. Team X has an opportunity to win this whole thing if they lock in and get some great placement points here, Powerbang.
That's totally true. I mean, the team that they are chasing at the top was Sheaf, and we haven't heard a lot from him this game. They've only got 1 elim so far. So again, there's ground to be made up here. It can happen. You can see our tracker is now up to date, and Tarik, wow, all the way to the top of the table. Now we've got ourselves a match.
Now we're talking.
And you can see how much that one elim has hurt Chief. Like the non-performance in this game, this is the one where you gotta put up. And there are so many squads that have nearly double-digit kills. So, or elims. I mean, just crazy, crazy performance right now from a number of teams who seemingly want this $10,000.
Absolutely, it's a winner-takes-all situation, so nobody other than the team at the top gets any of that prize money. Oh dear. Oh, at least they were able to get a frag over onto Noah J. And now, if I was them, I'd probably take this fight, Gojj.
Yeah, I mean, I would. I think I would jump on this fight immediately. You know how valuable these eliminations are, right? 4 points per elimination. And you know that, hey, if we only have one right now, and it's by a player who's not even alive, by the way, we got to get a move on. We got to get hustling. Sure, if you win this lobby, you're walking away with 30 placement points. But we showed 40 points just from eliminations alone on this team, from this team right now. And they've already added 3 more to their tally. I have picked right, folks. It is what it is. Job's not done, but 13 eliminations. Math be mathing. That is 52 points just on eliminations alone. They are crushing it right now.
Wow.
How about that Cisco no aim? I feel like his name may be a little misleading. He's got 6 elims so far, so he's leading the way on the aim category, so props to him.
Should have stuck with my boys, man. I switched up. That's messed up for me. I should have just stuck right with them, bro.
It's crazy.
Oh,
crazy work from the main trash talker himself, not being consistent, not being loyal to his guys, huh? Well, job's not done.
Yeah.
It's still anybody's game. It's still 7 teams, and we still got plenty of PUBG Mobile to be played in this map, but it's about to get real chaotic real quick in probably the next 3 to 4 minutes.
Yes, indeed
really
it is.
Zone's starting to come in now. You can see it on the move. And it is about to get dicey. HH24 trying to hold these boys out. The boys and girls, but Xifan peeking above. He does get hit up a little bit. Nice shots from HH24, so they know it's going to be a contested entry. Maybe not the best shots to be taken, given that they actually are more inside the circle than HH24 is. We'll see if they can get that bus into the circle. But man, Tarik on a tear so far this game. He's rooting on his team from the sidelines right now. There's Sheaf, and he goes down. They don't have the backup, though, to make that more painful and open this wide up.
They don't, and I don't like that spot either, Powerbang. It's very open. There's been lots of different teams around them. Luckily, they've been able to make it work so far, and they still have the car for a rotation. But honestly, I just think they need to get out of there.
Why that rock, right? Like the one that they're at, like it's on the edge of circle. Why not just go to the one in front of them, or you know, a tree a little further into the circle? They love this one. This is where they're gonna call home. Look at all those rocks they could be choosing.
Well, I was thinking about
They got the hard shift though. Look at this.
Yeah,
it actually worked out for them.
This zone pull is diabolical for Team Aches. You can see it in the elimination feed. Aches being fully eliminated. It was knocked by a player, but look at the rotate they had to take. Reminder, Team Aches was on the north side of the zone, and frankly, they were in the best spot if it had pulled north by a mile, but it pulls all the way to the bottom part of the zone, basically right on top of Sheaf's team. This is going to be a very difficult rotation for Team Aches to try to make some late game pushes up this leaderboard. Diabolical, but tough. They did have a vehicle. I'll be curious to see what they're able to do.
You know, they're blocked out right now by one of the most sweaty sweats in the whole history of PUBG Mobile, and that's Rolex in a community tournament. So
that's right.
He's still alive, and if you want to see somebody, you know, that doesn't like to lose, you can go look at Rolex right now. Still alive, up with his teammate, trying to hold those guys out up there. HH24 finding a spot in the zone. He's going to try to lock it down for DrChemist to join him. We'll see if he's successful, but lots of loot waiting for him there. Love to see that. And Rolex is going to rotate and allow Team Aches to get further ahead. This is just going to be a mess. This is brewing, and it will explode any moment.
Wow. Chunk goes down, but not able to take down Dab, unfortunately. Little side note here, though. HH's team does have double-digit kills, and they were pretty substantially up on that leaderboard, so they might be able to take this win here, Gojj.
This truly is anybody's game because of these rules. I love it. This is about to be diabolical. We're seeing Dabs play his falls in the elimination feed at the hands of the GOAT. HH24 looking for the angle. Has found at least one, if not multiple, off screen. We're seeing Sykkuno, who was sniping, got taken down on the rotation as well. Big trades across the board. A lot of chaos as to be expected. But these are going to be your final 3 teams, I believe. And now, wait a minute. Make it 2? Are we down to 2? Yep. Are there 2 teams on top of each other? Is this it? It's going to be Team Sykkuno?
Team Sykkuno versus Team HollywoodBob. Ace from Team Aches had a beautiful nade, but on the rotate, they got taken down. We saw Rolex get third party from Dabs, and ultimately just everyone crossfiring everyone. And now very quickly, we find ourselves with just 2 teams left, and look at that sight. You like that sight? You just got to stick your thumb up, make the okay sign, look through it.
No way, bro. What?
Yeah. This is the best sight in the game.
Metal, that is diabolical. You can't
Wait, this is an actual skin?
Now.
This is actual.
No. Are you serious?
Yup.
Yeah, I'm kind of vibing with this.
That's crazy.
Yeah, final boss status right there. You don't really need a crosshair, right? You just stick the thumb up. That's good enough.
That's sick.
Here we go.
Right. Oh, dear. As expected, I thought HH24 would take this game, and I feel like they are definitely in the running to win this entire event. So it'll be interesting to see these final leaderboards when they pop up just after this game to see where they actually land. Gojj.
It's a great shout. I mean, even if you get second here, you're still netting 24 placement points. It's 30 for first. A massive value add to get this far, but you can tell the stark difference between the elimination tallies between these 2 teams. Only 2 for the side of this squad. They desperately need both of these eliminations and the win to have a chance at the top of this leaderboard. It is truly any squad's tournament to win, especially the teams that fragged out early. But a battle,
I gotta say, Gojj,
yeah.
How funny is it that Medalcore is up there facing one of the best esports pros that's come out of the North American region, and he's sticking his thumb up and an okay sign and just like, let's go head to head, boy. Me and you, let's do this. And he's holding his own. Look at this. This is nonsense.
I actually win.
I've been saying this about Medalcore. Content creator, you can say what you want. When it comes to these style of events, he's always there. He's poking and prodding, and he finds his way in to the top teams on the leaderboard. A couple well-placed frags could change this fight, though.
This is an interesting play from HH24 here. Smokes are known as being very useful inside of the PUBG mobile ecosystem for competitive play, and the shots go down. Metal's able to take
the nade calls in! At the buzzer, he threw the nade after getting knocked, and it worked. It actually worked, but HH24 and Team Legion get it done. Insane. I think it's that's Team HollywoodBob. Get that out of here. Team HollywoodBob's our winner. Well, I was like, wait a minute. But hey, that was insane. Did you guys notice how many times HH24 and DrChemist were engaged in fights that whole time? 2v3, 2v4. Poking and prodding the whole way. They made it all the way to the end. They got it done. Nade finish. Man, I thought they were done, but that nade, Medalcore walked right on top of it and dove on it to save his teammate. And what a gentleman.
Yeah, I'm impressed. Honestly, it was very well set up, frankly, from HH24. I think being able to push white out in the open and not risk getting shot at because your teammate's playing the cross really well with Metal, keeping him engaged in the fight. They're nading the approach so you can't even hear the footsteps on the push, and then he finally well places the nade right behind the rock to get the eliminations. Perfectly executed as expected. A HollywoodBob squad on top in the final map of the day. Ferg, that is 30 placement points, and I think they had north of double-digit eliminations as well. A gigantic gain from that team, but we've got to remember, though, we had a ton of other teams that had double-digit eliminations as well. It truly is anyone's game. I can't wait for the math, Ferg.
I have no idea who's going to win this. Yeah, absolutely
5 teams, Ferg, with 11 or more.
Tarik's team had a really good performance as well. HH's team had such a great game there too. I don't know. Chef, they stayed alive for a long time, but they didn't have many eliminations at all, so I'm not sure where this goes, Gojj.
Yeah, well, a quick look back at some of the replays. It certainly was a banger. We knew it was going to be filled with tons of eliminations. We knew it was going to be filled with, frankly, a ton of fights just in general because of the Gilded Palace and our way our themed Rondo mode works. And it certainly delivered some fantastic moments and a tip of the hat regardless of where they land. Team Aches here, unfortunately, Aches getting shot in the back, but the team at large not only won out on Gilded Palace versus T-Mags and others, but also scored a ton of eliminations as well. So I think we're going to see a dramatic jump from them and a tip of the hat because they have followed up on the trash talk and they should take down Team Nadeshot in the head-to-head battle we've been tracking. Here's a quick look at Team LEGIQN also with some great plays. Unfortunately, it was all about Team HollywoodBob at the end of this one. A great setup here, frankly, with the eliminations on top that end up actually paying off and probably netting them that victory, Powerbang.
Man, what a game. I'm just watching all of this action. There were so many fights this game and a lot of teams. Like I was saying, 5 different teams had at least 11 elims. I mean, you talk about needing a clutch performance coming into the final game of a $10,000 tournament, and everyone basically delivered. So I have no idea how this is going to end up, who's going to win, who walks away with that gold-plated trophy. But whoever does, they earned it, man. And HH24 on the push here at the end with the heroic nade. Oof. As they fall to the ground. Just incredible stuff from Team HollywoodBob there. They get it done with 14 eliminations and almost 2,400 damage. So crazy stuff from them. But Gojj, I don't know if you're of the same opinion, but I feel like whoever wins this, it was won at the very start at the Gilded Palace. We saw teams with 7, 8 eliminations coming off that island. And as we know, double points for the elims and double points for the final. So it's basically quadruple points. They could be walking away with 30 points off of that first island alone.
Yeah, my brain wants to say that this is a 58-point game. It's way bigger than that. I mean, you got to remember we had already each elimination as double points, right? And then everything gets doubled. Here's a quick look, by the way. This isn't all mathed out. This is the normal points across the board, and they're really good. But you can start doing the math on how gigantic of a map that HollywoodBob team is. That's right. It's good math, Ferg, because you are exactly right. 86 points is, I think, more than most of the rest of the teams had, even going into that map in general. So it truly was the delineator. A great shout. And talk to me about any other teams you see on this board. Obviously, some great scores, even from Team Noah J, who didn't see much of, Ferg.
Yeah, Noah J did pretty good with his entire roster, but I'm more so looking at Tarik, as they were really high up in the leaderboard anyway after their good performances throughout the day. Well, if we leave game number 1 off that list.
They had to warm up a little bit, and it's paid off. I think they're right there in the running for as a top 3 team. I think Powerbang, the probably frustrating part about the teams that get second and third is that there's no payout for that. It is a winner-takes-all all-star face-off.
I think we were due for one of these, right? We've had these community tournaments for a while where there's been prize pool divvied up to the top 4, top 6. And, you know, the slice of the pie is a little smaller when you divvy it up like that. And, you know, this time it's like winner takes all, a lot of high stakes going into this last game. So a lot of people, you know, really trying to bring that A game to get all the way to the top. And the format lent itself in this final game with double points, you know, for game 5. That really kind of lent itself to a storyline where it's like, hey, we're not out of this yet, right? We could come back even though we're down 40 points. You saw, you know, Team HollywoodBob there putting up, what, 86 or whatever the math ends up working out to being. That's an incredible jump just in one game. So we'll see if they're able to top the tables. But again, a lot of other teams did a lot on their behalf as well. So I don't know how it's going to shake out, but I was really impressed with Rondo.
Yeah, and again, I wanna show some love to Noah J's team. I mean, they were a little ways down the leaderboard in terms of where they landed from that map and where they got eliminated. They had 15 eliminations just on eliminations alone, not even doing the math on placement points. That's 60 points on just eliminations. I mean, that is ridiculous because of the way this last map was scored. So it really felt like everything was leading up to this, and it paid off. It was a great map to watch. We saw the action front to back, and it sounds like, according to our production team, that the math has been math, folks. The moment you've all been waiting for. Who is the champion of PUBG Mobile's All-Star Face-Off? Roll it. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
There you
done
go.
it. That's
First,
crazy.
They've done it in the final map. The winners of PUBG Mobile's All-Star Face-Off is Team HollywoodBob. Walk me through this leaderboard. For what are you seeing?
I mean, they absolutely closed out and clutched up in that final double point situation. Tarik as well, also at the tippity top of the leaderboard. Unfortunately, since it's a winner takes all, they're going to be taking absolutely nothing home, along with Chef GG, Noko, X, and Noah J. Interestingly, on the day, X does finish over Nadeshot once again in their careers, so not too surprised there. What are you thinking, PB?
It's an impressive day from them, the way they closed it out. They had quite a gap. Remember, after the first 2 games, it was Nadeshot in first place and Aches in 8th place. And obviously, with Nadeshot not on the first page here, their day did not finish like they hoped. But if you look again at Team Tarik and Team HollywoodBob, they closed on an absolute terror. Just crazy performance through the last few games here. And shout outs to Team Noko as well, Rolex, and I believe it was WPGN, really kind of carrying that squad over the last few maps as well. And again, here's your bottom of your tables. Legion, decent performance as well. Berg, I know you gotta.
Yeah.
I know you gotta say something.
I mean, come on.
I was waiting for it.
Tiggling, bro. That might be the worst performance I've ever seen in a tournament of a singular team.
Oh no!
Look at that.
Oh no!
Unbelievable.
I respect everybody that competed in this amazing event, and a beautiful graphic for our winning team, because our prize pool was all about the team at the top. $10,000 in pocket for Team HollywoodBob and that all-star trophy. Huge congratulations to this entire team. And again, that's HollywoodBob himself. He won this from a hot tub on Maine. I mean, you kidding me? That's a great way to win this whole tournament. DrChemist, of course, HH24, and FullFrontage all sharing that prize pool, and of course the trophy going to each of our winners as well. Gold-plated trophy for this event. What a way to finish this thing off. But folks, this might be the prize pool for our players, but I know you've all been waiting for who we know to be the winner, which is Team HollywoodBob. Were you listening to the broadcast? Because if you were, you got it wrong. You needed to pay attention to your inner intuition. Here are our 7 winners of the iPad 11. Wow. If you see your name on the screen, big congratulations. Pay attention to your emails, because you just won an iPad 11, 128 gigs. It's time to play some PUBG Mobile on a brand new device, folks. And we're excited to ship those out to you, all courtesy of PUBG Mobile. Big congrats to all 23 now of our winners who have taken home an iPad 11. Huge congrats, and Rondo pays, apparently, because my goodness, another 7 iPads going out. Powerbang. A great day in the office, a lot of winners, but only one winner inside of our competition for the PUBG Mobile All-Star Face-Off. That's Team HollywoodBob, and frankly, they did it in the last map.
Team HollywoodBob taking home this bad boy right here. They are going to be the winner of the All-Star Champion 2025 trophy. Congratulations. You guys earned it. Can't wait to talk to you guys soon. But, Gojj, more announcements, my friend. I mean, we're giving all kinds of stuff away.
We're talking about winners, and we've got more possible winners out there. If you've been paying attention, we have our final hint of the day, the final key to the passphrase that will unlock your chance to earn some UC. So I need you to roll it, folks. There it is, the final hint. Champions. Put all of these words together. All caps, no spaces, and combine them. amg.gg/all-star-UC. You can also scan this QR code on your screen to get to that link very easily. Quick fun tip, by the way, just screenshot and then click it. Your phone will do the rest for you. Your mobile device will do the rest for you. Great way to go potentially earn some UC, but you've got to type in the passphrase. So here's our final word. There was 4 total throughout the broadcast. You can always rewind through our YouTube broadcast and go check it out. Put them all together and go enter for your chance to win some UC. $1,000, I think, of UC being given away. You could be one of the lucky. I think there's somewhere around the neighborhood of 40 winners that we're going to reveal towards the end of this broadcast. So make sure you go enter that. Everybody loves some UC. Maybe you can pick up some amazing skins that we've seen throughout the day-to-day, whether it's Ghost or other skins that you can probably go check out on all of our content creators' different socials. But a great day full of many winners besides the one team inside of our broadcast. And I'm really excited about how we're going to finish finish this thing out because we do have an interview right around the corner. In Powerbang, we're going to have a chance to interview our winning captain. We're going to have a chance to interview the hot tub man himself, HollywoodBob. And I'm pumped about this because truly I'm excited to hear what was different in the final map. Did they just full send? Or was there a strategy going into that? Was it a bit of luck, a lot of skill, or some mix of the two? I can only imagine the latter.
Can't wait. I'm so excited to ask some questions to HollywoodBob, hear how the team was feeling and what they were feeling, you know, as that match went on, because it seemed like the momentum was building for them with all of those fights and whatnot. We'll see how that works out, but ultimately had a good time today with both of you fellas on the desk. Always great to see some awesome PUBG Mobile action. The PUBG Mobile All-Star Face-Off for me exceeded expectations as far as the quality of gameplay. The team's all battling it out, and I honestly had no idea who was going to win. A lot of times you kind of know, you know, it's going to be this team or this team. It could have been any one of a half a dozen teams today, so really appreciated how close it was through and through, Gojj.
Yeah, totally agree. And Ferg, I want to hear, while we're waiting on this interview, what your favorite moment of the day was. I think I know what the answer is, but we got to hear it from your own lips. And maybe give me two, if you can. One that's more gameplay focused, and then, of course, your favorite moment. Talk to me. What were you thinking? What's your favorite spot?
I'm going to go with my favorite moment overall first, and it has to be Ix just dumping it on Nadeshot's body on Sandhawk. Unbelievable. Never thought I'd be able to witness that inside of PUBG Mobile, but here we are. Today, inside of the All-Star Face-Off, we seen just that. As for gameplay, maybe a Bushka snipe in there, but
yeah,
honestly, it has to be Dab's 1v4 with the RPG. Ridiculous.
Yeah. Those are great moments. Powerbang, I'm going to ask you the same question. I definitely know mine. I thought you were going to go for the interview, and I love that you went for the storyline of him absolutely obliterating him after the interview. It was the perfect moment. Powerbang, what about you?
I'll take you know, some more obscure ones for sure. I like the dance off when we had all the cams up. You know, the little Brady Bunch box that we had going on. That was pretty cool. The interview was great, don't get me wrong, there's content there for sure, but gameplay, I got a kind of a toss-up between a couple. One was the plane, the jet getting rocketed out of the sky by Wynnsanity and having T-Max fall to his death from like 500 meters. That was pretty dope. And then the Bushka snipes across the map, they're getting that two-piece from those up on the ridge. I thought that was pretty well done. And then Dab had another amazing, like, not the four-man rocket wipe, the Mission Impossible Dab from map number 3, where he went crazy and was 1v4ing multiple teams at the same time. So Dab, just in general, for me, MVP of the day as far as gameplay is concerned. Unbelievable stuff.
Yeah, the two that come to mind for me, of course, Dab comes to mind. He's been really a great asset to that Chief team the entire day. But, you know, I think I'm pulled to the Captain Santorini match. That was so fun to watch. The Sykkuno Nadeshot 1v1 sniper battle, where Nadeshot's breaking every FPS rule known to existence about quadruple peeking the exact same corner over and over again, and Sykkuno won that matchup, was unbelievable. And obviously Sykkuno's got plenty of experience in the FPS space as well, so makes sense. He was clicking heads, as it were. But yeah, that was a good one. Obviously, Iceman Isaac, good friend of mine and a great content creator, able to get that MVP on that one, even though his team a little bit struggled on the big maps. But that's a big one. And then I think, frankly, any clip with a mech in it, I'm in. I thought that was fantastic to see our mech users, Aches, and I think it was, I want to say it was DrChemist at one point that was just sprinting around the map, just had no clue or care where anybody was. He was just running, and it was a blast to watch that. I think Payload might have been my favorite map of the day. That was hilarious.
Payload was wild. How about the Valic clip from that map as well, with him going his team, jump out the window, wrap around, grenade up through there with the launcher, ultimately just kind of outplaying in a 1v3 scenario, and Valic really kind of putting a stamp on things and showing why he's one of the best esports players in the region. But yeah, overall, just a super fun day. Payload for me is always a highlight anytime we get together in an organized setting and bring people together to play that one, because it doesn't always get the love that it deserves. So much chaos, so much work went into that game mode. You see jets flying around, helicopters, tanks, drones, I mean, just all kinds of stuff that you could do in Payload. So for me, that one is super, super fun. You know, again, nothing but great things to say about the PUBG Mobile All-Star Face-Off tonight.
Yeah, and just generally great things to say about PUBG Mobile. I mean, a fantastic event, but also some great gameplay. I mean, we truly hit the gambit of, I think, what PUBG Mobile's All-Star Face-Off was down to do. What they were trying to do was bring in these FPS creators from all over the place and showcase truly what PUBG Mobile has to offer. And I think we did that, gentlemen. We got to see the sweatiest of the sweats, a true Battle Royale, classic Erangel. We went to some of the smaller maps. We went to a crazy... chaotic mech-driven, vehicle-driven payload setting. We even went to a team deathmatch, 6v6 with our captains. I mean, we truly saw it all, and being able to finish right with another really sweaty map was, I think, a blast, and I think we achieved our goals here of showing that PUBG Mobile has everything under the sun and more. Ferg, you were talking about the WoW maps that people can go experience, and we didn't even showcase on broadcast. Like, we truly are hitting every single genre and category in the mobile ecosystem.
Absolutely. Yeah, WoW's actually my favorite mode out of every mode that PUBG Mobile has to offer. Especially, like I said before in the broadcast, the parkour maps are by far my favorite, especially if you've got some friends to play with. It's always good to see you can finish those fastest. PB, what's your favorite thing to do?
I'm terrible at parkour, man. So for me, if I had to think about like the notable WoW, like, so there's two that stick out in my mind over the years of the World of Wonder maps, and one is, it's like a circuit that drives on Erangel. There's 43 or some odd checkpoints, and you basically have to drive, and you don't know where they're gonna be, so they pop up as you go by each one, and it's a big road race. And then the other one is a sniper battle from one side of the bridge to the other, and it's just straight up getting your snipe on. So for me, those were the memorable ones. Thanks for asking, though. That was super fun to walk down memory lane a little bit there.
Yeah, we've done a lot of events together with World of Wonder, but I am getting word that the man of the hour, the captain of the winning team, I believe HollywoodBob, is ready for us for the interview. We gotta bring him in. HollywoodBob not only looks like he's from Hollywood, has been steezed out all day in the hot tub, and then gets a win.
Wow.
Bob, how the heck you doing, my friend? What a win. What a way to finish this thing out. How you feeling?
Oh, just absolute exhilaration. I'm speechless. You know, was feeling like an anchor all day, and my teammates pulled through at the end to deliver the dub.
Love it. Well, Bob, got a question for you, my friend. You were in that last match. Obviously, some ground to cover, some points to make up. Did you have a strategy, you know, going into it? Like, was it just like, hey, balls to the wall, we're going crazy for this one? Or was it just like, let's see what comes to us, right? And make the most of it? And how were you feeling as your two team members? You're watching from the sidelines, and they were chipping away, making progress. They were going absolutely crazy down the stretch.
Yeah, the last game was absolutely insane because we knew we had a bunch of ground to make up. So we came up with a little strategy. And since I was the weakest link, I was lurking back and just playing the recall while my teammates were trying to find action, and then I would call them back. Well, I got caught somehow. I died, and so we were just down. And so the crazy thing is that H hadn't had any experience on Rondo, but playing on PC, I did. So I kind of was just helping them navigate through the final circles and play the zone, and it, just fell into our lap. It was crazy.
That's incredible.
If you had to pick a mode that you enjoyed the most, HollywoodBob, what mode would you pick out of today's tournament?
I really liked the classic Erangel, I have to say. Although the mech mode and the tanks, if I played it a couple times more, it was so fun. I got obliterated in a shack by a tank. I just didn't realize what was going on. But maybe if I played that a couple more times, it seems pretty exciting. But the classic Erangel, you can't beat it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Dude, we were talking before the broadcast right at the top of the show about all the different teams, all the different FPS creators from all over the place. And if you having played on PC, you came up amongst the category of Tiggleton who had played on PC and now came over to mobile to really show what you had. And apparently, like you just described, it paid off. I mean, you guys literally won Rondo because of that last map, and you won the tournament because of that last map. So it all pays off. Any words for your other PC veteran that maybe didn't have as much of a success as you did, as you have won the entire event. Unfortunately,
First
I think they were at the bottom of the leaderboard according to Ferg. So, any words for any of your competitors today after a great day in the office for you?
Oh, any words? Smoked by the worst.
A phrase to live by, smoked by the worst. Yeah. HollywoodBob, it has been a pleasure having you in the booth. I want you to shout yourself out. Where can people find you? Thanks for joining us. You've got a trophy coming your way that I think Powerbang's holding. And a ton of cash, but I want to give you the floor, man. Any final words here for the broadcast? And definitely tell people where they can find you.
Well, you can find me on Twitch, HollywoodBob, on YouTube, The HollywoodBob. And just want to give a big shout out to my teammates, DrChemist, FullFrontage, and HH24. They killed it all day today, carrying me, the dead weight. And shout out to the Babarazzi, all of my viewers. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
Babarazzi indeed,
and one
man.
last thing, if I could.
Yeah.
One team, one dream. Rated R.
Incredible sign off, my man. Thank you so much for joining us in the booth. Have a great rest of your night, and congrats on the win again. Yeah,
Thank you, Bob. Big win. Congratulations.
Thank you guys so much.
Yep, see ya. Man, smoked by the worst? That's crazy. I love it. What a vibe of a guy, Powerbang, to win it all and have a great attitude. And,
with a feathered boa to boot. This man came prepared, kitted up with skins in real life. He delivered the goods. And the worst, I'm not so sure about that, man. They delivered and they got the dub today. Gold-plated trophy and 10 grand headed their way.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Ferg, it has been an absolute blast having you in the booth, albeit you have been trash talking all day, and I respect it to some degree, and I've tried to play devil's advocate, and it's not really worked out for me. None of us really won. It was HollywoodBob winning. But any final words for the broadcast here after a great day in the booth?
Honestly, happy to be here. It was my pleasure, and this exceeded expectations. I wasn't expecting much considering it was a community event, but like Powerbang said before, the gameplay was actually stellar, although some players like Nadeshot were getting carried a little bit, but as opposed to everyone else, everyone was great, and I had a ton of fun, especially watching that last Rondo match, but my favorite would probably still be the Payload one. That was just absolute chaos.
Respect. I love it, Ferg. You know exactly where to find Ferg on all major socials. That dude is inevitable at this point. Powerbang, any final words for the broadcast as well?
Oh, no, always a pleasure to be here with PUBG Mobile, deliver the most amazing mobile gaming content on the internet. So cool, the action tonight at the PUBG Mobile All-Star Face-Off. Congratulations once again to HollywoodBob and squad. You guys really did a number on everyone in that final match to get the job done. And to everyone else that participated, well, you tried. Hey, you showed up, we enjoyed it, had a great time. Lots of great clips tonight and had a great time both with Ferg and you, Gojj.
Well, thank you so much, gentlemen. It has been an absolute blast, and thank you for your heavy hitting and great analysis and, frankly, great trash talk. I appreciate you both, and I'm sure we'll see you in the future with PUBG Mobile.
Of course, always looking forward to it.
Peace, gentlemen. All right, chat. It is just me and you, and I've got a few more things to close this broadcast out. This is the worst part of the broadcast because I do have to close it. But we've had a great day with a lot of rewards and a ton of cash given out to, of course, our winning team. Some iPads dropped in chat, basically, if you got the right pick'ems and you were selected. But we also had 40 UC winners, and I believe we've got those ready. If you see your name on the screen, congratulations. You're walking away with a ton of UC headed to your account. I'm not going to read all of these. You see your name, you can read. Make sure you paid attention to your email. Big congrats to everybody that was a winner here in chat. This means that you picked up our 4 hints. You created your passphrase, and you typed it into our link. So big congratulations, and I am sure that there are going to be more of these down the line. And so again, big congrats to all of you, all of our winners. We had 23 iPad winners, I think 40 total UC winners, and then 1 winner of the PUBG Mobile All-Star Face-Off. Folks, before I go, I've got to remind you to download PUBG Mobile. If this was not a vibe, if this is not something you want to get your hands on, I don't know who you are, go download PUBG Mobile right now. It's 100% free to play. It's available on iOS App Store and Android Google Play Store. PUBG Mobile is literally the best in the business at providing AAA gameplay and constantly releasing new content and updates to the game, as you could definitely tell from today's competition. So go check it out and download the game for free right now. And finally, drop the follows. If you haven't dropped them already, now's the time. You tune in to the end of the broadcast and all you hear is me talking. It doesn't matter. Drop the follows wherever you are watching. There is opportunity potentially into the future to get involved in events. Pay attention to events like this so that you can win giveaways like iPads and so much more. A lot of news, updates, patch notes, and everything in between. Drop a follow. It takes about 5 seconds, and it is super, super easy. And I believe all those links down in the description below as well. But folks, that's all I have for you. And a quick reminder that we couldn't do it without you, the viewer. This has been the PUBG Mobile All-Star Face-Off, and I've been your host all day today. My name is Gojj, but it's you. You're the reason we're here. So thank you for being here, and we'll tune in. Hopefully next time you're here, and I can say hi to you in the chat for PUBG Mobile's next broadcast. Holding a position. My goodness.
So finishing above X. What a surprise. Either way, looks like SurfnBoy is gonna get...
Goes down. Bushka having a bit of a game here right now. It's another elim and DrChemist, and the nades are gonna come in here.
Oh no.
This is gonna be on target, it looks like. Boom. Rolex, who are still full strength, and this is going to come down to the very end here.
Position right now, playing outside the zone. He's got plenty of room to work with. He's just holding and waiting. Either that or he's got a cam mounted. Oh my gosh. Forget the cams. Could be the greatest clip of all time of a Harrier jet taking down a mech.
Oh, it's over for him.
Nope, they saw him. T-Max is gonna hone in and try to take it down out in the open. Aches.
Oh, wait, what?
The compounds are great kind of early on, but as things get, you know, a little bit closer in, you start seeing machinery like this that can lock on. You know, it is the squad wipe for dab plays. Just everyone except for one person.
Absolutely. This is basically a humiliation ritual at this point. There's no way that any of along with his accuracy, Coach.
Yeah, and you can tell, obviously, some of these players are a little... Oh, I was going to say, some of these players are a little bit more comfortable.
Please, dude.
Shh.
Yeah. A little bit of damage.
No nade!
Caster cards.
Oh, look away!
Same exact thing, and I wasn't even looking at the player cam. Oh, man.
W production.
Oh, man. He just needs to grow. It's a style thing. It's the feel. I mean, you look at that.
Massive swing with the vehicle. Out the window we go, and it nearly pays.
Now to take that vehicle does get naded out. Red eyes down, dabs down.
Is playing a little bit slower. Hit firing not quite as clean, but
So lesser death. I see you.
No!
He is popping off. Up to 14.
5 points now to go. Red team nearing completion of their goal, and look at that nade.
Make the most of it at the very least. But you're right, I think that team is a bit in trouble. It looks like Ace.
Rolex here, though, under pressure, but he is going to bank that nade, maybe.
Ooh. And you're helping us out on broadcast. We appreciate you. I see you, YouTube chat. I see you all. But as we swing back to our broadcast.
That prize money. Oh, dear. Oh.
Circle. Man, Tarik on a tear so far this game.